Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. This is part 1 of our story. If you like this What If story and want to see part 2, let me know in the comments below. Before we start, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share this video with your friends. Also, check the description for more great content and my playlist. This story was posted by 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐽 on Wattpad. Now let's start. Chapter 1. Izuku's Hunting Days. Chapter begins. Bakugo suggested they play heroes, and the other kids eagerly agreed. Izuku hesitated but eventually joined in. Bakugo jumped from the bench, pretending to punch a bystander, which made Izuku anxious. He expressed his concern about the danger of Bakugo's actions, but Bakugo merely smirked and decided that Izuku could be the monster in their game. The following day at school, whispers circulated among the students about Izuku's behavior during their play. Some claimed he had become upset while playing heroes, and others expressed sympathy for Bakugo. The principal called Izuku into his office, questioning him about his anger during the game. Izuku tried to explain that he always ended up playing the monster, but the principal accused him of losing control and demanded he take responsibility. Later, during their game, Bakugo yelled out a powerful move, and Izuku dodged, causing Bakugo to stumble. Bakugo instructed his friends to hold Izuku, and with a triumphant shout, he pretended to land a blow on Izuku, who ended up with a nosebleed. In class, Izuku finally snapped, challenging Bakugo to a fair fight, insisting he no longer wanted to be the monster. Bakugo dismissed him, and his classmates restrained Izuku, allowing Bakugo to strike him. Once again, Izuku found himself in the principal's office, where he tearfully defended himself, claiming he was being unfairly portrayed as the villain. After school, he returned home to find his parents eating dinner without him. Feeling ignored and alone, he retreated to his room, reflecting on how being quirkless had made him feel worthless. Fast forward 8 years, and Izuku was perched on a rooftop, waiting for the pro-hero 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐽𝐸 to approach. When 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐽𝐸 spotted him, he demanded to know what Izuku was doing there. Before 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐽𝐸 could react, Izuku launched a surprise attack, catching him off guard. As they exchanged blows, 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐽𝐸 realized Izuku was quirkless and suggested he surrender. Izuku, however, expressed his disdain for heroes who only cared about their reputations. 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐽𝐸 declared he didn't care about Izuku's fate, confident that he could handle the situation. As he prepared to strike, his wooden arm snapped off, causing him to lose his focus. Enraged, 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐽𝐸 threatened Izuku and grew multiple wooden limbs, ready to attack. Despite the overwhelming odds, Izuku stood his ground, a determined smirk on his face. In a surprising turn, Izuku moved with agility, deflecting 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐸𝐸's attacks effortlessly. Before 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐸𝐸 could react, Izuku swiftly knocked him off his feet, sending him crashing to the ground. With only minor injuries, Izuku left 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐸𝐸 unconscious in a crater he had created. Hearing sirens approaching, Izuku quickly fled the scene, jumping to a nearby rooftop and making his way to a secluded hut in the forest. Exhausted, he cleaned himself up and collapsed onto a worn couch, reflecting on the past year. He remembered training diligently with Bang since he was 14, dedicating his afternoons to mastering the fist of flowing water, crushed rock. Meanwhile, his family continued to distance themselves from him, and his sister often bullied him about being quirkless, all in an attempt to protect him. Despite the challenges, Izuku remained committed to his training with Silverfang, determined to prove himself. Izuku stood confidently, a grin on his face as he challenged Bang, asking if that was all he had. However, Bang swiftly responded by delivering a knee to Izuku's stomach, sending him to the ground. With a friendly smile, Bang extended his hand to help Izuku up, teasingly questioning who he was calling old. Izuku, still on the ground, acknowledged the jab with a playful remark about getting used to it. Just then, Bomb, the MSTR of the whirlwind iron cutting fist, appeared behind him and playfully slapped the back of his head, warning him to be cautious. As Bang helped him to his feet, Bomb reminded Izuku that respect was the first key to learning martial arts. Izuku nodded, grateful for the training he was receiving from Bang. He mentioned that the UA entrance exam was only 10 months away, and Bang reassured him that he was ready, encouraging him to relax. With a smile, Izuku thanked his 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐽𝐸𝐸 and left the dojo, feeling motivated. Once outside, Bam remarked on the struggles Izuku faced for being quirkless, while Bang lamented the neglect he experienced from his parents and the bullying from his peers. Later, Izuku returned home and opened the door to find his parents hosting guests, his aunts, Endeavor and Night Eye. All eyes turned to him as he walked in, his clothes dirty and his body marked with bruises, resembling a seasoned fighter. Fubuki, concerned, asked what had happened, noticing the scratches on his skin. Izuku muttered that it was just training, avoiding their gaze as he headed upstairs. Fubuki turned to Inko, inquiring if they were aware of Izuku's training. Inko shook her head, expressing her surprise that he had been training at all, as he usually stayed in his room playing video games. Tatsumaki chimed in, criticizing Inko and her partner for their parenting, suggesting that if Izuku surpassed them, it wouldn't be surprising. Inko urged Tatsumaki to put down her drink, reminding her that Izuku was still their son, and Endeavor added that they were aware of his potential. He pointed out that Silverfang had become a hero despite being quirkless and had been training Izuku. Night Eye then noted the absence of Izuku in the family photos on the wall, prompting Inko to explain that he rarely came downstairs. Tatsumaki, frustrated, pointed out Izuku's transformation from a scrawny boy to someone who now looked like a bodybuilder. She urged them to be better parents, leaving them feeling ashamed as they reflected on their neglect. Chapter 2. Izuku's Hunting Days. Chapter begins. Ever since he was quirkless, Izuku's life had been filled with pain. He faced neglect, bullying, and hardship, yet he remained determined to become a hero. No matter what challenges Izumi threw his way, he knew they would only fuel his resolve. At school, Izuku appeared tired from the previous day's training with Bang. The teacher placed papers on the table and announced that everyone should write about their future. The students groaned in annoyance, but the teacher, with a smug grin, tossed the papers into the air, igniting excitement as they activated their quirks. The teacher reminded them that while they had impressive abilities, using them in public was against the rules. Bakugo, irritated, declared that he was not like the others, dismissing their quirks as inferior. Izumi teased him, and the students rallied against Bakugo, challenging his arrogance. Bakugo, fueled by his competitive spirit, boasted about his chances of getting into 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐬𝐼, claiming he would surpass even the top heroes. The teacher acknowledged Bakugo's impressive test results, suggesting he might have a shot at 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐬𝐼. This sparked disbelief among the other students, who doubted Izuku's chances of acceptance due to his quirkless status. Bakugo attempted to intimidate Izuku with a small explosion, but Izuku remained unfazed, calmly responding that Bakugo could say whatever he wanted. Bakugo retreated, warning Izuku not to show up at 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐬𝐼. After school, Izuku dedicated the next 10 months to training for the 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐬𝐼 entrance exam. His rigorous training with Bang transformed him both physically and mentally. Despite the cold exterior he developed, his longing to become a hero remained strong. He began cleaning the Takoba Municipal Beach Park, telling himself that mastering the flowing water fist fighting style would allow him to take it easy while preparing. In the present day, Izuku found himself overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down his face as he expressed his frustrations about his family. He felt abandoned by Toshinori, Inko, and Izumi, believing they had ruined his chances of becoming a hero. It had been nearly 2 months since he left home. In a flashback, Izuku had completed cleaning the beach and had only a week left until the exam. He noticed his father spending more time with Izumi, but chose to ignore it. During dinner, Izumi excitedly spoke about the upcoming 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐬𝐼 exam, while Toshinori urged her to prepare. Izuku muttered his thanks, feeling overshadowed. When Inko asked about his future, he coldly admitted he didn't know, avoiding eye contact. Toshinori, sensing something was wrong, pressed Izuku for answers. Izuku's frustration boiled over as he confronted his father about his absence during his struggles. He stormed off to his room, leaving Toshinori taken aback. Inko suggested they give Izuku space, while Toshinori lamented not realizing how much Izuku had been hurting. Later that night, Toshinori knocked on Izuku's door, but received no answer. Concerned, he entered the room only to find it empty. Inko joined him, worried about their son. They decided to give him some time alone, unaware of where he truly was. Meanwhile, Izuku was in the woods, unleashing his anger on a massive rock. With a final blow, the rock shattered into pieces. He sat down, feeling that sharing his problems wouldn't help. He resolved to focus on the entrance exam and join UA, believing there was no point in discussing his feelings. That night, Izuku stayed at the dojo, confiding in Bang about his family troubles. The next morning he returned home to find his parents waiting for him, visibly worried. Izuku claimed he had been at a friend's house and went straight to his room, leaving his parents believing everything was fine. As the day of the entrance exam arrived, Izuku woke to his alarm and quickly got ready. He rushed downstairs for a quick snack before heading to UA. Upon arriving early, he admired the impressive structures but tripped over his own foot. Just as he prepared to fall, he felt a hand on his shoulder, lifting him back up before the person released their quirk. She was a cute brunette girl with a nice bob cut. She introduced herself as Ochako Uraraka, extending her hand for Izuku to shake. He smiled as he accepted her handshake, pleased to meet her. Uraraka apologized for using her quirk on him, explaining that she wanted to prevent him from tripping and falling, as it was considered bad luck right before the exam. Izuku thanked her and wished her good luck with the exams, to which she responded with gratitude. With that brief encounter behind him, Izuku made his way to a large room filled with seats. He chose a spot next to some other students and listened as the ceremony began. The event was mostly uneventful, except for a blue-haired boy with glasses who was loudly reprimanding someone for not taking things seriously. Izuku chuckled at the memory as he approached the starting gate. He scanned the area, hoping to spot Bakugo and Izumi, knowing they would be in one of the testing areas. There was no way he would miss the opportunity to get into UA. Though he didn't see Bakugo, he did catch sight of the girl with the bob cut who had helped him earlier. He started to make his way toward her, but before he could reach her, a loud buzzer sounded, and someone shouted for everyone to go as the doors to the arena swung open. Izuku quickly joined the crowd rushing into the arena, glancing around with determination. It was going to be a challenge, but he felt confident, thinking to himself that it would be a piece of cake. Chapter 3. Izuku Hunting Days. Chapter begins. Izuku thought to himself that he had just scored another 15 points as he took down a robot. His current score was 35, and it had only been 2 minutes since the exam began. He continued to navigate through the simulated city, trying to keep a low profile to avoid questions about his quirk and how he had become so powerful. Meanwhile, the teachers and the principal were observing everything from behind the scenes. Nizu noted that the contestants were unaware of the number of villains present or their locations. They had limited time to cover a vast area and needed to hunt down every last target. Some students utilized information-gathering abilities to strategize, while others relied on speed to get ahead. Remaining calm under pressure was a significant advantage, as was raw power and combat skill. The most successful students combined all these tactics. Much like the boy with green hair, he said, zooming in on Izuku. Midnight commented that it was clear he would definitely join you. Mike agreed without hesitation. Snipe mentioned that there was still plenty of time left, and the real test was about to begin as he pressed a red button. All Might, feeling nervous, acknowledged the situation, knowing that the green-haired boy was his son. Suddenly, a loud rumble and crash echoed from the center of the arena. Izuku realized it had to be one of the 0-pointers that Mike had mentioned and decided it was best to leave. However, before he could run off to gather more smaller robots for points, he heard a familiar voice calling for help. Turning back, he saw the same brunette girl who had saved him earlier trapped under rubble. Panic surged through Izuku as he sprinted toward her. He lifted the heavy debris, prompting Uraraka to realize it was time to escape. She expressed her gratitude as she ran off, and Izuku dropped the rubble, making his way to a building near the 0-pointer. He intended to confront the giant robot when he noticed someone leaping from beneath it. Meanwhile, Izumi, with one for all coursing through her legs, took a massive leap to reach the robot's head level. Remembering her father's advice on using her quirk, she channeled the power of one for all into her right arm and delivered a powerful blow that shattered the giant robot. The other participants watched in awe, while Nizu praised Izuku for his selflessness. Izumi landed on a nearby building using her telekinesis quirk, and the other students cheered and clapped for her. Izuku, feeling a twinge of annoyance, walked away from the crowd, thinking to himself that she always seemed to be the center of attention. Later that day, Tatsumaki and Fubuki were at Inko's house, celebrating Izumi's achievements during the exam. They gathered in the living room while Izuku remained upstairs in his room. Inko praised Izumi, expressing her confidence that she would be accepted into you. Izumi smiled back while sipping her juice, thanking her mother. Tatsumaki chimed in, confidently stating that Izumi would definitely be accepted, raising her drink in a toast to her. As the excitement settled, Toshi spoke up quietly, ensuring Izuku couldn't overhear them downstairs. Inko, slightly annoyed, asked what Izuku had done this time. Tatsumaki playfully slapped Inko on the back of the head, calling her an idiot. Toshi urged them to stop and continued, revealing that he had seen Izuku during the entrance exam. Silence fell over the room until Fubuki broke it, asking what Toshi meant by saying Izuku had been there. Toshi explained that Izuku had performed exceptionally well during the exam, achieving a total of 79 points in combat and 60 in rescue. Inko gasped in disbelief, exclaiming that it was insane. Fubuki, realizing the implications, whispered that it meant he would likely be accepted into you. Toshi expressed concern, stating that they couldn't let that happen. The room fell silent again. Tatsumaki exclaimed that it was the worst idea and demanded to know why. Toshi explained that he had witnessed the dangers of the hero world firsthand, the risks and sacrifices involved. He didn't want Izuku to face the same pain he had endured or bear the weight of protecting others. Inko's expression softened with understanding, and she gently agreed that they couldn't let him enter you, even if it meant he would resent them for it. Fubuki asked how they would prevent that, expressing her concern for Izuku's safety. Tatsumaki insisted that they had lost their minds. Izumi, with a heavy heart, declared that it was for the best. She had always made sure Izuku wouldn't become a hero, even if it meant bullying him. She loved him dearly and would do anything to keep him safe. Tatsumaki reluctantly agreed, asking what they would do next. Toshi assured them to leave it to him. Throughout the week, Izuku relaxed, waiting for the acceptance letter. He strolled through the park, contemplating that it had been 6 days since the exam and that the letter would arrive the next day, meaning he would need to stay home. As he walked, he encountered a crowd of fans who were excitedly shouting his name and pointing at the roof of a building. One fan shouted that it was All Might, and the crowd erupted in cheers. Izuku wondered why All Might was there, noticing the hero looking directly at him. All Might leaped into the sky, leaving the crowd in awe and creating a crater on the building he had just vacated. Izuku found the whole situation strange as he continued on his way home, now in the afternoon. He walked through an alleyway when he suddenly heard a voice calling out to him. All Might greeted him with a booming voice, surprising Izuku. Izuku smiled slightly, expressing his surprise at All Might knowing his name. All Might brushed off the question, stating that he had been impressed by Izuku's actions during the exam and noted his strength. Izuku felt a surge of pride and gratitude in response. All Might approached the young man, his expression serious as he prepared to share some overwhelming news. He had noticed that Izuku had not used his quirk during the exams. After looking through Izuku's files, he had discovered something significant. Izuku's heart sank as he realized the truth. He felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. All Might confirmed his fears, acknowledging that Izuku was quirkless. Izuku's voice trembled with hope as he asked if someone without a quirk could still become a hero, longing to be like All Might. All Might hesitated, knowing it was difficult to say, but he felt he had to be honest. He explained that, while Izuku's determination was commendable, the reality of being a hero was harsh. Without a quirk, the dangers were simply too great, and he could not allow Izuku to put himself in harm's way. Izuku's fists clenched at his sides as a storm of emotions surged within him. Anger, frustration, and despair threatened to overwhelm him. He couldn't accept that he had to give up on his dream of becoming a hero, as it was an integral part of who he was. All Might placed a comforting hand on Izuku's shoulder, his voice gentle yet firm. He expressed understanding of Izuku's feelings but emphasized that sometimes the paths we longing are not the ones meant for us. There were other ways to make a difference in the world, such as joining the police or working at an agency, but being a hero without a quirk was not an option. Izuku felt the weight of All Might's words settle heavily upon him. He wondered what he was supposed to do now, feeling lost without the chance to be a hero. All Might reiterated that it was too dangerous without a quirk, but there were still many ways to help others. Izuku's heart ached at those words. As All Might turned to leave the alleyway, Izuku called out in anger, expressing his frustration at having his dreams crushed by the very person he admired most. All Might, with a heavy heart, explained that he never intended to hurt Izuku but had to protect the weak and uphold justice. With that he left. Izuku fell to his knees, overwhelmed by the encounter. He couldn't comprehend how All Might, the symbol of peace and the greatest hero, could inspire hope only to shatter it. Tears filled his eyes as he grappled with the reality of his situation. For so long he had believed he could defy the odds and become a hero despite being quirkless. Now, that belief felt fragile and broken, leaving behind a hollow ache. Determined not to let despair consume him, Izuku wiped his tears and resolved to move forward. He walked home in silence, lost in thought. Upon arriving, he went straight to his room, ignoring his parents' calls. Inko, concerned, called out for him, while Toshi questioned where he had been. Izuku, feeling exhausted, simply replied that he was fine. Hours later, Inko confronted Toshi, asking what he had told Izuku. Toshi admitted he had to share the truth, and Inko expressed her shock, hoping he hadn't been too harsh. Toshi sighed, acknowledging the difficult situation, and they both lamented that there seemed to be no other way. The next day, a letter arrived for Izuku, but he didn't bother to open it. His dreams felt crushed by the one person he had looked up to, and it seemed meaningless now. As he lay back down, he expressed his anger towards All Might, feeling a deep sense of betrayal. Chapter 4, Izuku Hunting Days. Chapter begins. Izumi exclaimed with excitement that she had been accepted into you. Inko and Toshi embraced her, pride shining in their eyes. Toshi expressed how proud he was of Izumi, and she thanked her father with a tight hug. Inko suggested they celebrate that evening, and Izumi eagerly decided to share the news with Izuku. Meanwhile, Izuku's frustration erupted, filling his room with chaos. He hurled objects against the walls, the sounds of impact reverberating in the air. His hands trembled with anger as he overturned furniture and scattered his belongings, the room descending into disarray. Tears streamed down his face as he vented his emotions, the destruction around him serving as a release for his overwhelming disappointment. He stood in front of the mirror, feeling the weight of his despair. Izumi opened the door and was taken aback by the sight before her. She saw Izuku's hands marked with red and the signs of his distress etched on his face. The chaos of the room reflected his inner turmoil. She asked him what had happened, but Izuku's gaze was filled with a fierce intensity, and he was on the verge of unleashing a torrent of harsh words. He warned her not to call him 𝗧𝗓𝗓, his voice laced with anger. Izumi, feeling a mix of concern and sadness, explained that she only wanted to share her good news. She reassured him that they were in this together, no matter what. But Izuku's despair consumed him, extinguishing any flicker of hope he had. He insisted he didn't need her pity or support. Izumi pleaded with him, expressing her longing to never hurt him. Yet, Izuku's anger surged like a wildfire, his words striking her heart deeply. He lamented that she could never understand the burden he carried every day. Just then, Inko and Toshi arrived, shocked by the scene before them. They asked what had happened, and Inko's heart sank as she saw the state of her son. Izuku's gaze shifted to his parents, filled with bitterness as he declared that they had never cared for him. Inko's heart twisted with guilt, and she tried to convey their love for him, but Izuku's anger was relentless. He turned away, fists trembling as he fought to contain the storm within him. He scoffed at the notion of love, feeling misunderstood and judged for being quirkless. Toshi felt a deep sense of regret as Izuku's words pierced through him. He stepped forward, his voice filled with remorse as he attempted to explain that they only wanted what was best for him. But Izuku's frustration bubbled to the surface again, demanding to know what his father was hiding. In a hushed tone, Inko suggested they tell him the truth, and Toshi reluctantly agreed. He took a deep breath, steeling himself for the revelation. Transforming into his heroic form, Toshi revealed his identity as All Might. Izuku stood in disbelief, grappling with the weight of the revelation. He confronted his father about the lies he had been told and the dreams that had been crushed. Toshi explained that he had wanted to protect Izuku from the pressure of living up to his legacy. But Izuku's mind was a whirlwind of confusion and hurt. He accused his father of lying and making him feel worthless. Toshi hung his head, filled with guilt, and apologized for the pain he had caused. 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐽 stepped forward, her heart aching for her son. She reminded him that Toshi loved him deeply and only wanted to keep him safe. But Izuku's heart was heavy with betrayal, and he expressed his disdain for the love he felt had betrayed him. 𝐒𝐮𝐽, overwhelmed by her own anguish, raised her hand and delivered a sharp slap across Izuku's cheek, demanding he respect his father. Izuku looked at her, a mix of disbelief and anger in his eyes. Izumi pleaded for everyone to stop, but before she could finish, Izuku pushed her against the wall, causing a crack to form. She looked at him in disbelief, blood trickling from her nose. 𝐒𝐮𝐽 rushed to her side, calling out Izumi's name in alarm. Izuku, filled with frustration, began to express his feelings, but his words were cut short when All Might's fist struck his jaw, sending him sprawling to the ground. The room fell silent as 𝐒𝐮𝐽 and Izumi stared in shock. All Might stood over his son, his face a mixture of disappointment and regret. His voice was heavy with sorrow as he spoke to Izuku, apologizing for the pain he had caused. Izuku's mind was a whirlwind of conflicting emotions, anger battling with the flicker of understanding in his father's eyes. He pushed himself up from the ground, trembling with rage. With a primal roar, he charged at All Might, fists flying in a reckless flurry. The tension in the air was palpable as the two faced off, their strikes meeting in a clash that shook the very walls of the room. Debris scattered around them as their battle intensified. After a few minutes, Izuku was knocked through the house and landed outside in the street. He vowed that this confrontation was not over. As he jumped onto a moving truck, 𝐒𝐮𝐽 cried, and Izumi comforted her. All Might transformed back to his leaner form and tried to console 𝐒𝐮𝐽, expressing disbelief at the situation. 𝐒𝐮𝐽 felt it was their fault, while Izumi gritted her teeth in frustration. Hours later, Izuku contemplated sneaking back in to retrieve his belongings. He decided to stay with an old mentor for a few nights. He jumped off the truck and began walking toward the dojo in the mountains. Upon arrival, he found Bang enjoying tea. Izuku removed his shoes before entering. Bang noticed his condition and asked what had happened. Izuku, feeling embarrassed, requested to stay for a few nights. Bang, concerned, listened as Izuku recounted the events following his entrance exam, including the painful words from All Might that made him tear up. He shared the details of his confrontation with his father, the #1 hero. Bang reassured him that he could stay as long as he needed. The next day, Izuku donned a fitted black long-sleeved shirt, loose white martial arts breathes, and a yellow sash. He planned to return home to collect his things without being noticed. As he approached his alley, he spotted police officers investigating the house. Realizing he needed to act quickly, he peered through a window and saw the chaos from the previous night still lingering, but the room appeared empty. Taking a deep breath, he slid open the window and slipped inside his ruined room. He quickly packed a backpack with essentials: money, his phone, clothes, a first aid kit, his ID, and his earbuds for listening to music. Just as he was about to escape, a voice called out from the doorway, freezing him in place. A police officer stood there, demanding to know what he was doing at a crime scene. Izuku's heart raced as he searched for an escape route. In a moment of adrenaline-fueled decision, he bolted for the window. However, a strong hand grabbed his shoulder, halting him. It was All Might. Before he could finish his sentence, Izuku pushed him away and seized the opportunity to jump out the broken window, sprinting away. As police cars arrived, Izuku was already far from the scene. Meanwhile, All Might wiped the blood from his face and spoke with Detective Tsukachi, who had arrived to assess the situation. All Might hesitated, knowing he couldn't reveal Izuku's identity as his son. Instead, he described the incident as a family dispute that had escalated. Tsukachi's concern deepened as All Might revealed that Izuku was missing. In the mountains, Izuku paused to catch his breath, finally reaching the dojo. He reflected on his feelings of inadequacy as a hero. After 3 days at Bang's dojo, he had come to believe that heroes were motivated by money and fame rather than genuine altruism. He felt transformed, determined to reshape the world. Currently, Izuku trained with Bang's disciples, practicing martial poses. With Bang out on hero duties, it was just Izuku and the other disciples. Feeling restless, Izuku declared that he was tired of the training and suggested they have an actual fight. Bang, upon hearing of the situation, could only wonder what had become of Izuku. Izuku had been engaged in hero hunting for a month, honing his skills and preparing for the challenges ahead. The events in his world had unfolded rapidly, with only 7 to 8 months passing since the entrance exam. As he navigated this new path, he focused on his growth and the lessons learned along the way. Though he would miss the USJ arc, he was determined to stay true to his mission and not get involved with the League of Villains just yet. Izuku knew that each day brought new opportunities for improvement, and he was ready to face whatever came next with unwavering resolve. Chapter 5. Hero Hunter. Chapter begins. Bang stood firmly as he watched Izuku leave the dojo, battered and bruised after taking on the other disciples. Upon returning from his hero work, Bang had discovered the chaos Izuku had caused and had expelled him from the dojo. From that day forward, Izuku made his home in a small hut deep within the forest, reminiscent of Garu's hideout. He vowed to hunt down every hero on the planet. Izuku began his relentless pursuit of heroes, targeting figures like Gunhead, Fourth Kind, Death Arms, Majestic, Vampire Driller, Funkman, and a multitude of C-class heroes, including Tank Top Vegetarian and Battery Man. He gained notoriety as the hero hunter, becoming well known among both heroes and villains. Over the course of 2 months, numerous significant events unfolded, including the USJ incident, the sports festival, the Deep Sea King incident, which was handled by an unknown hero, and an alien invasion. One day, while walking along the road near the forest, Izuku encountered a C-class hero. He recognized the hero and felt a thrill of excitement. Mumen Rider introduced himself and inquired about the hunting comment. Izuku grinned, revealing his intentions to become a true monster. As Izuku contemplated his path, a group of muscular men appeared behind him. Among them was Tank Top Vegetarian, who expressed their longing for vengeance. Before he could finish his sentence, Izuku swiftly knocked him out with a single punch, taunting the fallen hero. He then turned his attention to the remaining members of the group, declaring that they would not leave unscathed. Just as he prepared to strike, Izuku was unexpectedly hit and sent crashing several meters away. He looked up to see Tank Top 𝐒𝐻𝐿, an S-class hero, and felt a rush of exhilaration at the challenge. Tank Top 𝐒𝐻𝐿 unleashed a powerful attack, but Izuku managed to regain his footing, surprising everyone with his resilience. The Tank Top army believed Izuku was on the verge of defeat, but Tank Top 𝐒𝐻𝐿 remained skeptical. As Izuku coughed up blood, he saw Tank Top 𝐒𝐻𝐿 preparing to finish him off. Mumen Rider intervened, pleading for mercy and questioning the honor of an S-class hero attacking someone so severely injured. Tank Top 𝐒𝐻𝐿 acknowledged Mumen Rider's words, admitting that he had not trained to fight ordinary people. Izuku, confused by their conversation, was then addressed directly by Tank Top 𝐒𝐻𝐿, who demanded that he promise never to hurt anyone again. Izuku feigned compliance, only to reveal his true intentions to continue his hunt. Tank Top 𝐒𝐻𝐿 prepared for the inevitable confrontation, landing a punch on Izuku's face. However, Izuku countered with a technique he had learned, using the momentum from the punch to deliver a powerful blow back at the hero. He unleashed a flurry of strikes, each one enhanced by a blue water stream, culminating in a devastating attack that sent Tank Top 𝐒𝐻𝐿 crashing into a wall. As Tank Top 𝐒𝐻𝐿 knelt on the ground, bloodied and defeated, Izuku stood over him triumphantly. Tank Top 𝐒𝐻𝐿, still defiant, insisted that he had merely been caught off guard. Izuku mocked him, reveling in the moment of victory and declaring his intent to eradicate the rest of the Tank Top army. When Tank Top 𝐒𝐻𝐿 recognized Izuku as All Might's son, Izuku coldly dismissed the connection. He began to approach the remaining heroes, prompting Mumen Rider to intervene once more. In a swift motion, Izuku overpowered Mumen Rider, leaving him incapacitated on the ground. With a taunting challenge to the rest of the tank top army, Izuku prepared to continue his rampage. As the remaining members rushed at him, he effortlessly dispatched them one by one, utilizing his water-stream rock-smashing fist with precision and power. One of the remaining tank top members attempted to punch Izuku, but the hero hunter dodged, leaping against the wall and striking the tank top member in the head with an elbow. Izuku continued to take down the remaining tank toppers, seemingly enjoying the challenge. He thought to himself that this was a great way to make himself stronger as he began to walk away. The next day, All Might was startled as he received a phone call. He jumped up from his chair, expressing his surprise. He asked if they were sure it was Izuku. The voice on the other end confirmed it without a doubt, adding that it was partly All Might's fault for the situation. They mentioned having asked Bang and Bomb to help find Izuku and reason with him. It was noted that this wasn't the first time he had targeted low-ranking heroes, but now he was going after pro heroes, and with tank top MSTR involved, he would attract public attention. This was troubling news, as Izuku might expose All Might for what he had done to him. All Might resolved to figure things out later and requested to be informed if they found Izuku. Gran Torino warned him that Izuku wouldn't forgive him if he discovered that All Might had given one for all to Izumi instead of him. Since Izumi already had a quirk while Izuku did not, it would raise questions about All Might's decision, though Gran Torino respected it. Meanwhile, Kirishima asked if everyone had seen the news. Kaminari confirmed that the hero hunter had fought tank top MSTR. Siro was baffled, while Mineta expressed disbelief, noting that tank top MSTR was an S-class hero. Tsuyu explained that the entire tank top army had quit the Hero Association after being defeated by Izuku. Ida tried to reassure his classmates, but Bakugo interrupted, telling him to be quiet. Ida was shocked by Bakugo's harsh words, sounding almost like a character from a video game. Bakugo reflected on how it was his fault that Izuku had become a villain. Izumi urged everyone to calm down, insisting that it was just one person and that the other heroes would surely defeat him. Uraraka expressed her disappointment, questioning why Izuku acted this way. Suddenly, Aizawa entered the classroom and instructed everyone to put on their PE uniforms for training. The class responded in unison. Meanwhile, in another location, a discussion was taking place about whether to recruit Izuku. Shigaraki suggested waiting for the right moment, and Kurojiiri agreed, indicating that patience was necessary. Stitch warned that the hero hunter was dangerous, having already taken out tank top MSTR. Busho noted that the hero hunter was not the only threat, as monster appearances had increased over the past 2 months. Jinzurn pointed out that many heroes were out of commission and had quit the association, emphasizing the need to deal with Izuku. Stitch proposed asking a stronger S-class hero to confront the hero hunter, while Busho suggested they try that approach. The current threat level was assessed to be at maximum, giving them some time to prepare. In the news, a breaking report stated that the mysterious hero hunter had taken down another hero, tank top MSTR. The tank top army, once a formidable force, had disbanded following their defeat. Many were left wondering who would be the next target of the hero hunter's relentless pursuit. Elsewhere, in a secluded hideout, Izuku smirked as he watched the news report on a small TV screen. He thought to himself that soon he would dismantle this society, focusing on Toshinori Yagi. Chapter 6, Hero Hunter. Chapter begins. It had been a day since Izuku's encounter with the tank top army. He was walking through a quiet area of town when he noticed a child sitting on a park bench, engrossed in a book. In an instant, Izuku found himself beside the child. He greeted the boy, who looked up in surprise. Izuku commented on the interesting book the boy was reading, and the child responded shyly. The boy introduced himself as Koda, and after a few minutes of conversation he began to warm up to Izuku. Koda excitedly shared his admiration for the S-class hero, King, and the number 3 hero, Hawks, mentioning that Hawks sometimes patrolled his neighborhood. He even showed Izuku an autograph he had received. Izuku expressed his envy and asked if Koda could introduce him to Hawks someday. Koda teased Izuku about being a hero fan, to which Izuku modestly acknowledged. Curious, Koda asked if Izuku was a hero too. After a brief pause, Izuku hesitated before responding affirmatively. They sat together on the bench while Koda flipped through the pages of his book. Izuku was captivated by the monsters depicted in the story, finding them thrilling, while Koda found them frightening. Izuku insisted that the scary aspects made them cooler, and Koda remarked on Izuku's unusual tastes. Izuku expressed his wish to be part of the book's world, but Koda revealed his complicated feelings about heroes, sharing a painful memory of losing his parents during a villain attack, both of whom were heroes. Izuku offered his condolences and encouraged Koda for his feelings about heroes. Koda bluntly remarked on Izuku's personality, prompting Izuku to announce his departure to patrol the area. As he walked away, Koda wished him well but continued to call him 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐬𝐸, which Izuku found annoying. A few moments later, Izuku reflected on the infamous hero killer, 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐬𝐸, who had been targeting heroes recently. He decided to pay 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐬𝐸 a visit, noting that he hunted heroes in Hosu, a 30-minute train ride away. After a long journey, Izuku arrived in Hosu City, only to witness a Nomu attacking a nearby train. To his shock, he recognized some familiar faces inside the train, including Gran Torino and Izumi, along with two other heroes. Izuku wondered what was happening as Izumi shouted the name of the creature attacking them. Gran Torino instructed Izumi to stay back while he and the other heroes engaged the Nomu. As the chaos unfolded, Izumi took charge, determined to find Gran Torino and the others. She leaped into action, recalling her training. Meanwhile, the Nomu began to recover and threatened nearby civilians. Bam used his whirlwind iron cutting fist to destabilize the creature, allowing Bang to land several rapid strikes. Just as the Nomu prepared to retaliate, Gran Torino kicked it away, expressing his excitement for the fight. Suddenly, Endeavor appeared, engulfing the Nomu in flames, declaring that he had come to deal with the situation. Civilians marveled at the presence of the number 2 hero, while Endeavor confidently asserted his role as a hero. Elsewhere, Izumi found herself in a fiery street, where 2 Nomus were battling Manuel and his team. She was anxious to find Lita, who was in danger. Meanwhile, Shigaraki and Kurogiri observed the chaos from a rooftop, with Shigaraki reveling in the destruction and plotting his next move. Izuku, determined to confront the hero killer, navigated through the chaos of the streets. He felt a surge of adrenaline as he prepared to face 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐬𝐸𝐸. Meanwhile, Lita struggled to move, and Izumi felt a sense of dread as they faced their impending doom. 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐬𝐸, liking his sword, taunted the heroes, declaring their weakness. Just then, Izuku stepped into the alleyway, a confident smirk on his face. The air crackled with tension as he and 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐬𝐸 locked eyes. 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐬𝐸 demanded to know who Izuku was, and Izuku introduced himself with a smirk, hinting at their impending clash. Izumi, recognizing her brother, felt a mix of disbelief and concern as she called out to him, but Izuku remained focused on 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐬𝐸, ready for the confrontation. Izuku faced 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐬𝐸, determination etched on his features. He declared that he was there to put an end to 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐬𝐸's reign of terror. 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐬𝐸, unfazed, acknowledged the challenge with a smirk, ready to teach Izuku a lesson. As they prepared to fight, Izuku cracked his knuckles, his eyes shining with anticipation. 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐬𝐸 lunged forward with a burst of speed, aiming to catch Izuku off guard with his blades. However, Izuku dodged effortlessly, retaliating with a series of precise punches. 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐬𝐸 managed to evade some of the strikes, but he soon found himself on the defensive as Izuku's relentless assault continued. With a swift counter, 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐬𝐸 slashed at Izuku, leaving shallow cuts, but Izuku merely smirked, showing no signs of distress. With 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐬𝐸's blade broken, Izuku seized the moment to press his advantage. His punches landed with intensity, fueled by his eagerness to fight. 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐬𝐸, caught off guard by Izuku's sudden surge of power, struggled to keep up. Despite his combat skills, he was forced to evade the onslaught. Izuku taunted 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐬𝐸, asserting that he was not the only one with tricks. 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐬𝐸, dismissive, threw a dagger at Izuku, who skillfully redirected it. Izuku proclaimed that he was not a villain but a monster, distinguishing himself from others. 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐬𝐸 scoffed at this declaration, mocking Izuku's conviction. As the battle intensified, 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐬𝐸 unleashed a flurry of swings, causing destruction around them. Izuku leaped to avoid the strikes, but Stain attempted to stab him. In a sudden twist, Izuku absorbed the blow, allowing Stain's sword to become lodged in his hand. This tactic brought Stain close enough for Izuku to deliver a powerful punch, knocking him out. Izuku, standing over the defeated Stain, remarked that the tables had turned, asserting his superiority. He then noticed Izumi and 2 others were now free. As Izumi called out to him, Izuku walked away, prompting Shoto to question what had happened to him. Izuku turned back, pointing to Izumi and suggesting she should ask her. Izumi pleaded with Izuku to return home, offering to drop the charges against him and help with his struggles. Izuku laughed, dismissing her words. She warned him not to get too confident, but he insisted he would only grow stronger. The sound of sirens echoed in the distance as Izuku vanished. Lita remarked on Izuku's victory, while Shoto noted the change in him since their last encounter. Izumi promised to explain later, and they decided to contact Endeavor and the other pro-heroes. They reported everything that had transpired, including Izuku's confrontation with Stain. Later, in the hospital, they were met by Gran Torino, Bang, Bomb, Manuel, and Police Chief Kenji Tsuragami. An argument broke out between Shoto and the chief regarding the students' use of their quirks against Stain. However, Chief Tsuragami chose to pardon them for their actions, acknowledging their role in stopping Stain. The incident had attracted media attention, and footage of the confrontation circulated online, linking Stain to the League of Villains. As Stain's story spread, he became a media icon, inspiring a new wave of villains drawn to his ideology. Meanwhile, at All Might's home, he expressed his determination to stop Izuku, even considering begging him to change. Inko comforted him, tears in her eyes as they watched the news. The report revealed that the hero killer Stain had been defeated by the hero hunter in Hosu City, raising questions about Izuku's identity and backstory. Meanwhile, Izuku stood alone, declaring that his next target was already in his sights as he punched a wall adorned with the hero's picture. Chapter 7. Hero hunter Izuku stood before Izumi, who looked at him with fear in her eyes. He appeared different, his outline resembling her brother, but his essence was transformed, a featureless void filled with stars, galaxies, and nebulas enveloping him in a dark bluish aura. As she scanned the field, she saw all the heroes lying on the ground, either unconscious or defeated. Turning back to Izuku, she stammered, questioning what had happened to him. Before she could finish her thought, Izuku struck, and everything faded to black. Izumi jolted awake in her bed, screaming, her heart racing as she struggled to catch her breath. The nightmare felt so vivid that she questioned her reality for a moment. She reassured herself that it was just a nightmare, a fleeting terror that she needed to shake off. Morning arrived at UA. In Class 1A, Siro and Kirishima were laughing at Bakugo, teasing him about his hair. They exclaimed in unison, their laughter echoing through the room. Bakugo, visibly annoyed, shouted at them to stop, expressing his frustration over his hair's unruly state. As he fumed, his hair comically returned to its normal style, prompting more laughter from Kirishima. Mina expressed her jealousy over Izumi's encounter with a real villain, while Jiraiya clarified that she had only assisted with evacuations. Tsu shared her experience of training and cleaning the ship deck, mentioning a day when they caught drag smugglers, which excited Mina and Jiraiya. They turned to Uraraka, asking how her week had been. With a dark purple aura surrounding her, she confidently stated that it had been enlightening, showcasing her newfound martial arts skills. Tsu noted that Uraraka had found her fighting spirit, and Jiraiya agreed, speculating about the battle hero's impact on her. Kaminari remarked on the noticeable change in Uraraka after just 1 week. Mineta, however, shifted the mood with his comment about women, which prompted Kaminari to question what had happened to him during his internship. He shared that everyone had loved him there, but then pointed out the significant changes in Lita, Todoroki, and Izumi. Siro and Kirishima acknowledged the danger posed by the hero killer and the hero hunter, expressing relief that their friends had returned safely. Yaoyorozu shared her worries for them, and Sato noted their luck in escaping the hero hunter's grasp. Hagakure found the situation fascinating, while Shoto remained silent, his expression darkened by thoughts of his recent conversation with Izumi. In a flashback at the hospital, Shoto confronted Izumi about Izuku's transformation into the hero hunter. Their childhood friendship had faded due to training and family issues, but the bonds still lingered. Izumi hesitated before revealing the truth about her and Bakugo's bullying of Izuku, intended to protect him from the harsh reality of being quirkless. She explained how his training under Silverfang had changed him and how the bullying had hardened his emotions. As she recounted the events leading to Izuku's fight with All Might and his subsequent departure from home, the weight of her words hung heavy in the air. Shoto and Lida listened in shock, struggling to comprehend the depth of Izumi's actions. Izumi pleaded for their help in bringing Izuku back, acknowledging her mistakes. After a moment of silence, Shoto agreed to assist, but made it clear that their relationship would not extend beyond this mission. Returning to the present, Todoroki reflected on Izuku's strength, while Ojiro brought up the rumors connecting the hero killer and hero hunter to the League of Villains. The thought of their potential involvement in the USJ attack sent chills through the group. Kaminari mentioned the CCTV footage of the hero hunter fighting, sparking a discussion about the villain Stain, whose tenacity intrigued some despite his evil nature. Mineta praised the hero hunter for defeating multiple opponents simultaneously, emphasizing his impressive skills. Mineta was startled, and Kaminari exclaimed in surprise. Mineta apologized to Yagi, while Lida reassured them that it was fine. He acknowledged that the villain they discussed was indeed quite tenacious, and while some might find him cool, his beliefs had led to actions that could not be justified. He glanced at Izumi, who looked disappointed, and declared his promise to strive to be a perfect hero to prevent anyone else from suffering as he had. With his usual enthusiasm returning, he announced that class was about to begin and urged everyone to take their seats, muttering under his breath. Tokoyami noted Lida's return, a sweat drop forming on his forehead, while Jairu remarked that it was Lida's fault for bringing up strange topics. Kaminari apologized and vowed to keep quiet, and Mineta echoed his sentiment. Meanwhile, Izuku woke up on a pile of white trash bags, confused about how he ended up there. He rubbed his neck, trying to piece together the events of the previous night, which felt hazy. Suddenly, a bald man in an épée hoodie appeared, expressing relief at finding Izuku. Izuku wondered if the man was a hero or just someone trying to make a name for himself. In an attempt to silence the bald man, Izuku struck at him, but to his shock, the attack had no effect. The bald man questioned Izuku's intentions and retaliated with a powerful chop, knocking Izuku unconscious. As Izuku fell, the bald man resumed his shopping. Presently, Narinki expressed his reliance on Metal Bat for protection during a critical assignment. Metal Bat questioned the nature of the assignment, while an executive explained that even association executives were now targets. 𝗬𝐬𝐴NMA excitedly pointed out a plate of pudding, and Narinki commented on the experience of trying inferior cuisine. Metal Bat felt frustrated by the situation, especially after receiving a call from his sister, who nagged him about shopping. He reluctantly agreed to take her another time, feeling that he was the one who should be upset. Suddenly, two monsters erupted from the ground, prompting Metal Bat to rush toward the main dining room, wondering if one of them was the hero hunter. 𝗬𝐬𝐴NMA called out to his father, and Metal Bat assured him that the creature was not the one they feared. As chaos ensued, Metal Bat declared that no one was leaving without paying their bills. Meanwhile, Koda pointed out a hero known as Watchdog Man, who Izuku dismissed as just a man in a dog suit. Koda explained that Watchdog Man kept watch over Kamino City. Just then, an emergency siren blared, warning of a monster in the shopping district and urging citizens to evacuate. Izuku instructed Koda to hurry home, and the boy complied, running away. Izuku smirked to himself, formulating a new plan. As 𝗧𝗚𝗧𝗟𝗘 attacked Metal Bat with its tentacles, the hero skillfully deflected the strikes. Senior Centipede followed up with an assault, damaging Metal Bat's clothes. Metal Bat managed to jump back, but Mirko arrived, offering her assistance. Metal Bat, confident in his abilities, insisted he could handle the situation alone, while Mirko dashed off to confront other monsters. The battle continued with Metal Bat facing both 𝗧𝗚𝗧𝗟𝗘 and Senior Centipede. Metal Bat questioned their motives, wondering what value Narinki and 𝗬𝐬𝐴NMA held for them. 𝗧𝗚𝗧𝗟𝗘 responded with a challenge, suggesting that defeating them would earn Metal Bat answers. As the fight progressed, Metal Bat struggled against 𝗧𝗚𝗧𝗟𝗘's sedative effects, but in a surprising turn, he struck himself in the head, clearing his mind. With renewed strength, he retaliated against 𝗧𝗓𝗧𝗟𝗘, severing one of its legs. Metal Bat declared that he could withstand almost anything when his fighting spirit was ignited, walking towards the monsters with determination. But Metal Bat, being nice, decided to let the two off easy. With a confident grin, he declared that they would each receive one swing. He swiftly defeated both 𝗧𝗚𝗧𝗟𝗘 and 𝗧𝗓𝗧𝗟𝗘 with single, powerful swings. The force of his strike against 𝗧𝗓𝗧𝗟𝗘 was so immense that it caused a loud crack, and the creature was sent flying apart in a chaotic explosion of green and blue, marking Metal Bat as the victor. He paused, realizing he had forgotten to find out what they were after. It seemed the Nimrods were unharmed. Suddenly, two heroes, Mandalay and Pixie Bob, arrived to assist Metal Bat. They announced their intention to fight the monsters alongside him. However, Metal Bat informed them that they had missed the main event and that 𝗏𝗏𝗏 was somewhere nearby. Meanwhile, 𝗏𝗏𝗏 delivered a decisive kick to the last monster, sending green blood splattering everywhere. She had taken down 33 monsters in just a few blocks while Metal Bat was engaged in his fight. After catching her breath, she wondered if any foes remained. As she turned around, she noticed a man with white spiky hair approaching her, a smirk on his face. 𝗏𝗏𝗏 asked if he needed something. The man responded with a devilish grin, revealing himself as Izuku Yagi, the infamous hero hunter. 𝗏𝗏𝗏's eyes widened in recognition, and she tensed, preparing for a confrontation. She recalled All Might's warnings about him and questioned why the son of the #1 hero would take on such a dark role. Izuku dismissed her concerns, and 𝗏𝗏𝗏 warned him that if he sought trouble, he had come to the right place. She was determined not to go down without a fight. Izuku's grin widened as he cracked his knuckles, eager for the challenge. The two engaged in a fierce battle, exchanging blows with incredible speed and precision. 𝗏𝗏𝗏's agility and ferocity matched Izuku's raw power and calculated strikes. Despite her best efforts, Izuku seemed to anticipate her every move, dodging her attacks and countering with powerful strikes. His unconventional fighting style caught 𝗏𝗏𝗏 off guard multiple times. 𝗏𝗏𝗏 acknowledged Izuku's skill but declared that she would not allow him to harm anyone else. With a swift motion, she launched herself into the air, aiming a powerful kick at his head. However, Izuku anticipated her move, grabbing her leg midair and swinging her around before slamming her into the ground with tremendous force. 𝗏𝗏𝗏 grunted in pain but remained determined, insisting that she was still ready to fight. The clash between them intensified, their movements becoming faster and more ferocious. The ground trembled beneath them, cracks forming as a testament to their power. Izuku's movements flowed like a blue water stream. He taunted her, claiming she would be his 69th hunted hero. 𝗏𝗏𝗏 felt a rush of embarrassment but continued to fight fiercely. She gritted her teeth, channeling her frustration into a barrage of punches aimed at Izuku's chest. With a fierce roar, she surged forward, unleashing a flurry of strikes with incredible precision. Caught off guard by her sudden burst of energy, Izuku found himself on the defensive, struggling to evade her relentless assault. 𝗏𝗏𝗏's blows began to land with increasing accuracy, pushing him back. She declared that he might be fast, but he couldn't keep up with her. Izuku's confidence faltered as he struggled to match her intensity. 𝗏𝗏𝗏 proclaimed it was over for him, delivering a powerful kick that sent him crashing to the ground, the impact sending shockwaves through the air. Seizing the moment, she closed the distance and delivered a series of lightning-fast strikes that left him reeling. As he staggered back, Izuku raised his head, revealing his trademark grin. He challenged her, expecting more from the #7 hero. 𝗏𝗏𝗏 spun around, aiming a powerful roundhouse kick at his head, but he ducked under her attack and countered with a swift uppercut to her jaw. The impact blurred 𝗏𝗏𝗏's vision, sending her staggering backward. A sharp pain shot through her jaw as darkness began to close in around her, and she collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. Izuku stood over her, his grin widening into a triumphant smirk, declaring that the bunny was all tuckered out and that she had almost had him. He then prepared to turn his attention to Metal Bat. Suddenly, the ground shook violently, and a massive centipede monster, much larger than Senior Centipede, erupted from the earth, signaling the arrival of the Elder Centipede. In the UA locker rooms, 𝐒𝐮𝐬 expressed his concern about the news, alerting his friends to a dragon-level monster attacking Nagano City. Kirishima and Leto were taken aback, eager to know what was happening. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 informed them that Metal Bat and 𝗏𝗏 were on the scene. Meanwhile, chaos erupted outside as the crowd screamed and fled toward the city's exit. Metal Bat was engaged in battle with Elder Centipede, while 𝗏𝗏 lay unconscious from her fight with Izuku. A woman cried out in panic about the hero's whereabouts, and a man confirmed 𝗏𝗏's condition, urging everyone to escape. Izuku, however, moved against the tide of fleeing civilians, contemplating the excitement surrounding the dragon threat. He wondered if Metal Bat would still be standing when he found him. Suddenly, a figure was hurled toward him. It was Metal Bat, who brushed past Izuku to continue his fight. Metal Bat sighed, ready to rejoin the battle. Izuku, surprised but quickly regaining his composure, remarked on Metal Bat's survival, declaring that he was now hunting him. Metal Bat dismissed Izuku's bravado, pointing out the giant centipede they faced. Before he could finish, Izuku attacked, prompting Metal Bat to defend himself, signaling the start of their confrontation. Metal Bat recognized Izuku as the self-proclaimed hero hunter, while Izuku confidently stated that the monster wouldn't fall to Metal Bat. Metal Bat acknowledged Izuku's earlier victory over 𝗏𝗏 but insisted he was too busy to deal with him right now. Meanwhile, Mandalay and Pixie Bob were cornered, realizing they needed to act quickly to survive. Endeavor arrived, launching fireballs at the Elder Centipede, but the creature remained unharmed, much to Endeavor's frustration. Mandalay hoped Kodo was safe, while Pixie Bob reassured her that he likely was. After a tense escape, they found safety after a long run. Back in the battle, Izuku struck Metal Bat with a powerful punch, sending him flying. Izuku noted that Metal Bat seemed worn down, questioning how he was still standing. In a fit of anger, Metal Bat attempted to slam Izuku with his bat, but Izuku dodged and countered with a punch. Metal Bat managed to stabilize himself, but Izuku taunted him about his injuries. Metal Bat swung his bat, but Izuku evaded the attack. The force of Metal Bat's strike shattered the ground and nearby structures, showcasing his power. Izuku utilized his water stream rock smashing fist technique, landing multiple hits on Metal Bat. Yet, Metal Bat pushed through the pain, fueled by his fighting spirit, eager to finish his battle with Izuku before returning to the centipede. Izuku was intrigued by Metal Bat's resilience and decided to toy with him for a while. He threw a manhole cover, which Metal Bat deflected back at him. Izuku dodged and unleashed a flurry of blows, taunting Metal Bat about his strategy. Metal Bat declared his determination to win, preparing to unleash one of his signature moves. As Metal Bat spun rapidly, Izuku laughed, confident he could counter every attack. He expertly intercepted the swings and landed a decisive blow to Metal Bat's chest, causing him to cough and stumble back. This time, Metal Bat did not rise, leading Izuku to believe he had emerged victorious. Reflecting on the encounters, Izuku noted that while Tank Top MSTR and Metal Bat were strong, they lacked the martial arts skills that made 𝗏𝗏 a worthy opponent. As he raised his hands, he noticed them trembling, realizing the toll the battle had taken on him. Did his attacks pack more of a punch than Izuku thought? Izuku, with a cocky laugh, considered that he might have been in trouble if Metal Bat had managed to land a hit on him. Metal Bat quickly got up, preparing to swing his bat at Izuku while he was unprepared. Just before the bat could make contact with Izuku's head, a voice called out to Metal Bat. It was Zenko, Metal Bat's little sister. She asked what he was doing and who Izuku was, causing Izuku to wonder if she was really his little sister. Metal Bat, frustrated, urged Zenko to stay back, but before he could finish his sentence, Izuku struck Metal Bat across the face with his left fist, sending him back to the ground. Zenko cried out for her brother, and Izuku declared that he had missed the perfect opportunity and would finish Metal Bat off for good, cracking his knuckles in preparation. However, Zenko intervened, defending her brother with a serious expression, stating that Metal Bat had promised her he would never fight in front of her, insisting that the fight was over. Izuku stood up and questioned why he should follow her family rules. Zenko insisted once more that there would be no more fighting. The tension in the air grew thick as Izuku paused, scratching the back of his head, and then suddenly remembered he had something to do. He claimed he didn't have time to waste on them. Metal Bat protested that Izuku was the one who attacked him, to which Izuku replied that he guessed Metal Bat would live a little longer. Metal Bat was taken aback, while Zenko urged her brother to hurry home, mentioning a giant monster. Realizing the danger, Metal Bat began to walk away, but Zenko clung to his leg, trying to pull him back, expressing her concern for his safety. In a moment of frustration, she lightly slapped him on the head, a gesture that surprisingly caused him to collapse from his wounds and dwindling fighting spirit. Zenko called out to him, confused. Meanwhile, Izuku walked down the road, unaware that two monsters were watching him from the rooftop of a nearby building. The 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐽𝐵 man remarked that Izuku was not bad for a human, while the sludge villain criticized him for not finishing off Metal Bat. The 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐽𝐵 man, however, saw potential in Izuku and decided to approach him. The sludge villain, having slipped out from the sewer, spotted Zenko and thought that more hostages would be advantageous. Izuku, sensing the sludge villain's presence, swiftly dealt with him, eliminating the threat with a decisive blow. The 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐽𝐵 man, surprised to see the sludge villain defeated, landed behind Izuku and attempted to engage him. Izuku smirked, realizing he was outnumbered. The 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐽𝐵 man insisted they were not enemies and presented a card, claiming it would interest Izuku. Upon seeing the card for the Monster Association, Izuku dismissed it, ripping it up and throwing it to the ground. The 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐽𝐵 man chuckled and took to the sky, stating they would meet again as long as Izuku continued hunting heroes. The sludge villain, retreating into the sewer, vowed to return. Izuku, feeling disgusted, walked away, unaware that someone with green hair was observing him from a distance. Tatsumaki sighed in disappointment, questioning what had happened to Izuku. Meanwhile, 𝐬𝐻 expressed excitement at the prospect of capturing more heroes to enslave. As she prepared to strike, her WHP was suddenly halted midair. Fubuki, confronting her, remarked that defeating 𝐬𝐻 would free the minds of her captives. 𝐬𝐻, playfully taunting, indicated her longing to prolong the fight. After a lengthy battle, Fubuki found herself at a disadvantage until Tatsumaki arrived, swiftly turning the tide and forcing 𝐬𝐻 to retreat. Tatsumaki checked on Fubuki, who expressed gratitude for the backup. Tatsumaki revealed that she had seen Izuku, who was now known as the Hero Hunter. She described his ruthless behavior during a fight with Metal Bat and Mirko, prompting concern from Fubuki, who questioned why Tatsumaki hadn't intervened. Tatsumaki defended her choice, stating that Izuku was their nephew, and they couldn't just kill him. Fubuki sighed, uncertain of their next steps. Tatsumaki suggested they first confront Inko and figure out what had happened before making any decisions. Fubuki agreed and they set off. Meanwhile, Gran Torino reflected on Izuku, expressing sorrow over the situation. Bang acknowledged that it wasn't Izuku's fault for becoming this way, while Bomb checked on Bang, who was visibly upset. Gran Torino reminisced about the bond he had with Izuku and his sibling, noting how much it hurt to see them leave. Bang shared his feelings of being a father figure to Izuku, lamenting the pain of witnessing his rampage. Bomb urged them to save their discussions for later and to continue their search. Gran Torino, with a smirk, reminded Bomb that he was older than them, and they all agreed to move forward. After a long day of monster raids throughout Japan, the chaos subsided as the monsters retreated to their lair. The news reported on the significant losses heroes faced during the attacks. Meanwhile, the teachers of UA gathered in a meeting room, discussing the connections between the hero killer stain, the Monster Association, and the League of Villains. Nizu warned that criminals and monsters would likely become bolder, while Snipe emphasized the need for the school to prepare for the impending threats. If the battles against villains and monsters were to continue, then training students against robots didn't seem practical. Aizawa reminded everyone not to forget about the Hero Hunter, who posed a significant threat. Midnight shared that not much was known about him, but he had hunted down 70 heroes in the past 2 months, including 2 S-class heroes and 15 pro heroes. Many of those heroes had either quit or were incapacitated for several months. 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐬𝐚𝐫𝐲 expressed concern that the hero hunter might target the students, questioning whether any plans were in place to address this issue. 13 suggested that uncovering the hero hunter's true identity could be a good starting point. Present Mike proposed taking the students to the forest camp for real combat training, ensuring they would be prepared for any situation. He also mentioned bringing additional staff to prevent a repeat of the incident at USJ. Nizu confirmed that he had similar plans and decided that after the students completed their exams, both Class 1A and Class 1B would head to the forest camp. He also mentioned that he had contacted the Wild Pussycats to assist with training. With that, everyone else left the room, and Aizawa headed to his office to look for something. In his office, Aizawa searched through a stack of folders, muttering to himself about the file he needed. Finally, he found it and examined the list of names from the entrance exam. He searched for the green-haired student who had achieved an impressive score. As he reviewed the document, he discovered the registration details for Izuku Yagi. Aizawa noted that Izuku was All Might's son and the brother of Izumi Yagi, realizing they were twins. He pondered how Izuku was not enrolled at UA, feeling that something was amiss. Chapter 9, Forest Training Camp Arc. The chapter begins with Tatsumaki expressing her outrage, questioning Toshinori about his actions. He admitted that it was a mistake but felt he had no other choice. Fubuki, filled with anger, confronted him about crushing someone's dreams. Tatsumaki's voice rose as she blamed him for turning the individual into a wanted criminal. Izumi, with tears in her eyes, pleaded with Tatsumaki for help in bringing him back. Tatsumaki, filled with sorrow, reminded Izumi that she knew it was a bad idea and questioned why she didn't stop her father. Izumi explained that she wanted to keep Izuku safe and never wished for things to turn out this way. Fubuki pointed out the reality of the situation, emphasizing that it had already happened. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door, and Inko rushed to open it, hopeful for news. Bomb entered, expressing disappointment that they had found no trace of him. Grand Torino echoed that sentiment, and Inko invited them inside, sensing their disappointment. Bang's emotions were a mix of anger, sadness, and exhaustion. Upon seeing All Might, he erupted in fury, blaming him for the situation. Bomb tried to calm him down, but Bang insisted on confronting All Might, attempting to strike him. Grand Torino and Bomb restrained him, urging him to calm down. Bang eventually sat down, still glaring at All Might. Fubuki urged him to find peace for the day, reminding everyone of their shared struggles. Tatsumaki agreed that they should search for Izuku the following day. Inko thanked Grand Torino for his help, while Izumi expressed guilt over the situation. Inko reassured her daughter that it wasn't her fault, and Fubuki echoed that sentiment, placing the blame on Izumi's father. Toshinori remained silent, absorbing the weight of the conversation. Grand Torino emphasized the need to focus on finding Izuku before things escalated further. Tatsumaki warned that some heroes were already aware of the hero hunter's identity. Meanwhile, Izuku, uninterested in the conversation, attempted to walk away from Shigaraki and Kurogiri. Shigaraki tried to persuade him, but Izuku remained defiant. Kurogiri urged him to meet their boss, offering a chance to reshape the world according to his ideals. Despite his initial revulsion at the idea of joining villains, the promise of power intrigued Izuku. He eventually agreed to meet their boss. Upon arriving at the bar, Izuku was introduced to a group of villains, including Dabi and Toga. Toga expressed her interest in him, but Izuku dismissed her advances. Kurogiri informed him that their MSTR was waiting. As they entered a dark room, a man in a suit introduced himself as All for One. He expressed admiration for Izuku's skills and revealed that he knew his true identity. Izuku, serious and skeptical, questioned All for One's intentions. The villain proposed a plan to attack UA during a school trip and kidnap one of the students, offering Izuku the chance to eliminate All Might in return. After a moment of contemplation, Izuku agreed to the plan, setting a condition that he would be done after it was executed. All for One accepted the deal, allowing Izuku to leave. A week passed, during which the UA students prepared for their final exam, which involved battling their teacher as a duo. The scene shifted to Aizawa's office, where All Might sat nervously. 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐴 revealed he had discovered something concerning while reviewing the entrance exam contestants. He presented a file containing Izuku's details and questioned All Might about his absence. All Might hesitated, trying to deflect the question, but 𝐒𝐮𝐴 pressed on, noting that he had recorded Izuku's acceptance. Realizing the gravity of the situation, 𝐒𝐮𝐴 demanded an explanation. All Might reluctantly admitted that Izuku had become the hero hunter, leaving 𝐒𝐮𝐴 in shock as he processed the information. 𝐒𝐮𝐴 sought clarification on the events that led to Izuku's current status, prompting All Might to recount the story in detail. Because he had failed as both a father and a hero, the figure began to clap sarcastically, mocking the situation. The Father of the Year award seemed to be meant for him. All Might, feeling the weight of the moment, requested 𝐒𝐮𝐴 to keep things quiet, expressing his intention to handle the matter alone. A white dog-like creature interjected, suggesting that he would indeed fix it by himself. All Might recognized 𝐒𝐮𝐴's voice, surprised by his presence. 𝐒𝐮𝐴 pointed out the hypocrisy in All Might's actions, reminding him of the strength he had witnessed and how he had denied his son the chance to become a hero out of fear for his safety. 𝐒𝐮𝐴's tone was cold as he stated that if it weren't for young Izumi Yagi, he would have dismissed All Might immediately. However, since it was All Might's responsibility, he would have to resolve it on his own, with no further discussion. All Might acknowledged this with a resigned acceptance. On the day of the trip, 𝐒𝐮𝐴 addressed the students, announcing the start of their summer vacation after completing their first semester at 𝐒𝐮𝐴. He warned them that the upcoming camp would not be a time for relaxation, but rather an opportunity to push beyond their limits in pursuit of becoming plus ultra. The students responded enthusiastically, ready for the challenge. Uraraka expressed her excitement for the camping trip, sharing her anticipation with Izumi. Izumi agreed, her enthusiasm matching Uraraka's. The trio of Mina, Kaminari, and Uraraka chanted joyfully about the camp. Meanwhile, Monoma made a snide remark about some students from Class 1A taking extra courses, implying they had failed their final exams. He feigned shock, suggesting it must be embarrassing for them, especially since they were expected to outperform his class. Suddenly, Monoma was silenced by a swift chop to the neck, knocking him out. Kendo apologized to the group as she carried his unconscious form toward the bus. Soon, all the students departed for the forest training camp. Chapter 10, Forest Training Camp Arc. Chapter begins. Izumi found herself in a destroyed city, the same one from her dream. Panic surged through her as she looked around and saw her family lying motionless on the ground. Overwhelmed with grief, she rushed toward them, crying out in despair. The scene felt surreal, and a voice interrupted her thoughts, telling her she was late. Wiping her tears, she turned to see Izuku, transformed in a way that filled her with dread. His body shimmered with stars and galaxies, and he spoke with an unsettling confidence, claiming he felt like a god-level threat. Izumi's heart raced as she pleaded with him, but the moment turned dark as he lifted her by the throat. In a moment of horror, she felt a sharp pain in her chest, and just as despair threatened to consume her, she screamed and jolted awake, startling her classmates on the bus. Mina expressed concern, while Kaminari covered his ears, and Kirishima checked on her. Izumi apologized, explaining it was just a strange dream. Uraraka noted how intense it must have been, and Ida reminded everyone that dreams often reflect our fears. Sue mentioned they were almost at their destination. After a few minutes, they disembarked from the bus, with Kaminari expressing relief. Mineta rushed past, desperate for a restroom, while Kirishima commented on the lack of a proper rest area. Jiro wondered about Class B's whereabouts, and 𝐒𝐮𝐴 reminded them that they hadn't stopped just for a break. As Mineta pleaded for a toilet, a black limo nearby opened, revealing Mandalay and Pixie Bob. 𝐒𝐮𝐴 acknowledged them with a sigh, and they introduced themselves with enthusiasm, accompanied by a small child who glared at them. 𝐒𝐮𝐴 explained that these were the pro-heroes they would be working with at the summer training camp. Izumi excitedly shared their history, but Pixie Bob playfully interrupted her, claiming her age was much younger at heart. 𝐒𝐮𝐴 instructed everyone to greet the heroes, and they all responded in unison. Mandalay then revealed that the summer camp was located at the base of the mountain, prompting the students to express their surprise at the distance. Uraraka questioned why they had stopped so far up, and Tsu suggested they both knew the answer. Sato and Shiro exchanged nervous glances, and Kaminari suggested they hurry back to the bus. Mandalay informed them that they had until noon to reach the camp, and Kirishima urged everyone to move quickly. As the students rushed back, Mandalay warned them that those who didn't make it by 12:30 would miss lunch. Aizawa added that the training camp had already begun. Before they could reach the bus, Pixie Bob used her quirk to create a landslide, sending Class 1A tumbling into a dense forest known as the Beast's Forest. Mandalay encouraged them to use their quirks freely for the next 3 hours to navigate through the forest. Izumi expressed her concern about the forest, while Kaminari likened it to a fantasy game. Jairu lamented their tendency to fall for Aizawa's tricks, and Kirishima decided it was time to move on. Mineta, needing to relieve himself, dashed toward the trees. Suddenly, a massive dirt creature emerged from the foliage, growling ominously at him, causing panic among the students. Koda attempted to calm the beast using his quirk, but it seemed unyielding. Just as the creature raised its hand to strike, Izumi intervened, using her telekinesis and One for All to save Mineta. She realized the creature was a manifestation of Pixie Bob's quirk. Meanwhile, Mandalay and Aizawa discussed the rigorous training ahead, emphasizing the need for the students to be prepared for any threats, including a notorious hero hunter targeting high-ranking heroes. Mandalay noticed Aizawa's troubled demeanor and pressed him for more information about the hero hunter. Aizawa revealed that the hunter had a personal connection to one of their students, leaving Mandalay shocked and eager to learn more. The hero hunter was targeting Izuku Yagi, and there was a reason behind it. Mandalay noted that the symbol of peace had not been active lately, and Aizawa solemnly confirmed that the hero hunter was indeed All Might's son. He explained that All Might had been trying to keep his son's identity hidden, but with Izuku Yagi's relentless pursuit, it was only a matter of time before the truth emerged. Mandalay's gaze turned distant as she considered the implications of Izuku targeting his own sister. Aizawa's expression darkened as he acknowledged that there was more to Izuku's motivations than mere villainy. Something had driven him down this path, and until they understood what that was, they would be unable to stop him. Mandalay expressed concern for Izumi, wondering if she was aware of the danger she was in. Aizawa replied that she was not entirely aware. She knew about her brother's activities but did not fully grasp the extent of the threat. Mandalay felt empathy for the girl, caught in the middle of such turmoil. Aizawa agreed that they needed to keep a close watch on her, as the hero hunter would not hesitate to use her as leverage against All Might. With that, Mandalay decided it was time to head toward the facility, calling for Koda to follow. Koda, feeling frustrated, thought about how pointless it all was and questioned the intelligence of those around him, who aspired to be heroes. By 5:20 p.m., Pixie Bob announced that they had finally arrived. Mandalay remarked that it had taken longer than expected, and Class 1A, severely worn out, reached the lodge well past their initial time limit, each one breathing heavily. Shiro complained about the time it took, while Mandalay jokingly explained that their timing was based on how long it would take them. Sato playfully accused her of bragging, and Kirishima lamented about being starving. Pixie Bob praised the students for their performance against her dirt monsters, particularly highlighting Izumi, Bakugo, Todoroki, and Lita for their skills. She expressed her longing to take special care of them, which prompted Aizawa to question if Pixie Bob had always been this way. Mandalay explained that it had gotten worse lately, attributing it to her age. Izumi attempted to inquire about Kota, who was new to the group, but was cut off by Pixie Bob, who advised her to choose her words carefully. Mandalay introduced Kota as her nephew, encouraging him to say hi to everyone since he would be spending the next week with them. Izumi approached Kota to introduce herself, but instead, he unexpectedly punched her, causing her to stumble. Lita rushed to catch her, humorously scolding Kota for his actions. Kota retorted that he had no interest in hanging out with wannabe heroes, labeling them as fakes. Bakugo smirked at Kota's spunk, while Todoroki noted that he resembled a mini version of Bakugo. Bakugo, irritated, warned Todoroki to be quiet. Aizawa then interrupted, instructing everyone to unload their bags from the bus and prepare for dinner, emphasizing that their training would begin in earnest the following day. As they transitioned to the hot spring, 𝐼𝐼𝐻𝐻 expressed his desires in a rather inappropriate manner, prompting Kirishima to question his behavior. Mina and Jiraiya enjoyed the hot spring, while 𝐼𝐻𝐻 continued to make comments that drew disapproval from Lita, who chastised him for his shameful behavior. 𝐼𝐻𝐻, undeterred, declared his intentions to climb the wall separating the genders, but before he could proceed, 𝐒𝐲 appeared and advised him to learn how to be a person first. 𝐒𝐲's slap sent 𝐼𝐻𝐻 tumbling into the hot spring, much to the amusement of the girls. 𝐒𝐲's actions earned him gratitude from the girls, who were laughing and thanking him. However, this caused him to blush and lose his balance, falling into the water. Izumi used her telekinesis to ensure his safe landing, but he fainted from the shock of the fall. 𝐼𝐻𝐻 explained that the rush from the fall likely caused his fainting, and she expressed her gratitude to Izumi for saving him. She had left 𝐒𝐲 to keep watch, aware of one boy's inappropriate tendencies. Izumi reflected on 𝐒𝐲's disdain for heroes, finding it unusual for someone his age to feel that way. 𝐼𝐻𝐻 acknowledged her observation, recognizing the complexity of the situation. Of course, he wasn't alone. Many in their society disapproved of them. If he had experienced a normal childhood, perhaps he would have admired heroes like the others did while growing up. Izumi felt compelled to ask what had happened. Suddenly, the door opened, and Pixie Bob entered. She explained that 𝐒𝐲's parents were heroes who had been killed in action. 𝐼𝐻𝐻 added that it had been a villain 2 years ago when 𝐒𝐲 was still very small. They had died while protecting citizens, a noble end for any hero. However, how could one explain to a child that his parents had died honorable deaths? They had been his entire world, and now, to him, it felt as if they had left him behind while being praised for their sacrifice. 𝐼𝐻𝐻 noted that 𝐒𝐲 didn't seem to like heroes much either. They were heroes, just like his parents had been, but he likely felt trapped, as if he had nowhere else to go. To 𝐒𝐲, heroes didn't make sense. If his parents hadn't been heroes, they would still be alive. 𝐼𝐻𝐻's tone turned sad as the room fell silent. Izumi shared that she also had someone close to her who hated heroes, her brother. 𝐼𝐻𝐻 looked at her with curiosity, prompting Izumi to reveal that her brother, Izuku, had once looked up to heroes just like she had. However, something had changed in him. Now, he was known as the hero hunter. Pixie Bob gently interjected, expressing understanding. Izumi's eyes widened in surprise upon realizing they knew about him. 𝐼𝐻𝐻 confirmed that Eraser had told them a bit, acknowledging how difficult it must be for Izumi to have a brother who had taken such a dark path. Izumi wished she understood why he was doing this, believing that if she did, she could help him. Pixie Bob reassured her, saying she had a good heart and reminded her that everyone makes their own choices. Izumi understood but still held on to hope that there was a way to reach him. 𝐼𝐻𝐻 placed a comforting hand on her shoulder, encouraging her to keep moving forward for both their sakes. Izumi smiled weakly, thanking 𝐼𝐻𝐻 and promising to do her best. Pixie Bob suggested they shift away from heavy topics for the night and get some rest, as tomorrow would be a big day. Izumi nodded and returned to her room, where her thoughts drifted back to her brother and the unsettling dream she had. In her mind, she pondered what that dream meant and why he appeared so different, feeling as if he had transformed into something monstrous. Meanwhile, Izuku was mocking Sonic, teasing him about losing to a bald hero 3 times in a row. Sonic retorted that the man was the strongest hero on the planet. Izuku leaned back in his chair, smirking as he questioned why such a strong hero wasn't more well known. Sonic explained that the hero didn't care for fame or recognition, he simply fought and won. Intrigued, Izuku considered visiting this hero to see what he was truly made of. Sonic advised against it, warning that the hero was not someone to be underestimated. Izuku's eyes sparkled with curiosity and amusement as he declared that he never underestimated anyone but wanted to test his limits. If the hero was as strong as Sonic claimed, it could be enlightening. Sonic sighed, cautioning that it could be Izuku's downfall, but Izuku dismissed the warning, eager to learn more about this hero named 𝐬𝐻𝐻. Meanwhile, All for One, along with Kurohige and a few League members, was at the Monster Association base speaking with a particular pink monster, 𝐻𝗲𝗄𝗃. 𝐻𝗲𝗄𝗃 welcomed All for One, expressing delight at his presence and inquiring about the purpose of his visit. All for One proposed an alliance, suggesting that their objectives aligned in many ways and that together they could achieve far more than they could alone. 𝗧𝗏𝗧𝗏's interest piqued at the notion of an alliance with one of the most feared villains in the world. She asked what they could accomplish together. All for One explained that the hero society had grown complacent, believing themselves invincible. With her monsters and his resources, they could destabilize the entire system, envisioning a world where heroes were no longer DMNT and chaos reigned. 𝗧𝗏𝗧𝗏 considered the proposition thoughtfully, intrigued yet cautious. She asked what All for One expected in return. He simply stated that he needed access to her most powerful monsters to launch coordinated attacks on key targets, breaking the spirit of both the heroes and the public. In return, he would offer his full support and the backing of the League of Villains. Kurohige stepped forward, emphasizing the mutual benefits of the partnership, combining their strength with strategic planning and resources for success. 𝗧𝗏𝗧𝗏 agreed but added a condition. After their operation, All for One would bring the hero hunter to her. All for One turned to see a group of men in suits with bird masks, realizing who was present. He greeted Overhaul, acknowledging the Yakuza's continued existence. Overhaul explained that he had been monitoring the activities of both heroes and villains, revealing that the hero hunter, Izuku Yagi, was of particular interest to him. All for One inquired about Overhaul's intentions. Overhaul expressed a longing to conduct experiments on Izuku. 𝗧𝗏𝗧𝗏 noted the connection to Overhaul's quirk erasing bullets, to which Overhaul responded with a hint of mystery. 𝗧𝗏𝗧𝗏 agreed to allow them to use Izuku but insisted on needing him for her own purposes. All for One assured her that they would honor her request, promising to see each other soon. Training Camp, Day 25:30 a.m. The students of Class 1A stood outside the facility, appearing tired and yawning. Aizawa emerged shortly after, greeting them. He informed the class that today marked the beginning of a training camp aimed at significantly enhancing their strength. The goal was to help each student earn a provisional license, enabling them to confront the lurking dangers in the world. He urged them to proceed with caution and encouraged Bakugo to demonstrate his skills by throwing a baseball. Bakugo inquired if the baseball was part of the test, and Aizawa reminded him of his previous record of 705.2 meters, challenging him to see how much he had improved. The other students expressed excitement about checking their progress, with Zero suggesting that Bakugo might even throw the ball a whole mile now. With determination, Bakugo prepared to throw, unleashing his explosive quirk to propel the ball further. Aizawa announced the distance, 709.6 meters. Zero found it underwhelming, but Aizawa reassured them that despite their short time at UA, they had all improved, primarily in mental and technical skills. He noted that while their quirks hadn't fundamentally strengthened, the training would focus on enhancing their powers, promising a challenging experience. Meanwhile, at the gates of an abandoned warehouse, Toga excitedly announced the arrival of supplies from Tamura, stating there was enough for everyone. Muscular was eager to get started, while Mustard reminded them to avoid drawing attention. Dabi reflected on Tamura's transformation into a leader, expressing their intent to bring down the so-called heroes and create a new future. Izuku, leaning casually against the wall, mocked their ambitions, prompting a hostile reaction from Muscular. Izuku confidently asserted his capabilities, warning them not to underestimate him. Toga playfully twirled a knife, suggesting they were all on the same side. Back at the training camp, Mike observed the students as they engaged in various exercises to enhance their quirks. Bakugo was immersing his hands in hot water to expand his sweat glands, creating chain explosions to amplify his attacks. Shoto Todoroki was alternating between ice and fire to regulate the water's temperature, working on controlling both elements. Hantashiro was continuously producing tape to improve its strength and speed. Eijiro Kirishima and Masahiro Ojiro were enhancing their quirks through mutual training, while Denki Kaminari was learning to handle larger amounts of electricity by connecting to a high-capacity battery. Koji Koda was practicing vocal exercises to extend the range of his Ani voice, and Yuga Aoyama was building up his body by using his naval laser. 𝐒𝐮𝐦𝐬𝐚𝐫𝐲 Tokoyami aimed to maintain control over Dark Shadow, while 𝐒𝐻𝐼KO Uraraka was acclimating her body to zero gravity to reduce nausea and increase her lifting capacity. Tenya Lita was focused on long-distance running to boost his leg strength and stamina. Tsuyu Azui was working on her overall muscle strength, including her tongue, and Rikido Sato was lifting weights while consuming sugar to enhance his quirk. Momo Yaoyorozu was also eating to amplify her creation quirk, and Kyokujiro was honing her audio quality through her headphone. Mina Ishido was continuously generating acid to fortify her skin's durability, and Minoru Mineta was strengthening his scalp to prevent injury while using his quirk. Mike paused to assess the students' progress and noted the importance of pushing their limits. Aizawa emphasized the urgency of their training, stating that they had much to accomplish. Kendo pointed out that teaming up with Class B would bring a total of 40 students, presenting a challenge for their teachers. Aizawa confirmed that they had called in additional support. The wild pussycats arrived, introducing themselves with enthusiasm. Ragdoll explained her quirk, which allowed her to gather information about others, while Pixie Bob mentioned her ability to create ideal training environments. Mandalay offered telepathic advice, and Tiger declared his intent to challenge the students physically. Rin expressed curiosity about Tiger, who announced that it was time for the students with strength quirks to begin their training. Class A was already sweating, and they needed to catch up quickly. Vlad King explained that there was a lot happening at UA, making it difficult to spare much staff for the hero course first years. Aizawa noted that based on their experience and range of powers, these four were the most logical choice to help enhance their quirks in a short amount of time. Vlad King encouraged them not to fall behind Class A and to make him proud. The students responded with determination. After a few hours of training, Izumi collapsed onto the grass, feeling exhausted and out of breath. She reflected on her quirk, feeling unworthy of the power her father had given her. She believed it should have belonged to Izuku. Gran Torino had taught her how to use it without harming herself. All Might's voice echoed in her mind, reminding her that she was overflowing with energy and that with training her body would adapt. Izumi was determined to make this power her own and vowed to save Izuku from anything and anyone. An hour later, Pixie Bob reminded the students that they were no longer going to serve them food. Ragdoll added that if they wanted to eat, they would have to prepare their own meals, starting with curry. The tired students acknowledged her command. Ragdoll laughed, noting how exhausted they looked, but insisted they couldn't slack off. Lita realized that an important part of helping someone recover from a disaster was meeting their physical needs as well as their emotional ones. He saw this as a great opportunity to create the most delicious curry possible. As they began cooking, Ishido called out to Todoroki for some fire. Siro suggested Bakugo use his explosions to ignite the stove, which Bakugo did, but he accidentally caused a small explosion that damaged the furnace. Yaoyorozu reminded them that relying on others wouldn't help them learn new skills, so she created a lighter to start a fire. Todoroki offered his assistance by conjuring a small flame to light the furnace. Ishido and the others expressed their gratitude for his help. After an hour of cooking, they finished preparing the food and set the table. Kirishima joked about sending the dish back if it were served in a restaurant, but he was determined to eat every bite. Siro, with his mouth full, urged him not to say that. Ishido noticed Yaoyorozu eating quickly and asked about her quirk. Yaoyorozu explained that her quirk transformed lipids into new atoms to create inorganic materials, meaning the more she ate, the more she could produce. Siro made a comment that embarrassed Momo, leading Jairu to punch him and demand an apology. Meanwhile, Koda observed the group from a distance, feeling disdain for them. He still admired heroes, but not the ones he saw as worthy or cool. He walked away just as Mandalay called for him to come to dinner. Izumi noticed him heading into the woods and borrowed some food from Mandalay to follow him. She found Koda in his secret hideout, a cave on a cliff, and offered him a plate of curry, noting that she heard his stomach growling. Koda reacted angrily, questioning how she found his hideout. Izumi explained that she followed his footsteps, thinking he might want dinner before it got cold. He dismissed her, insisting he was fine and told her to leave. Izumi, undeterred, asked about his parents, wondering if they were the water hose heroes. When Kota realized Mandalay had told her, he became defensive, expressing his frustration with heroes and their focus on quirks. He believed that if they hadn't been showing off, his parents would still be alive. Izumi understood that Kota's anger was directed not just at heroes but at quirks in general. She tried to connect with him by sharing her own family story, mentioning her brother who had not inherited any abilities. She explained how he had admired heroes and wished to be one, despite the odds against him. Kota, still angry, demanded she leave him alone. Izumi apologized for rambling and left the curry behind as she walked away. In the early hours of the morning, Toga expressed her dissatisfaction with their current situation, wishing things were cuter. Mustard reminded her that they were engineered for the black market and that functionality was more important than appearance. Toga continued to voice her concerns about style. Magna and the others arrived, and Dabi noted that they were still waiting for a few more people to join their group, including someone from the Monster Association. Muscular, filled with energy, urged them to get started, but Dabi insisted they wait. The League of Villains made a mistake by sending a group of random thugs after them at the USJ. It would have been better to use a small group of elites. Izuku couldn't help but burst into laughter, finding the situation amusing. Muscular looked at him with a mix of curiosity and irritation, wondering what was so funny. Izuku, still chuckling, wiped a tear from his eye and remarked that they thought they were tough and elite, but they weren't even a wolf-level threat. Dabi's eyes narrowed, questioning Izuku's confidence. Izuku confidently stated that he had taken down 70 heroes, including 2 S-class heroes and the number 7 hero, Mirko, along with Stain. Toga pouted, saying it wasn't very nice of him. Spinner expressed his annoyance, stating that Izuku was getting on their nerves. Muscular suggested they should start with him and approached Izuku, who stood ready with Sonic, who drew his sword, challenging Muscular to try them. Dabi intervened, urging everyone to calm down and stick to the plan. Izuku, with an annoyed expression, asked Dabi what the plan was. Dabi explained that the first step was to take away their sense of peace and show them that their lives rested in the villain's hands. It was already afternoon, and the students were exhausted from their intense training. Aizawa encouraged the remedial group to keep pushing forward, using his scarf to lift Kirishima's head to wake him up. Kirishima responded with enthusiasm, while Ashido requested more beauty rest. Kaminari and Siro lamented the late-night lessons that had gone on until 2 in the morning and resumed at 7. Aizawa reminded them that the training was tough for a reason. They weren't just improving their quirks but also overcoming their weaknesses. He urged them to think about why they were more tired than others before complaining, emphasizing that they had much to improve. Aizawa then addressed Uraraka and Aoyama, stating that while their team hadn't failed, they had come very close. Uraraka was shocked to hear how close they had come, while Aoyama expressed his surprise. Aizawa warned them not to lose focus, reminding them that they could all move faster and to remember where they started from. He urged them to keep in mind why they were sweating and why their limits were being tested, as that was the essence of improvement. Izumi paused her training and approached Aizawa, reminding him that it was the 3rd day of camp. Aizawa told her to stay focused, and she inquired about whether All Might and the other teachers from UA would be joining them. Aizawa explained that to keep their location a secret from the villains, very few people knew where they were. Ragdoll, yelling from the top of a cliff, added that they would be working out with the 4 pussycats. Aizawa then expressed his concern that All Might was a target for the League, and for their safety, he couldn't be there. Izumi realized that meant her father wouldn't be there to help her. Pixie Bob excitedly announced that they would be having a test of courage that night, encouraging the students to do their best. Kendo and Jairu expressed their feelings about the event, while Monoma showed enthusiasm for the competition. Later that evening, after finishing their training, the students began preparing food for the night. Bakugo was surprisingly skilled at cutting carrots, leaving some students in shock. Uraraka commented on his knife skills, to which Bakugo angrily retorted, questioning how they could be so bad at everything. Kaminari noted that Bakugo wasn't causing explosions for once, while Kirishima admitted he was too tired for the banter. Izumi approached the furnace area to place some dishes down. Shoto asked her if she needed her father for a specific reason, recalling her earlier question to Aizawa. Izumi explained that she was concerned about Kota, Mandalay's cousin, who didn't like heroes. She reflected on how her attempts to talk to him may have made things worse and wondered what her father would have done to help. Shoto advised her that actions mattered more than words, suggesting that if she wanted to change Koda's mindset, she needed to show him rather than just talk. Ida interrupted, urging everyone to keep working to make the best stew. After dinner, Pixie Bob announced that they had filled their bellies and cleaned the dishes, and it was time for the test of courage. Ashido excitedly declared it would be awesome, while others cheered that they would win. However, Aizawa interrupted, stating that the remedial class would have lessons with him instead, much to Ashido's dismay. He explained that their daytime training hadn't impressed him, and he would be using this time for lessons, capturing all 5 of them with his scarf as they protested. Pixie Bob explained that Class B would begin as the scares. Once they were positioned, Class A would depart in pairs every 3 minutes. Tags with their names were placed at the far end of the route, and their objective was to collect those tags. Tokoyami added a mysterious phrase about revelry in the dark, leaving Uraraka puzzled about his repeated words. Pixie Bob clarified that the scarers were not permitted to make physical contact with the others. Contact was established, and the instructor encouraged everyone to use their quirks to instill fear in the others. Tiger explained that the winners would be the creative students who could make the most people feel terrified. Jairu expressed her discomfort with the imagery, while Ida recognized the underlying message. He understood that they were being encouraged to unleash their imaginations as they competed, all while discovering new applications for their quirks. As expected from Yue, the challenge was both exciting and educational. Pixie Bob then instructed everyone to draw lots to determine their partners. Izumi realized the situation and expressed concern about being alone in their teams of 2, noting that with 20 participants and 5 in extra lessons, she was left without a partner. As time passed, it was finally their turn. Tsuyu and Achiko walked together through the forest, with Tsuyu feeling quite anxious. Uraraka admitted her fear, mentioning that the distant screams were unsettling. Tsuyu reassured her, emphasizing that they would look out for each other and take it one step at a time. Uraraka nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Hananuki laughed and teased Kodai for managing to frighten everyone, calling him a big creeper. Kendo joined in, playfully declaring him the star of the night. Hananuki continued to chuckle as he recalled how amusing Bakugo and Todoroki had been, surprised by their reactions despite their tough reputations. Kendo then noticed a strange scent in the air and pointed out that it smelled like something was burning nearby. Hananuki acknowledged the observation, noting the faint smoke in the atmosphere. As the chaos unfolded, a sudden wave of gas enveloped the area, knocking out one of the heroes. Kendo, realizing the danger, held her breath and quickly enlarged her hand to cover Kodai's face, warning Yui not to breathe in. The air was thick with poison. Izumi pointed toward the forest, where blue flames flickered ominously. Mandalay noticed the black smoke rising, while Ida speculated about a possible fire on the mountain. Unbeknownst to them, Dabi was using his quirk to fan the flames, spreading fire throughout the forest to draw attention. With a determined smirk, Dabi declared that the chaos was just beginning. Meanwhile, Pixie Bob, floating in the air, called out to Magna, confused by the unfolding events. The Vanguard Action Squad moved stealthily through the forest, and Magna quickly subdued Pixie Bob, leaving her incapacitated beneath his foot. Dabi ordered his team to take down those who thought they deserved the title of hero, vowing to dismantle their perceived superiority. Magna, focused on their mission, stated they should first deal with the heroes who had come to confront them. Mineta, filled with fear, questioned how the villains had found them, expressing disbelief that their location had been compromised. Izumi, frantic, rushed to save Pixie Bob but was halted by Tiger, who blocked her path. Mandalay recognized the severity of the situation, and in a moment of panic, Izumi gasped, realizing Koda was missing. Meanwhile, Koda remained hidden in his secret spot, unaware that a villain was already closing in on him. Chapter 12, Forest Training Camp Arc. Chapter begins. Koda was paralyzed with fear after being confronted by a masked villain. He stepped back, trembling as Muscular approached him. Muscular mentioned that he had come scouting for a nice vantage point and found someone who wasn't on their list. He complimented Koda's hat, suggesting a trade for his own mask, which he had to wear because he was new and they couldn't get a shipment of better ones in time. As 𝐻𝐽𝐽 turned to run, Muscular activated his quirk and jumped in front of him, causing 𝐻𝐽𝐽 to scream, which caught the attention of someone nearby. Muscular expressed his longing to have some fun with 𝐻𝐽𝐽, laughing as he revealed his face. A flashback played in 𝐻𝐽𝐽's mind, showing a newscaster reporting on a tragic story about two heroes whose bright future was cut short by a criminal's actions. The villain was still at large, and the report warned that he was extremely dangerous, with a power-up quirk. The suspect had sustained a major injury to his left eye during a confrontation. Overwhelmed with emotion, 𝐻𝐽𝐽 recognized the villain as someone he had seen before and cried out for his parents. Just as Muscular was about to strike him with a powerful fist, 𝐻𝐽𝐽 was saved by a familiar figure. Looking up, he saw Izuku, who expressed his frustration at 𝐻𝐽𝐽's predicament. Muscular, angered by Izuku's interference, questioned what he was doing there. Izuku demanded to know why Muscular was trying to hurt 𝐻𝐽𝐽, stepping protectively in front of the boy. Muscular realized that Izuku was not on their side and declared that he would take him down too. As muscle tissue began to cover Muscular's arms, Izuku warned 𝐻𝐽𝐽 to stay back and prepared for battle, cracking his knuckles and stretching his arms. 𝐻𝐽𝐽 nodded and took a few steps back. Muscular's muscles bulged as he prepared to attack, and Izuku took a defensive stance, ready to protect 𝐻𝐽𝐽. With a fierce roar, Muscular charged at Izuku, swinging his fists with deadly intent. Izuku dodged the first blow, his reflexes sharp from countless battles. He countered with a swift kick aimed at Muscular's midsection, but the villain deflected it effortlessly. Muscular lunged forward, aiming his fists at Izuku, who gracefully dodged each blow with agility. Izuku taunted Muscular, suggesting that he relied too much on brute force and that finesse was key. In Izuku's mind, he compared Muscular to a powerful opponent he had faced before, noting that the outcome was already clear. Muscular, frustrated, snarled at Izuku, promising to display his strength. As the battle continued, Izuku remained calm, his movements fluid and precise. He landed a series of strikes on Muscular, who grew more frantic in his attempts to hit Izuku. With a final, decisive blow, Izuku sent Muscular crashing into the mountain wall, creating a large crack and sending shockwaves through the forest. As Izuku approached 𝐻𝐽𝐽, who was on the ground, he asked if the boy was okay. 𝐻𝐽𝐽, filled with awe, questioned how Izuku had become so strong. Izuku reminded him not to call him Mr., asserting that he was only 16. Despite being defeated, Muscular refused to stay down. With a primal roar, he rose from the forest floor, muscles bulging with renewed fury, vowing to kill Izuku. Izuku narrowed his eyes, focusing on the relentless villain. Muscular charged again, his attacks wild and unyielding. Izuku met each blow with precision, calmly stating that he was growing tired of the fight. Seizing an opening in Muscular's defense, Izuku delivered rapid strikes that left the villain staggered. Muscular's movements became erratic as his strength waned, and Izuku declared that it was over. In a final, decisive move, Izuku delivered a powerful blow that sent Muscular crashing to the ground for good. He remarked on how long the fight had taken, turning to 𝐻𝐽𝐽, who stood behind him, looking scared. Izuku coldly asked what she wanted when Izumi appeared, attempting to apologize. Izuku cut her off, stating that he didn't need her excuses. Izumi's expression softened, revealing guilt and longing as she pleaded with Izuku to hear her out. She acknowledged her past mistakes and expressed her longing to make things right. Izuku's distrust was evident, and he reminded her that she had made her choice. Izumi insisted she had changed and wanted to prove it to him. Conflicted emotions surged within Izuku as memories of bullying and disappointment flooded his mind. In a moment of anger, he struck Izumi, causing her to crash against the wall. As she struggled to her feet, pain etched across her face, she reached out to him, desperation in her eyes. Tears began to fall as she pleaded for him to return to her. Izuku instructed that the child be taken to safety and warned that anyone who followed him would not survive. He also mentioned that there were plans to capture a certain Pomeranian. With that, Izuku turned away, leaving Izumi to recover from the harsh kick she had received. 𝐻𝐽𝐽 stood beside her, waving goodbye to Izuku. Meanwhile, 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐽 questioned whether the others would be all right on their own. Shigaraki replied that it was not his time to take the stage and that they were capable enough. He likened their situation to a role-playing game where they had all the equipment but were still at level 1, realizing that he needed to think of it as a simulation game where he could use all available pieces to advance. He expressed his intent to create cracks in the superhuman society. Shigaraki mentioned the Vanguard Action Squad of the League of Villains, stating that their mere presence would instill fear in the heroes, regardless of their success or failure. 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐽 asked if they were merely sacrificial pawns, to which Shigaraki responded that he was not heartless. He held a picture of bakugo, asserting that their strength was genuine and that they were comrades he could rely on, emphasizing that they were not the only ones oppressed in a society bound by rules. A few minutes earlier, Aizawa entrusted Vlad with the safety of the area as he rushed to protect the other students. He thought to himself that if it was a full-scale attack, they were in serious trouble. Dabi taunted Aizawa about his worries before launching a large-scale flame attack at close range. Aizawa managed to dodge the flames by using his scarf to propel himself to the top of a building. Dabi acknowledged Aizawa's skills, surprised that he had evaded the attack and nullified Dabi's quirk just as he attempted to strike again. Aizawa restrained Dabi with his capturing weapon, lifting him into the air and delivering a knee to his face before flipping him around and pinning him down. He demanded Dabi's purpose and information. Dabi questioned why he should comply, prompting Aizawa to threaten him with further injury. Aizawa broke Dabi's left arm, indicating that he would move on to the right if he did not cooperate. Dabi continued to resist, leading Aizawa to break his other arm as well. Suddenly, a loud shockwave echoed through the forest, drawing Aizawa's attention to the mountain. He was soon joined by Ida, Mineta, Ojiro, and Koda, who appeared breathless from running. As Aizawa acknowledged them, Dabi seized the opportunity to escape, despite his injuries. Dabi reflected on how much damage he could endure and commented on Aizawa's capabilities as a teacher. Aizawa attempted to restrain him again, but Dabi's body transformed into mud, allowing him to slip free. Dabi taunted Aizawa about the safety of his students, leaving Aizawa shocked to realize that the fire earlier was not Dabi's quirk. Dabi expressed hope that Aizawa could protect them, hinting at a friend he had in the area. Aizawa turned to see Sonic emerging from the woods, identifying him as a wanted criminal. Sonic smirked, claiming to be there for fun and mentioning a promise of money from the League. Aizawa instructed his students to return inside while he faced Sonic. As Sonic dashed forward, his speed created a blur, but Aizawa managed to activate his quirk just in time, nullifying Sonic's momentum. However, Sonic's reflexes allowed him to pivot and strike Aizawa with a swift kick, pushing him back. Aizawa acknowledged Sonic's speed, stating he had dealt with speedsters before. Sonic, with a gleam of excitement in his eyes, assured Aizawa that he was in for a challenge. Sonic lunged again, his movements unpredictable. Aizawa attempted to bind him with his capturing weapon, but Sonic evaded the restraints. Realizing he needed a new strategy, Aizawa remained focused on protecting his students. Sonic mocked Aizawa's responsibility, prompting Aizawa to affirm that his job was to keep them safe, even if it meant facing Sonic alone. The two clashed repeatedly, with Aizawa's quirk giving him a slight advantage, but Sonic's relentless speed made it difficult to land a decisive blow. As the fight intensified, Sonic's movements became more erratic, pushing Aizawa to his limits. Aizawa acknowledged Sonic's persistence, while Sonic declared he was just getting started. In a burst of speed, Sonic attacked Aizawa with a knife, but Aizawa managed to block it and counter with a powerful knee strike, sending Sonic flying back. Sonic hit the ground hard but quickly regained his composure, still smirking. He vanished from sight, moving faster than Aizawa could track, and Aizawa felt a sharp pain as Sonic's kunai grazed him. Aizawa gritted his teeth, determined to find an opening. Sonic taunted Aizawa about his slowing pace, and Aizawa lashed out with his capturing weapon, but Sonic dodged effortlessly, landing a series of strikes that left Aizawa reeling. As Aizawa's vision blurred and his body struggled to keep up, he knew he needed to regroup and call for backup. Aizawa felt a surge of frustration as he faced Sonic. The villain declared that it was over for him, and with a final, blindingly fast strike, Sonic delivered a powerful kick to Aizawa's chest, sending him crashing into a tree. Aizawa hit the ground hard, gasping for breath, his body battered and bruised. Sonic taunted him, stating that while he had fought well, he was no match for him. Struggling to stand, Aizawa's vision swam. He knew he couldn't win this fight, but he needed to buy time for backup to arrive. He vowed that Sonic would not get away with this. Sonic, with a confident smirk, assured him that he would indeed escape, but he wouldn't kill Aizawa just yet. With that, he walked into the forest, leaving Aizawa injured but conscious and alive. Aizawa thought to himself that he needed to reach the students. Meanwhile, Twice criticized Dabi for being defeated, calling him weak. Dabi acknowledged his weakness but didn't seem overly concerned. Twice insisted that Dabi was strong and suggested that he should view the situation as a testament to the pro's strength. Dabi then instructed Twice to create another clone of him to keep the heroes occupied, expressing confidence that Sonic had taken care of Aizawa. In another part of the mountains, Izumi was running with Koda on her back. Despite the rough landing from Izuku's earlier kick, she was determined to reach safety. Koda pointed out Aizawa, who was struggling to run while heavily injured. Izumi called out to him, relieved to see him alive. Aizawa, recognizing her, responded with urgency. Izumi expressed her concern, noticing his injuries and torn clothes, and asked what had happened. Aizawa explained that he had faced a villain of significant threat. Izumi's expression turned serious as she revealed that her brother was also in danger, as there were plans to kidnap Kaken. Aizawa clicked his tongue in frustration, assuring her that he had called for backup, which should arrive soon. He instructed her to return to the camp with Koda. Concerned for his well-being, Izumi asked if he would be all right. Aizawa reassured her, emphasizing the importance of relaying a message to Mandalay about the students being able to use their quirks for protection once they reached the camp. Izumi nodded and hurried off to fulfill his request. Meanwhile, a man in a dog costume questioned whether there were villains nearby, to which a woman with rabbit ears confirmed that Aizawa had informed her during a call. Suddenly, a loud crashing noise echoed nearby. As the dust settled, they realized that the notorious hero hunter might be closing in on their location. Chapter 13, Forest Training Camp Arc. Chapter begins while engaging Tiger. Magna skillfully dodged his numerous attacks and effortlessly blocked one of his punches. She taunted him, expressing how close he was to landing a hit while continuing to evade his jabs. Mandalay and Tiger were locked in combat with Spinner and Magna respectively, with Magna holding her ground against Tiger. Tiger, frustrated, noted that she was predicting his moves. Meanwhile, Spinner was giving Mandalay a hard time, slashing with his sword and declaring that she wasn't a real hero. Mandalay narrowly avoided his blade by jumping back, exclaiming about his persistence. Just as Spinner was about to strike Mandalay, Izumi appeared, using her legs empowered by one for all full cowl to shatter Spinner's weapon, leaving him in shock. She informed Mandalay that Koda was safe and that Mr. Aizawa had said they could use their quirks to fight, mentioning that one of their targets was Kaken before running off into the forest. In the meantime, Aizawa was sprinting through the woods, carrying an injured Koda in his arms. He was haunted by memories of Dabi's taunts about the importance of his students and the need to protect them. Aizawa realized that the students were the targets and that their survival depended on their self-defense skills. He resolved to take responsibility for their safety and urged them not to be defeated while the situation remained unclear. Koda, concerned for the mysterious Mr. who had saved him from a villain, asked Aizawa about his well-being. Aizawa, piecing together the situation, reassured Koda that the man would be fine as they continued through the forest. After some time, while Spinner and Magna were distracted, Tiger and Mandalay managed to subdue them. Mandalay felt a sense of accomplishment and knew she needed to inform everyone about their findings. She telepathically relayed that one of the villain's targets was Kaken, prompting shock from Kirishima and Ida. Mandalay urged Kaken to avoid combat and act independently. Meanwhile, Bakugo was running through the forest, smirking at the chaos around him. Shoto was engaged in battle with Moonfish, using his ice to counter the villain's tooth-enhancing quirk. Moonfish proved to be a formidable opponent, breaking through Shoto's defenses and nearly hitting Bakugo, who was saved by Shoto's quick thinking. As they took cover behind a massive ice barrier, Moonfish expressed his determination to fulfill his mission. Todoroki warned Bakugo about the dangers of using flames in their current situation, but Bakugo, frustrated by the conflicting advice, charged out to attack Moonfish with an explosion. Moonfish retaliated with spikes from his teeth, but Shoto quickly created more ice to shield Bakugo. They realized that Moonfish was adept at using the terrain to his advantage. Suddenly, Moonfish suspended himself in the air, demanding to see their flesh. Todoroki cautioned Bakugo about the potential consequences of using fire, but Bakugo was determined to fight. Just then Moonfish charged at them, but he was abruptly struck in the face by a bat, sent crashing into the trees. Todoroki and Bakugo turned to see Metal Bat standing between them, casually resting his bat on his shoulder. He checked on them with a smirk, but Bakugo snapped back, questioning his involvement. Metal Bat humorously reminded Bakugo that he had just saved his life, leading to a comical exchange between the two. Todoroki interjected, urging them to focus on the battle. As their banter continued, Moonfish, battered but not defeated, began to rise again, his elongated teeth transforming into spikes. He hissed about devouring them all. Metal Bat, unfazed, challenged Moonfish, asserting that he wasn't even a worthy opponent. When Moonfish lunged at him, Metal Bat swung his bat with incredible force, landing a decisive blow that sent Moonfish crashing into a tree, unconscious. Bakugo and Todoroki stared in astonishment, their previous argument forgotten. Metal Bat proudly declared that he had shown them real strength, while Todoroki acknowledged his S-class status. Meanwhile, Izuku wandered through the forest, searching for a worthy opponent. After his encounter with Muscular, he had come to the conclusion that the league was filled with weaklings, rendering his efforts to help them pointless. Toshinori had expected to see these young heroes alongside him, but he was mistaken. As he pondered this, a loud noise caught his attention from the left. He moved toward the sound, only to narrowly dodge a kick aimed at his face. Looking up, he recognized the familiar rabbit hero. Mirko stood before him, her stance ready for action. She questioned sarcastically why the hero hunter was present. Izuku narrowed his eyes at her, a smirk forming on his lips as he crouched defensively. He dismissed her concern, teasing her about wanting a rematch. With a sudden burst of speed, Mirko charged at Izuku, her movements swift and precise. He evaded her attacks effortlessly, his reflexes sharp from years of training, allowing him to predict her every move. As he darted around her, he taunted her, challenging her to do better. Frustration etched on Mirko's face as she struggled to land a hit. Despite her determination, Izuku remained one step ahead, his agility keeping him out of her reach. She growled in annoyance, launching a series of rapid kicks in his direction. Each time she struck, he danced away with uncanny speed. Mirko acknowledged his agility, noting that he was faster than he appeared. Izuku, intrigued, remarked on her newfound strength. With a fierce glint in her eyes, she revealed that she had been training with a new regimen designed by Power Loader, which enhanced her quirk and physical abilities. Izuku's smirk faltered slightly as he realized the source of her power. Mirko pressed a button on her gauntlet, releasing a surge of energy that visibly amplified her muscles. With this newfound strength, she leaped from tree to tree, her movements blurring with speed. She challenged him to keep up, launching a powerful kick that caught him off guard, sending him staggering back. Regaining his footing, Izuku was surprised by Mirko's sudden aggression. She pressed her advantage, launching a relentless assault that forced him onto the defensive. As he staggered back from her powerful kick, he felt pain in his chest, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Mirko's relentless attacks left him little time to recover as she continued to leap through the trees with blinding speed. Izuku wondered how she had become so strong so suddenly while defending against her strikes. As Mirko descended from another leap, he anticipated her movements perfectly. With a calculated twist, he dodged her kick and seized the moment to counterattack. Channeling all his strength and speed, he delivered a powerful blow to her side, sending her crashing to the forest floor. Mirko struggled to rise, coughing as she fought to regain her composure. Izuku wasted no time, closing the distance between them and launching into a rapid flurry of strikes, his fists and feet moving with incredible speed. Mirko felt herself fading, her energy waning as she fought to stay conscious. After a fierce exchange, Izuku landed a decisive kick to her stomach, causing her to cough as she was sent crashing against a tree. He was breathless, nursing a few injuries but nothing too serious. With a smirk, he declared his victory over her. Suddenly, a voice interrupted, announcing that someone would deal with him next. Mirko quietly acknowledged her mentor, and Izuku turned to see the S-class hero he had seen on his hunting list, Watchdog Man. He felt a rush of confidence, believing he could handle this new challenge. Charging at the hero, Izuku attacked, but Watchdog Man easily dodged. The hero sniffed the air, confused by Izuku's presence. Izuku unleashed his technique, but Watchdog Man intercepted his blows while holding back. Frustrated, Izuku snapped at the hero, only to receive a powerful blow to the face. Watchdog Man followed up with erratic jumps and flips, landing several strikes that caught Izuku off guard. Meanwhile, a conversation unfolded in the shadows, discussing experiments and the implications of transforming a hero into a monster. The speaker smirked, imagining the reaction of All Might upon seeing his son in such a state, relishing the chaos that would ensue. Chapter 14, Forest Training Camp Arc Final. Chapter begins. Tokoyami expressed his deep regret for losing control and causing chaos earlier. He acknowledged that his immaturity and anger had unleashed Dark Shadow, which spiraled out of control and inadvertently harmed Shuji. His hands trembled as he struggled to steady his breath. Shuji suggested they could discuss it later, while Metal Bat, with a cocky grin, offered his hand to Tokoyami, indicating that he was fortunate not to have faced more severe consequences. Izumi reminded everyone that one of the villain's targets was Bakugo, prompting surprise from Tokoyami and Metal Bat. They questioned why anyone would want to harm him. Izumi reassured them that the camp was safe due to the presence of professional heroes like Vlad King and Mr. Aizawa, along with Mirko and Watchdog Man. However, Metal Bat revealed that those heroes had ventured deeper into the forest to confront the hero hunter, suggesting that the situation was dire. Bakugo, shocked by the news, demanded to know why the hero hunter was there. Metal Bat explained that he was likely affiliated with the League of Villains and that the Hero Association had dispatched 2 S-class heroes to deal with him. Izumi's eyes widened in fear at the mention of eliminate, while Shoto shared her concern. Metal Bat clarified that their mission was to capture the hero hunter, leaving the final decision to the association. Izumi protested vehemently, to which Metal Bat responded with skepticism, questioning their concern for the villain. Shoto suggested they could simply turn him over to the police, but Metal Bat warned that the association might act first. He then urged the group to move quickly toward the camp. Meanwhile, Izuku trudged through the forest, visibly injured and exhausted after his encounter with the S-class hero. He reflected on how he had underestimated his opponent's speed and strength, realizing that his martial arts training was ill-suited for such a formidable foe. As he scanned the area for shelter, he felt a sharp pain in his gut and muttered to himself about needing to rest. Suddenly, he heard a noise and became alert. A figure emerged, revealing himself as the infamous hero hunter. Izuku recognized him and scoffed, questioning if he was the one sent by the villain association. The hero hunter expressed his intent to take Izuku back to All for One after the current operation concluded. Izuku defiantly questioned what would happen if he refused. Back with Izumi and the others, she rushed to check on Achiko's injuries, while Todoroki inquired about the mysterious woman they had encountered. Tsu confirmed that she was indeed a villain, and Izumi expressed her concern for Achiko's well-being. Despite her injuries, Achiko assured them she was fine and could still walk. Shuji urged them to move quickly, emphasizing the urgency of their situation. Izumi proposed they all stick together to protect Bakugo as they returned to camp, mentioning that Metal Bat was with them. However, when she turned to point out their companions, she was shocked to find they were missing. Suddenly, a masked villain appeared on a nearby tree branch, revealing that he had taken Bakugo and Metal Bat while they were off guard. Izumi demanded the villain return them, but he dismissed her plea, asserting that Bakugo was his own person. Enraged, Izumi shouted for the return of her friends. Todoroki attempted to freeze the villain, but he skillfully dodged the attack. The masked villain explained that he intended to show Bakugo that there were alternative paths to follow, criticizing the values that dictated the choices of young heroes. Shuji pointed out that Tokoyami was also missing, prompting Todoroki to confront the villain about underestimating them. The masked villain revealed that he had taken Tokoyami as an improvisation, having targeted him due to his proximity to Metal Bat. Infuriated, Izumi unleashed a powerful attack, but the villain evaded her efforts. Todoroki instructed Uraraka to take action, and she complied. As Todoroki attempted a massive ice attack, the villain decided it was time to retreat. He communicated with the Vanguard Action Squad, announcing that their target had been successfully collected and instructing them to meet at the retrieval point. Todoroki, confused by the villain's words, vowed not to let them escape. Meanwhile, in another part of the forest, 𝐒𝐻𝐿 was carrying an injured Momo as they fled from the Vanguard Action Squad's Nomu, which was wreaking havoc in its pursuit. 𝐒𝐻𝐿 expressed his concern for their safety, urging Momo to run as fast as she could. She replied breathlessly that she was fine. Yaoyorozu found herself on the ground, disoriented and unsure of what had happened. 𝐒𝐻𝐿, filled with urgency, exclaimed in frustration as the Nomu approached him, its chainsaw-like arms ready to strike. In a moment of selflessness, 𝐒𝐻𝐿 positioned himself to shield Momo with his body, but just as the Nomu was about to attack, it abruptly halted, retracted its weaponized limbs, and began to move away through the forest. 𝐒𝐻𝐿 was bewildered, questioning why it was leaving. Yaoyorozu pondered if this meant the creature had completed its task. She urged herself to think critically about the situation and what actions could be taken. As she began to craft a tracking device, she instructed 𝐒𝐻𝐿 to use his quirk to attach it to the Nomu. 𝐒𝐻𝐿, confused, asked if it was just a button, but Yaoyorozu insisted he hurry before the creature escaped. Despite his uncertainty, 𝐒𝐻𝐿 cautiously approached the Nomu and successfully affixed the tracker to its back without being noticed. Once he confirmed he had done it, Yaoyorozu expressed her gratitude, and they both decided to flee the scene. Meanwhile, Toga was surprised to find no one else had arrived yet. Dabi questioned her about the BLD she had collected, and she admitted it was only from one person, explaining that she had felt threatened. She then inquired about the whereabouts of their ally, the hero hunter. Dabi pointed to the sky, where Phoenix Man was seen holding Izuku in his claws as he struggled to break free. Izuku shouted in anger, demanding to be released, but Phoenix Man chastised him for his lack of manners, stating they had arrived. As Phoenix Man dropped Izuku to the ground and landed in front of the League of Villains, Toga remarked on his disheveled appearance, finding it amusing. Izuku growled at her to keep her distance, attempting to rise despite his injuries. Dabi, with a mocking tone, asked who had given Izuku such a hard time, to which Izuku reluctantly admitted it was Watchdog Man, acknowledging his strength. Phoenix Man reminded them that Watchdog Man was an S-class hero, and they were fortunate to still be alive. Twice chimed in, suggesting that being alive counted for something, but Izuku dismissed their comments, expressing concern about All Might's absence. Suddenly, a noise from above caught their attention, and they looked up to see Mr. Compress descending with Izumi, Shuji, and Todoroki. They crash-landed nearby, prompting Twice to recognize the students. Izumi called out to Izuku in shock. Dabi ordered Mr. Compress to move out of the way, and he complied, transforming into a marble. Dabi unleashed a wave of flames toward the students, managing to singe 𝐒𝐿𝐻𝐿 and Izuku, while Todoroki dodged and confronted Twice. Todoroki called out to his friends, but Twice, recognizing them from Shigaraki's list, attempted to attack with his measuring tape. Todoroki countered with ice, keeping Twice at bay. Izuku scoffed, preparing to join the fight, but Phoenix Man advised him to conserve his strength due to his injuries. Izumi, filled with confusion and desperation, questioned Izuku's association with the villains. He coldly replied that it was none of her concern. Todoroki urged Izuku to return with them, but Izuku's response was icy. Phoenix Man declared that their escape was not an option, spreading his wings in preparation for battle. Meanwhile, Mr. Compress returned to his normal form, expressing disbelief at how far they had come to pursue him. 𝗧𝗜𝗓 inquired about bakugo, and Mr. Compress reached into his pocket, only to find he had only 2 marbles instead of 3. Suddenly, Metal Bat appeared, challenging Mr. Compress. Before he could react, Metal Bat struck him, sending him flying toward 𝗧𝗜𝗓, who narrowly avoided the impact. In pain, Mr. Compress complained about the hit, while 𝗧𝗜𝗓, irritated, sent flames toward Metal Bat. The latter deflected the attack with his bat, declaring it would take more than that to stop him. Phoenix Man intervened, launching himself at Metal Bat. Shuji, realizing the urgency of their situation, informed Todoroki and Yagi that they needed to escape, revealing he had 2 blue marbles that contained their friends, Tokoyami and Bakugo. Izumi smiled at Shuji's success, and Todoroki praised him. Just as they prepared to flee, 𝗓𝗓𝗧𝗘𝗓 appeared, causing Shuji to recognize him from the USJ incident. 𝗓𝗓𝗧𝗘𝗓 stated that it was time to leave, opening portals for the villains. Himiko and Twice exited through the warp gates, but 𝗧𝗜𝗓 hesitated, insisting their mission was not complete. Mr. Compress, holding his injured arm, revealed that he had hidden the true marbles in his mouth all along, shocking Izumi and Todoroki. As Compress snapped his fingers, the marbles Shuji had were revealed to be Todoroki's ice. In a desperate attempt, the trio charged at the villains, determined to rescue their friends. However, before they could reach their friends, Mr. Compress took one last bow. He suggested that if they discovered what was in his right hand was in his right pocket, they would rush over happily. Just then he received a punch in the face from Watchdog Man, but luck was on Mr. Compress's side as 𝗓𝗓𝗧𝗓𝗓 opened a portal, teleporting him away from the scene. Watchdog Man expressed his frustration calmly. As Mr. Compress vanished, marbles fell from his mouth, and the boys rushed to catch them. Shuji managed to grab one marble, but 𝗧𝗜𝗓 snatched the other before Shoto could reach it. 𝗧𝗓𝗓 remarked on the situation, confirming the release of the marble, which revealed Tokoyami inside the one Shuji held. Unfortunately, Bakugo remained in 𝗧𝗓𝗓's grasp. Izumi rushed to save him, calling out his name, but Bakugo urged her to stay back. Meanwhile, Phoenix Man seized Izuku with his claws, lifting him away as they escaped from Metal Bat. Phoenix Man commented on their narrow escape, while Izuku dismissed him as pathetic. Metal Bat yelled in frustration from the ground, his voice echoing through the forest. After the encounter with the Vanguard Action Squad, Izumi cried out in grief, her emotions overwhelming her. Following the chaos, Vlad King called in emergency services to extinguish the forest fires. 15 students were knocked unconscious due to Mustard's poison gas, while 11 others suffered unrelated injuries. 13 remained physically unharmed, but 1 was kidnapped. Pixie Bob and Mirko were in serious condition, and Ragdoll was missing. The police arrested Muscular, Moonfish, and Mustard, bringing some measure of justice to the situation. The next day at UA, outside the gates, media hordes demanded statements and explanations from the school. Reporters pressed for answers, asking if the gates would open and if there was an official statement from UA. They inquired about how the school planned to address the families of the victims, but UA remained silent, quieter than a desert. In a meeting room, Nizu addressed the UA staff with disappointment. He reflected on the irony of being attacked during a training camp meant to prepare students to fight villains. He expressed embarrassment, noting that their understanding of the villain threat had been naive, as they had already begun their war against Hero Society. Midnight questioned whether they could have defended against the attack even if they had understood the situation better. Present Mike acknowledged that complacency had set in during peaceful times, leading them to believe they had time to prepare. All Might expressed deep anger at his own perceived cowardice, admitting that while others fought desperately, he had been relaxing. Snipe pointed out that having the sports festival right after the attack was a mistake, emphasizing that having a student kidnapped was UA's greatest failure. He lamented that trust in heroes had been stolen along with Bakugo. Nizu noted that news outlets were filled with criticism of UA and that if the villains targeted Bakugo, it was likely due to his violent reputation being made public during the sports festival. He warned that if Bakugo fell into the villain's hands, it would spell disaster for UA as an educational institution. Present Mike mentioned reports of the hero hunter being badly beaten, prompting Midnight to highlight their luck in having two S-class heroes and pro-hero Mirko present. She questioned why the hero hunter had been there in the first place. Nizu sat quietly, observing All Might, who looked disappointed in himself. Snipe stressed the need to regain the public's trust, while Present Mike suggested that there was likely a traitor among them, surprising the teachers. He pointed out that only the teachers and the Pussycats knew the training camp's location, and using cell phone location data, even the students could be tracked. Midnight interrupted, urging him to stop. Present Mike insisted on the need for thorough investigation. Snipe countered, questioning whether anyone could prove their innocence, warning that suspicion could lead to self-destruction. Nizu reassured them of his trust but acknowledged that he could not definitively prove his innocence either. He emphasized that their priority as a school must be the safety of the students. Before he could finish, a phone call interrupted the meeting. All Might excused himself to take the call, prompting Present Mike to remind him they were in a meeting. Midnight commented on All Might's ringtone. Outside, All Might expressed his frustration at feeling powerless to protect his students, reflecting on the weight of his role as the symbol of peace. On the call, Tsukachi informed All Might of unexpected developments regarding the investigation. He revealed that a man with a patchwork face had been seen entering a building thought to be vacant. After checking records, Tsukachi discovered that one of the villains involved in the kidnapping had similar markings. He requested All Might's assistance in a rescue and cleanup mission, emphasizing the need for cooperation from pro-heroes. All Might, recalling a dear friend, resolved to counterattack, transforming into his heroic form. Meanwhile, news reports highlighted the League of Villains Vanguard Action Squad as the principal offenders in the UA training camp attack, raising concerns about UA's management. The next day, Izuku found himself facing Izumi, who looked at him in fear and despair while on her knees. He appeared transformed, towering over her with thick black skin and red veins. He urged her to wake up repeatedly. Izumi eventually opened her eyes, realizing she was in a hospital bed, hearing Kaminari's excited voice as he announced that she was awake, followed by the rest of Class 1A entering the room one by one. The media was swarming the school at that moment. Sato noted that it was much worse than in the spring. Mineta excitedly announced that they had bought a big melon together. Tokoyami expressed his regret, apologizing to Yagi for the trouble he had caused. Izumi asked if everyone from Class A had arrived, to which Ida replied that Jiro and Hagakure were still unconscious from the villain's gas, and Yaoyorozu had suffered a serious head injury and was hospitalized. He mentioned that she had regained consciousness the day before, so everyone except those three was present. Ashido counted that there were 15 of them, and Todoroki pointed out that Bakugo was missing, stating it matter-of-factly. Ashido, annoyed, tried to brush it off. In a flashback, Izumi recalled a moment when she had called out to Izuku, questioning why he was with the others. Izuku had simply clicked his tongue in response. She then shouted for Katsuki, trying to catch up with him, but he told her not to come. The flashback ended with Izumi reflecting on All Might's words about saving those he could reach. She felt he had lied, as he could have saved Izuku but chose her instead. Tears streamed down her face as she lamented that she had been in a position to help and should have saved him. Most of the students assumed she was referring to Bakugo, but only Ida and Shoto understood she was speaking about Izuku's transformation into a villain. Izumi sobbed, blaming herself for not saving Kaken. Kirishima, determined, suggested they save him this time, surprising the other students. He mentioned that he and Todoroki had been there the day before. In another flashback, Kirishima had asked Todoroki why he was there, to which Todoroki calmly replied that he couldn't just stay at home either. Kirishima explained that they had seen All Might and a police officer speaking with Yaoyorozu. She had informed them that with the help of a ways from Class B, she had attached a tracking device to one of the villains, which would aid in their investigation. All Might praised her growth and assured her that her feelings of frustration were proof of her worthiness as a hero. The flashback concluded, and Ida asked if this meant Yaoyorozu would create another receiver. Todoroki questioned the implications of that. Ida, feeling the weight of the situation, expressed his frustration, insisting that they should leave it to the professionals. Kirishima countered passionately, admitting his inability to do nothing while his friend was in danger. Kaminari reminded him they were in a hospital and urged him to calm down. 𝐬𝐶 supported Ida's point, emphasizing the need for rationality in their emotions. Aoyama suggested they leave it to all might, noting that Mr. Aizawa had rescinded their permission to fight at the training camp. Tokoyami agreed, although he felt he couldn't say much since he had needed saving himself. Kirishima attempted to argue but was interrupted by 𝐬𝐶, who urged everyone to think clearly, reminding them that breaking the rules would make them no different from villains. Silence fell over the group, filled with shared grief and understanding of 𝐬𝐶's words. Just then, the doctor entered the room, announcing it was time for the patient to rest. Shiro suggested they leave, wanting to check on Jiro and Hagakure. Ojiro agreed, and Uraraka wished Izumi a speedy recovery. As the students began to exit one by one, Kirishima approached Izumi to share his thoughts. He informed her that they had spoken to Yaoyorozu and planned to leave that night, inviting her to join them since she seemed the most frustrated. Ida listened intently as they left the room. Meanwhile, an assistant informed Endeavor that there was a phone call for him from Mr. Tsukachi of the police. Endeavor answered, acknowledging the call. Tsukachi requested his urgent assistance. Best Jeanist announced that he had received an emergency summons and would be leaving for a while, encouraging his sidekicks to remain strong and keep the streets safe in his absence. Later that night, Kirishima and Todoroki waited outside the hospital gates. Kirishima wondered what Yaoyorozu had decided, while Todoroki calmly reminded him that it was ultimately up to her. Suddenly, Kirishima spotted her coming out of the hospital, and behind her was Izumi. As they approached, Kirishima asked Yaoyorozu for her answer, but before she could respond, Ida shouted for them to wait as he arrived at the gates. Kirishima looked at Ida with concern, while Izumi spoke softly, her voice filled with sorrow. Ida expressed his frustration, questioning why his friends were making the same reckless choices he had once made. He felt overwhelmed, recalling how they had all faced consequences together in the past. Kirishima approached Ida, but Shoto placed a hand on his shoulder, stopping him. Ida continued, emphasizing their youth and the precarious situation I was in. He raised his voice, filled with anguish, as he asked who would take responsibility for their actions. Izumi tried to explain their intentions, but Ida interrupted, his voice echoing through the hospital, shocking everyone who knew him as the energetic class president. He warned them against risking their lives for the sake of their goals, leaving Izumi speechless. Kirishima and Yaoyorozu exchanged confused glances, unaware that Izumi had a brother. Todoroki intervened, urging Ida to calm down. Ida insisted that they couldn't act recklessly, fearing for their friend's safety and the potential loss of more comrades. Todoroki reassured him that they didn't plan to confront their challenges head-on. Instead, they aimed to rescue Izumi's brother without resorting to violence. Yaoyorozu expressed her trust in Todoroki and declared her intention to accompany them for support. Kirishima smiled, relieved that they had allies joining their cause. Izumi, overwhelmed by guilt, fell to her knees, tears streaming down her face as she lamented her past mistakes and the consequences they had brought upon her brother. She felt responsible for his current situation, believing her actions had led him astray. Kirishima and Todoroki looked on with concern, recognizing the weight of Izumi's emotions. Ida, standing silently, realized the depth of her struggle. He offered his hand to her, expressing his willingness to join her on this difficult journey, hoping to provide the support she needed. Chapter 16. Kamino Part 1. Yaoyorozu indicated the GPS, revealing the coordinates for Kamino Ward in Yokohama City, Kanagawa Prefecture. They were on a train from Nagano, and she noted that it would take about 2 hours to arrive, estimating they would reach their destination around 10 o'clock. Kirishima was enjoying a rice ball, which prompted a playful remark from him when he overheard a comment about his appetite. Izumi inquired if Kirishima had informed everyone about their departure that night. He confirmed that they had, but it only intensified the efforts of others to dissuade them. After a moment of silence, Todoroki spoke up, reminding them of the selfishness of their mission and that they could still turn back if they wished. Kirishima asserted his determination, emphasizing that he would not allow villains to have their way. Izumi expressed her resolve to save someone, her gaze fixed on the GPS in Yaoyorozu's hand. Todoroki acknowledged her determination and urged the group to remain focused and cautious upon arrival. The train continued its journey, the rhythmic clatter of the tracks amplifying the tension among the students. Izuku awoke in a cell with a bunk bed and minimal furnishings. A heavy door loomed on one side of the room. Confused and disoriented, he noticed bandages and bruises covering his body. He wondered if someone had cared for him, albeit in a rough manner. Cautiously, he approached the door and opened it, stepping into a larger area. The dimly lit room contained over 20 capsules, each housing an unconscious Nomu connected to an intricate network of wires and machinery. As he ventured further, he spotted Ragdoll, one of the pussycats, confined in a nearby capsule. Bewildered, he muttered to himself about the nature of the place. Suddenly, footsteps echoed through the corridor, interrupting the silence. Izuku recognized the figure approaching him as All for One. He confronted him about the absence of All Might, recalling their previous conversation regarding a mission. All for One, his expression hidden behind a mask, advised patience, explaining that plans often change. Izuku's frustration grew as he demanded action, insisting that either All for One locate All Might for him to confront or he would leave. Meanwhile, Izumi observed the bustling crowds in Kamino Ward, noting the large number of people. Kirishima speculated about the villains hiding somewhere in the city, urging Yaoyorozu to lead the way. She cautioned them to be careful, reminding them that their appearances were known to the villains and they could be attacked at any moment. Ida expressed concern about their ability to scout effectively under these circumstances, prompting Kirishima to question their next steps. Yaoyorozu proposed a solution. After some time spent trying on various outfits, they finally settled on disguises. Todoroki acknowledged the cleverness of the idea, while Ida questioned the practicality of their clothing choices. Kirishima promised to explain later, and Izumi found the outfits acceptable. Yaoyorozu confidently stated that they would stand out less in the shopping district at night. Todoroki pointed out that she could have used her quirk to create the clothes for free, but she insisted that it was against the rules, humorously emphasizing her responsibility to contribute to the economy. As they prepared to move, a passerby shouted about you, drawing their attention to a giant screen broadcasting a conference featuring you. Staff addressing reporters. Izumi recognized Mr. Aizawa and Yaoyorozu noted the presence of the principal. Aizawa expressed deep apologies for the incident that had harmed first-year students, acknowledging the unease caused by their unpreparedness. He, along with Vlad King and Nizu, bowed in respect. As reporters snapped pictures, the crowd reacted with skepticism, voicing their disappointment in Yu's handling of the situation. The broadcast ended, and Shigaraki reflected on the criticism directed at heroes, questioning the expectations placed upon them. He remarked on the flawed system that equated heroism with compensation, while Spinner echoed the teachings of Stain, suggesting that true heroism was not about monetary gain. Shigaraki pondered the nature of justice and heroism in a society that often blamed the defeated rather than supporting them, framing their struggle as a quest to redefine what it meant to be a hero. They were planning to win, and Shigaraki believed that the U student would appreciate that. After a moment, he instructed Dabi to release the restraints on the student. Dabi hesitated, questioning whether it was wise to let someone who might fight them go free. Shigaraki insisted it was necessary to treat the student as an equal since they were scouting him. He added that fighting in this situation would reveal whether the student had a chance of winning. Dabi relented and pushed twice forward to unlock the restraints. The tenacious student sprang to his feet and unleashed an explosion that knocked Shigaraki's mask off. Bakugo glared at Shigaraki, then erupted into maniacal laughter, declaring he would never join their group. Magna was taken aback by Bakugo's boldness and stepped forward, demanding to know what he had just said. Bakugo continued to mock them, asserting that they were all pathetic and that he would rather die than become one of them. Dabi stepped closer, flames flickering at his fingertips, questioning if Bakugo had a death wish. Toga giggled, her twisted smile revealing her excitement at the prospect of chaos. Shigaraki, however, raised his hand to signal them to stop. He regarded Bakugo as a valuable piece and expressed disappointment that the student hadn't listened to him. Bakugo scoffed at the idea of coming to an understanding, insisting that he would regret nothing and would prefer a quick end to his life rather than live with his past. Bakugo's expression turned cocky as he acknowledged his flaws, admitting he had bullied others and wished for death to escape those memories. He took a fighting stance, determined not to go down without a struggle. Shigaraki, instead of attacking, stepped back with a cruel smile, warning Bakugo that they would break him piece by piece. Dabi and Toga exchanged uncertain glances, while Twice shifted nervously, caught between the two sides. Spinner leaned against the wall, and Kurogyri and Magna observed the unfolding tension. Meanwhile, Shigaraki called out for his MSDR's power, his voice echoing in the dimly lit hideout. Earlier, for you, students had arrived at what they believed to be the villain's hideout in a quiet section of Kamino Ward, Kanagawa Prefecture. Yaoyorozu examined the abandoned warehouse and noted that the receiver indicated the villain had not left the location for the past day. She cautioned her teammates that just because the villain was there did not mean Bakugo was as well. Ida expressed concern about their lack of stealthy classmates and vowed to stop them if he sensed danger, emphasizing his role as a friend. Endeavor, frustrated with the situation, lamented having to clean up after you. Best Jeanist reminded him that he too had attended you, and that they needed to act quickly against the villains. Tsukachi explained the seriousness of the threats they faced and the need for immediate action, emphasizing the potential for destruction of hero society. Best Jeanist shared his past attempts to reform Bakugo, noting his stubbornness, while Gang Orca added that he could not overlook the personal stakes involved. Tsukachi outlined their plan to send forces to the known location of the kidnapped victim while also targeting the suspected hideout to cut off the villain's escape routes. He rallied the heroes, urging them to act decisively and turn the tide against the villains. As the police force, riot squad, and top pro heroes mobilized toward the bar building, Best Jeanist's team waited outside the villain hideout in Kamino Ward for the signal to attack. A few minutes earlier, the Kirishima squad had been near a vending machine, trying to appear inconspicuous as they approached the hideout. Yaoyorozu noted the lack of activity, while Kirishima observed that the lights were off, suggesting no one was inside. Todoroki concluded that the villains were likely hiding in plain sight, using the abandoned warehouse as a cover. Izumi pondered the thick weeds under the front door, wondering if there was another way in or out. Has it been camouflaged using someone's quirk? They couldn't afford to act recklessly, like entering carelessly. Yaoyorozu expressed her concern, wondering what they should do. Izumi pointed toward a small alley, acknowledging that despite their limited information, it was all they had. They moved toward the alley quietly, ensuring no one noticed them as they entered one by one. Yaoyorozu felt the narrowness closing in on her, making her uneasy. Izumi reassured her that they couldn't move until they were sure it was safe, and from their height, they should be able to see inside the hideout through the open window. Todoroki questioned whether they would be able to see anything in the darkness. Yaoyorozu suggested she could create a night vision scope, but Kirishima interrupted, revealing he had brought one with him. Izumi was surprised, realizing how expensive those devices were. Kirishima dismissed her concern, urging them to focus on the mission. Todoroki instructed Izumi and Kirishima to look through the goggles while he and Ida would lift them onto their shoulders. After a moment of adjustment, Izumi complained about the cramped space. Ida reminded her not to lean forward too much, wanting to be ready to run at a moment's notice. Kirishima asked Ida to move back slightly. Ida urged them to report what they saw. Kirishima scanned the area, noting it was just dirty, but then he froze in fear, a rush of adrenaline coursing through him. Izumi grew worried, calling out to him, while Todoroki anxiously asked what was wrong. After calming down, Kirishima handed the night goggles to Izumi with trembling hands, urging her to look in the back on the left. As she focused her gaze in that direction, she was struck with shock and fear. The sight was overwhelming. Numerous capsules filled with a bluish liquid, each containing a nomu. Izumi gasped in disbelief, realizing the gravity of their discovery. Chapter 17. 𝐒𝐮𝐽𝐽 Part 2. Shigaraki requested power from the flickering television. Bakugo, with a cocky smirk, challenged him, questioning his authority. Shigaraki calmly instructed 𝐒𝐮𝐽𝐽 and Compress to put Bakugo to sleep again. Compress expressed his disbelief at Bakugo's stubbornness as he approached him. Bakugo, filled with defiance, declared that he would only listen if they surrendered. In Bakugo's mind, he strategized about how to create an opening to escape. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door, and a voice announced a 𝗧𝗬𝗟𝗧𝗟𝗘. Confusion filled the room until All Might burst in with a powerful smash, breaking through the wall. Spinner was taken aback, while Shigaraki quickly ordered 𝐒𝐮𝐽𝐽 to create a portal. Before they could react, 𝐒𝐼𝐽𝐽 appeared, ensnaring the villains in a binding technique. Dabi, bewildered by the sudden appearance of a tree, attempted to burn the restraints but was swiftly knocked out by Gran Torino. All Might declared that the League of Villains could no longer escape, asserting their presence. Compress, shocked, realized that the heroes had anticipated their move. 𝗧𝗏 entered, revealing a SWAT team armed and ready, surrounding them. All Might turned to Bakugo, reassuring him that it was okay to be scared, to which Bakugo vehemently denied any fear. Shigaraki, feeling the weight of the situation, grew frustrated at the unexpected turn of events. He commanded 𝐒𝐮𝐽𝐽 to bring reinforcements, while elsewhere, MT Lady was breaking into the Noma factory. Back at the hideout, Shigaraki questioned 𝐒𝐮𝐽𝐽 about the missing Nomas, who responded with concern. All Might, with pride, chastised Shigaraki for underestimating the heroes and their resolve. He proclaimed that the childish games were over, declaring it the end for Shigaraki. In defiance, Shigaraki insisted that this was just the beginning of his plans to dismantle the world they knew. As Shigaraki struggled to rise, 𝗧𝗏 incapacitated 𝐒𝐮𝐽𝐽, causing panic among the villains. Gran Torino reminded them of the police's diligence in uncovering their identities, leaving Shigaraki with nowhere to run. Flashbacks of his past with All for One flooded his mind, filling him with frustration. All Might demanded to know the whereabouts of Shigaraki's emissary, but Shigaraki only wished for him to disappear. Suddenly, mysterious portals opened, bringing forth several Nomas, shocking 𝐒𝐼𝐽𝐽. Gran Torino urged 𝗧𝗏 to stop 𝐒𝐮𝐽𝐽, but the situation escalated as more Nomas appeared. All Might ordered 𝐒𝐼𝐽𝐽 to prevent their escape at all costs. Just then, Bakugo began to cough up a strange substance, and before All Might could reach him, Bakugo was engulfed and vanished. 𝐒𝐼𝐽𝐽 called for Endeavor's assistance as chaos erupted in the streets, where Endeavor and the riot squad faced a surge of Nomas. Amidst the turmoil, Iida regained consciousness, confused about what had happened. Kirishima and Yaoyorozu climbed the wall to survey the destruction, noting the presence of powerful heroes. Lady expressed her disbelief at the ease of their task, while Best Jeanist encouraged the riot squad to remain vigilant. As the heroes prepared for the challenges ahead, the tension in the air thickened, setting the stage for the battles yet to come. What had happened to Ragdoll? Iida felt a sense of relief as he noted that the heroes had already moved before them. Kirishima agreed, and Iida insisted they needed to fall back immediately, as there was nothing left for them to do. Yaoyorozu smiled, reassured by the presence of All Might, and urged everyone to hurry. Todoroki nodded in agreement. Izumi sensed something was off as footsteps echoed from the end of the factory. A voice emerged from the shadows, revealing All for One, who casually mentioned that he had taken advantage of a good opportunity. Gang Orca and Tiger, along with the other heroes, turned their attention to the mysterious figure. Gang Orca demanded that All for One stop moving, while Tiger expressed concern about the identity of the stranger. All for One explained that after his transformation, he had depleted much of his power. Gang Orca reiterated his command, and Best Jeanist sprang into action, using his quirk to bind the villain with fibers. The lady voiced her concern, questioning whether All for One might be an ordinary citizen. Best Jeanist urged everyone to think about the situation and not let the villains take any action. Suddenly, All for One broke through Best Jeanist's fibers with a combination of quirks and launched an attack on the hideout raid team. As the dust settled, the 4 students hid behind a wall, trembling in fear. All for One remarked on Tamura's newfound ability to think and make decisions for himself, expressing a wish that the heroes hadn't interfered. Izumi's thoughts raced as she realized All for One was referring to Shigaraki. Confusion and dread filled her mind as she grappled with the implications. All for One floated above Best Jeanist, clapping his hands and complimenting him on his quick thinking and skill, despite the hero's injuries. Best Jeanist felt a mix of shock and confusion, questioning the reality of the situation. Determined, Best Jeanist launched an attack with his fibers, but All for One swiftly countered, sending a powerful blast toward him. The impact was devastating, and Best Jeanist fell unconscious, leaving the heroes defeated. All for One noted the strength gained from experience and dismissed the need for Best Jeanist's quirk, deeming it incompatible with Tamura's disposition. Meanwhile, the 4 students were paralyzed by fear, their bodies refusing to move. Todoroki questioned the nature of the villain they faced, while Kirishima expressed disbelief at the speed of All for One's actions. Yaoyorozu urged them to run, but Ida struggled with his fear. Izumi felt a desperate need to move, realizing that if she couldn't act now, it would all be lost. Suddenly, All for One used his teleportation quirk to bring Bakugo and the rest of the League of Villains to him. Bakugo, confused and coughing, reacted with frustration. All for One addressed him, acknowledging Tamura's failure but encouraging him to try again. He offered support, reminding Tamura of the importance of his associates and urging him to take action. Izumi's thoughts turned to her own past, recalling her inability to save someone when it mattered. She felt a surge of determination, realizing she needed to move. Just then, Ida and Yaoyorozu echoed her resolve, both expressing their commitment to protect one another and find a way to escape. In that moment of uncertainty, a figure suddenly appeared, calling out a powerful command. A blast was fired toward All for One, who managed to block it with a surge of air pressure. All for One recognized the newcomer as the S-class hero, Demon Cyborg, who had been sent to deal with the dragon-level threat that All for One posed. Genos aimed his robotic palm at the villain, ready to confront him. Chapter 18. 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐽 Part 3. All Might unleashed a powerful Oklahoma smash, sending multiple 𝐻𝐼𝐻 flying through the building. As the 𝐻𝐼𝐻 regained their footing, they quickly turned to attack the civilians. The rioters' weapons proved ineffective against the monstrous creatures, escalating the chaos. One rioter, filled with fear, expressed his dread as he continued to fire his gun, joined by others in a similar panic. Endeavor, frustrated, questioned where the 𝐻𝐼𝐻 were coming from while using his flames to fend off the nearest one. Tsukachi, shooting at the 𝐻𝐼𝐻, speculated that the other hideout in 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐽 must have fallen, leaving him unable to contact Jeanist or the other heroes. Endeavor acknowledged their overwhelming odds, just as a rumbling noise caught their attention. They turned to see a massive 𝐻𝐼𝐻, distinctively white and bone-folded, approaching with an unsettling smile. The rioters reacted in terror, recognizing the creature's size and menace. Endeavor declared that this was no ordinary 𝐻𝐼𝐻 but a true monster. Suddenly, a muscular figure landed before them, introducing himself as 𝐼𝐻𝐻𝐼 Prisoner, a Class S hero who had escaped from prison to confront the 𝐻𝐼𝐻. With an aura of confidence, he encouraged the others to deal with the lesser 𝐻𝐼𝐻 while he focused on the giant threat. As the 𝐻𝐼𝐻 advanced, causing the ground to tremble, Endeavor and the riot squad redirected their efforts to fend off the surrounding 𝐻𝐼𝐻. 𝐼𝐻𝐻𝐼 Prisoner prepared for battle, his muscles flexing as he adopted a fighting stance. He launched himself at the 𝐻𝐼𝐻, delivering a rapid series of punches that struck with tremendous force. The 𝐻𝐼𝐻 staggered but quickly retaliated, swinging its massive arm in a wide arc. 𝐼𝐻𝐻𝐼 Prisoner dodged and countered with a powerful uppercut, but the 𝐻𝐼𝐻 remained unfazed. Determined to protect the civilians, 𝐼𝐻𝐻𝐼 Prisoner decided to unleash his full power. As he transformed, his clothes tore away, and he declared his angel style. He charged at the 𝐻𝐼𝐻, delivering a barrage of punches that created clouds of smoke. However, when the smoke cleared, the 𝐻𝐼𝐻 appeared almost completely unaffected, leaving 𝐼𝐻𝐻𝐼 Prisoner in shock. The 𝐻𝐼𝐻 roared, displaying a malevolent intelligence as it lunged forward with surprising speed. 𝐼𝐻𝐻𝐼 Prisoner narrowly dodged the attack, the ground shaking from the impact. Regaining his composure, he prepared for another round, vowing to protect everyone. He launched himself at the 𝐻𝐽𝐽 again, delivering a flurry of punches, but the creature absorbed the blows with minimal reaction. The 𝐻𝐽𝐽 retaliated, swinging its fists with brutal force. This time, 𝐒𝐻𝐽𝐽 prisoner was unable to evade, and the 𝐻𝐽𝐽's fist connected with his chest, sending him crashing into a nearby building. The impact shattered the wall, leaving a crater where he landed. Struggling to his feet, 𝐒𝐻𝐽𝐽 prisoner felt the toll of the battle but refused to back down. He charged at the 𝐻𝐽𝐽 once more, but the creature caught his punch in its massive hand, halting his momentum. With a crushing grip, the 𝐻𝐽𝐽 squeezed 𝐒𝐻𝐽𝐽 prisoner's fist, and with a powerful swing, slammed him into the ground, creating a shockwave that shook the area. 𝐒𝐽𝐽 prisoner lay on the ground, battered and bruised, but he was determined to keep fighting. Just as he felt his strength waning, All Might jumped beside him, offering his hand and a glimmer of hope. Together, they prepared to face the monstrous threat. Meanwhile, 𝐻𝐽𝐽 was engaged in a fierce battle with All for One. He broke through the villain's black tendrils and initiated a rocket punch, sending All for One flying. The villain regained his balance using airwalk and retaliated with a downward kick. 𝐻𝐽𝐽 blocked the attack but sustained minor damage to his face. Wiping the oil from his damaged faceplate, he focused on the dark figure hovering above him, surrounded by writhing tendrils and crackling energy. Realizing All for One possessed multiple quirks, 𝐻𝐽𝐽 launched himself into the air, transforming his arms into powerful plasma cannons. He fired a barrage of blasts aimed at penetrating All for One's defenses. The villain deftly dodged and deflected the attacks, but 𝐻𝐽𝐽 pressed on, increasing the intensity of his assault. Meanwhile, 5 students watched in shock from behind a wall, completely awestruck by the unfolding battle. He was keeping up with no difficulty. Kirishima thought that the demon cyborg was no joke and hoped he would win this fight. Izumi expressed the urgency of saving Katsuki, while Shoto pointed out that they couldn't act while the enemy was firing laser cannons, as they would be vaporized. Izumi gritted her teeth in frustration. Meanwhile, All for One faced 𝐻𝐽𝐽, remarking on his impressive yet futile efforts. He unleashed a barrage of dark energy projectiles, each crackling with malevolent power. 𝐻𝐽𝐽 skillfully dodged the attacks, his sensors working overtime to predict their trajectory. As he closed the distance, he retracted his cannons and prepared his fists, delivering a powerful rocket punch aimed at All for One's core. The villain blocked with a reinforced tendril, but the force of the impact pushed him back, disrupting his airwalk momentarily. 𝐻𝐽𝐽 followed up with a rapid series of punches, executing them with mechanical precision. All for One acknowledged 𝐻𝐽𝐽's persistence and retaliated with a shockwave of dark energy, forcing 𝐻𝐽𝐽 to retreat. He skidded to a stop, assessing the chaos around him, knowing he couldn't afford to lose. Bakugo watched in shock, realizing that even an S-class hero was struggling against their opponent. 𝐻𝐽𝐽, feeling the pressure of the battle, activated his incinerate mode, his body glowing with an intense, fiery aura that cracked the ground beneath him. All for One narrowed his eyes, recognizing the rising threat. He challenged 𝐻𝐽𝐽 to see how far his determination could take him. The villain descended rapidly, aiming to crush 𝐻𝐽𝐽 with overwhelming force. 𝐻𝐽꽗 met the attack head-on, their fists colliding in a fiery explosion of energy that shook the ground and sent shockwaves through the battlefield. With a final burst of power, 𝐻𝐽꽗 unleashed his full incinerate blast, engulfing All for One in a torrent of fiery energy. The villain struggled to maintain his position against the intense heat and force of the attack. However, just as victory seemed within reach, 𝐻𝐽꽗's systems began to overheat. He could feel his power waning, his body reaching its limit, with smoke escaping from his mouth and robotic wounds. Sensing the shift, All for One gathered his remaining strength for a counterattack, declaring it was over for the demon cyborg. With a desperate effort, he launched a concentrated beam of dark energy at 𝐻𝐽꽗, injuring him further as they both fell to the ground. 𝐻𝐽꽗, on the brink of failure, realized he had lost his left leg and right arm, his face marred and damaged. He coughed, expressing his frustration, while All for One admitted that the fight had been amazing but relished the thought of defeating a Class S hero. As All Might rushed through the clouds, he delivered powerful fists toward All for One, who caught both of them mid-air. All Might declared his intent to rescue his student, while All for One taunted him about returning for a second confrontation. Their clash created a massive shockwave that sent many of the League of Villains members flying, while the UA students remained behind a wall. Izumi cried out for her father as the smoke cleared, revealing All for One brushing dust off his suit while taunting All Might about his tardiness. He noted that it had taken All Might too long to arrive, suggesting that the nomus he had sent had delayed him. All Might countered by questioning All for One's overexertion with his industrial mask. Bakugo was alarmed, realizing that All Might was still holding his ground despite the earlier battle. All Might vowed not to repeat his past mistakes and promised to take young Bakugo back, determined to imprison All for One and the League of Villains. He charged at All for One with full speed, but the villain countered with an air cannon so powerful that it sent All Might crashing through a nearby building. All for One reveled in the effectiveness of his combination of abilities, contemplating adding even more enhancements. As All Might recovered, All for One instructed Tamura to take 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐽𝐼 with him, using his quirk to activate 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐼's warp gate. Shigaraki questioned All for One's intentions, but All Might returned, clashing with All for One in the air, creating yet another shockwave. All Might was determined not to let All for One escape. Compress urged Shigaraki to grab the child and leave, using his quirk to compress Dabi into marble. The villains attacked Bakugo in an attempt to capture him again. All Might called out to young Bakugo, concerned for his safety, but All for One used his enhanced fingers to keep All Might at bay, mocking him as he threw him toward a building. Izumi quietly proposed a plan, but Ito was reluctant to let them fight. Izumi reassured him that they wouldn't engage in battle. They would simply save Katsuki and leave without a trace if her plan worked. Shoto encouraged her to share her idea. All Might threw his right hand, then his left, but All for One caught them effortlessly, creating a shockwave that formed a large crater beneath them. All for One taunted All Might, questioning if he was saving his strength. To keep the boy from getting caught up in this, All Might quickly retreated with a jump. All for One remarked on the difficulties of being called a hero. All Might thought of young Bakugo, who used his explosions to fly mid-air and assess the situation. He felt frustrated, realizing that his presence was making it harder for All Might to fight. Gran Torino observed Bakugo's actions and commented on how his daughter was turning out to be more like All Might, though not necessarily in a good way. All for One recognized Gran Torino and wondered if her old boyfriend would be present as well. All Might then focused back on All for One, expressing that despite the shame of the situation, he was prepared to defeat him without holding back. Gran Torino attempted to deal with Tamura and Himiko, but All for One activated his quirk, creating a magnetic field that pulled the villains through a portal. Shigaraki yelled for his emster as he was drawn in. All for One encouraged Tamura to keep fighting. As All Might attacked again, All for One warped Gran Torino into the path of his fist, sending the force of the punch back at All Might. All Might expressed his regret, but All for One declared that he had come to save Tamura, and if a fight was what All Might wanted, then he would oblige. He taunted All Might about the past, recalling how his comrades had fallen while All Might was celebrated as the symbol of peace. He questioned what it was like for All Might to see his son when he had no quirk. All for One attempted to eliminate Gran Torino with an air cannon, but All Might intervened, grabbing his teacher from the portal and counterattacking with a powerful punch. He shouted his signature move, forcibly negating the enhanced air cannon but sustaining damage in the process. All for One insisted that he wouldn't allow All Might to fight without restraint, reminding him that heroes had many things to protect. All Might, filled with anger, confronted All for One about his manipulative ways, accusing him of toying with people and taking advantage of their struggles. He declared that he could not forgive such actions. In a moment of determination, All Might rushed at All for One, grabbing his left arm. With no time to warp, All Might delivered a decisive punch, driving All for One's head into the ground and shattering his mask. However, the number one hero began to reach his limit, slowly reverting to his weaker form. Gran Torino, lying on the ground, looked at him with concern, acknowledging that he had reached his limit. All for One mocked All Might's distress, recalling a similar line he had heard from the previous One for All successor, Nana Shimura. Chapter 19. 𝐻𝐽𝐻 Part 4 Final chapter begins in a flashback. Izuku questioned the reasoning behind staying in the basement until All Might was weakened. All for One explained that other heroes would come, and in Izuku's current condition, he would only hinder the fight. He calmly outlined his plan to draw All Might out, and once he was weakened, he would teleport Izuku to finish him off. Reluctantly, Izuku agreed. Now in the present, Izuku found himself trapped in the basement of the 𝐻𝐽𝐻 factory, the door blocked by debris from Mt. Lady's foot. Frustrated, he lamented his inability to move the rubble due to his injuries, wondering how he could defeat All for One in such a state. Meanwhile, All Might faced off against All for One, who taunted him about the power transfer to Izuku, mocking All Might for not giving it to his son, who was quirkless. Angered, All Might retaliated, but All for One countered with an explosion that sent him flying. Gran Torino intervened, catching All Might midair to prevent him from crashing into a helicopter that was broadcasting the fight live. Gran Torino reminded All Might to stay focused, recalling how distraction had led to a severe injury 6 years prior. All Might, breathing heavily, vowed not to let that happen again. The helicopter above captured the chaos, and the news reported on the devastation in 𝐻𝐽𝐻, highlighting the intense battle between All Might and the formidable villain. Citizens watched in shock as they discussed the lack of hero support and the increasing villain attacks. All for One reflected on his conflicted feelings towards Tamura, contemplating whether he should deliver the final blow himself or let someone else do it. He expressed his hatred for All Might, blaming him for the loss of everything he had built. As the battle escalated, All for One prepared another attack, aiming at a civilian trapped under rubble. All Might heroically threw himself in the path of the attack, absorbing its force. When the smoke cleared, his weakened form was revealed to the shocked public, who gasped at the sight of their once mighty hero. All for One seized the moment to mock All Might, reveling in the revelation of his true form. Despite the humiliation, All Might declared that his spirit remained unbroken, vowing to uphold his role as the symbol of peace. All for One, amused by All Might's stubbornness, revealed a shocking truth about Tamura's lineage, leaving All Might in disbelief and despair. As the crowd reacted with concern and encouragement, All Might gathered his strength, focusing One for All into his right arm. He declared that he was not finished yet, determined to protect everything he held dear. Just then, Endeavor arrived, launching an attack against All for One, who countered with an air blast. 𝐻𝐻𝗧𝗟𝗘 joined Endeavor, noting their timely arrival despite the challenges posed by the 𝐻𝐽𝐻. The battle continued, with the fate of heroes and civilians hanging in the balance. When All Might was assisting Pori, he instructed Endeavor and 𝐻𝐻𝗧𝗟 to handle the white 𝐻𝐽𝐻 while he headed to 𝐻𝐽𝐻. All for One remarked that the 𝐻𝐽𝐻s weren't particularly strong, except for the large white one, which had been enhanced with a monster cell, making it formidable. He expressed his admiration for the heroes who managed to hold it off. Endeavor shouted at Toshi to get up, his frustration evident. All for One, growing annoyed with the encouragement, prepared to attack. 𝐻𝐻𝗧𝗟 intervened, using his quirk to soar through the air and confront the villain. Kamui Woods joined them, rescuing the heroes that All for One had previously defeated, including an unconscious Genos. All for One dismissed the situation as pointless and unleashed a powerful air blast, sending Endeavor and 𝐻𝐻𝗧𝗏 flying back. He then combined numerous quirks, stating that the shockwaves were merely to wear them down. He revealed that he had stored the ultimate combination of quirks within him, preparing to finish All Might for good. Suddenly, a figure yelled from behind All for One, catching his attention. It was Izuku, who confronted the villain, expressing his anger over the situation. All for One recognized him as the hero hunter and taunted All Might, asking who he would prefer to be killed by, him or his son. All Might looked at Izuku in shock and confusion, questioning how he had ended up there and why he was with All for One. Meanwhile, on the streets, citizens were watching the news, bewildered by the revelation that the hero hunter was All Might's son. Izumi, watching with concern, wondered why Izuku was there. Ida and Bakugo exchanged worried glances, with Bakugo expressing his frustration over Izuku's presence. Kirishima, confused, asked if they knew him, to which Ida replied they would explain later. Izuku declared his intent to confront All Might, expressing years of feeling neglected and treated poorly. He accused All Might of being a narcissist who favored his daughter over him, feeling that he wasn't even recognized as a son. All Might stood in silence, reflecting on his past mistakes, urging Izuku to reconsider his path. Izuku scoffed, stating that All Might should have spoken up when he shattered his views on hero society. As he walked slowly in front of All for One, facing All Might, the villain sensed All Might's power still within him, realizing he had been holding back. All for One then posed a question to All Might about his love for his only son, leaving All Might confused. Izuku turned back, equally puzzled. Suddenly, All for One unleashed several thick tendrils, targeting Izuku. The tendrils struck with precision, aiming for his internal organs. Izuku gasped in pain, coughing blood as he fell. All Might's heart sank as he watched his son fall, crying out in agony. The concrete floor became stained as the situation escalated. All for One laughed triumphantly, taunting All Might about his restraint. The entire scene seemed to freeze for a moment. The horrific sight of Izuku falling to the ground, covered in blood, shocked everyone to their core. All Might's anguished scream echoed throughout Kamino Ward, reaching the ears of the citizens watching on their screens. Izumi fell to her knees, her surroundings moving in slow motion. Tears began to form in her eyes as she stared at the ground, calling out for her brother. Bakugo watched in complete horror and agony, his mouth open and tears forming in his eyes, whispering his friend's name. Ida, worried, placed a hand on Izumi's shoulder. Citizens watching the live broadcast were in utter disbelief. Fear and confusion rippled through them as they tried to process the horrifying events unfolding before their eyes. Inko cried out for her son, falling to her knees and sobbing uncontrollably. Tatsumaki and Fubuki, both in tears, moved closer to Inko and offered her a comforting hug. Tatsumaki, filled with rage, vowed to take action against the one responsible. Bang dropped his tea on the dojo floor as he watched the live broadcast in shock. His heart raced, and before he knew it, he collapsed, struggling to breathe. Bam rushed out of his room, seeing his younger brother in distress. He lifted Bang, who was overwhelmed with tears and struggled to speak his brother's name. Bam, filled with sorrow, tried to comfort him. All Might unleashed a powerful punch, striking All for One with all his remaining strength. The impact created a massive crater in the ground, and the force sent debris flying. As the smoke cleared, All for One lay defeated, motionless, while All Might stood over him, emotionless. After a moment of silence, All Might raised his fist, transforming back into his muscular form, standing victorious as the world watched the symbol of peace carry out his last heroic deed. News reporters announced the defeat of the villain, but the cheers were muted, overshadowed by the tragedy of Izuku's fate. All Might approached his son, lying face down in a pool of blood. Gently, he turned Izuku over, shivering at the sight of his son's injuries. Overcome with grief, All Might sobbed, feeling the weight of his failure. In the morning, rescue teams, pro-heroes, and the police force arrived to assist civilians and secure the area. Izuku's body was placed inside a shroud and taken by an ambulance. News reporters informed the public about the ongoing rescue operations and the apprehension of the villain. A week later, All Might met with Nizu, Vlad King, and Aizawa. Nizu expressed gratitude for All Might's bravery while lamenting the loss of his son. They discussed the concerns surrounding All Might's return to you and the need for a new approach to ensure the safety of students. Nizu proposed transforming you into a boarding school, and they began convincing parents to allow their children to stay in dorms. Present day, the cemetery was quiet, the overcast sky casting a dull light over the gathering. Friends and families came together to pay their respects and say their goodbyes to Izuku. The casket, adorned with green flowers, stood in front of a large portrait of Izuku, a reminder of the boy who had once dreamed of being a hero. Inko, supported by Tatsumaki and Fubuki, stood by the casket, tears streaming down her face as she looked at her son one last time. Nearby, All Might stood with Izumi, who clung to him for support. His face was etched with grief and regret. Izumi expressed her feelings of unfairness, and All Might acknowledged her pain. The Todoroki family was present, sharing a moment of reflection, understanding the sorrow of losing a family member to darkness. Shoto watched from a distance, tears in his eyes as he remembered the times he and Izuku had shared. The Bakugo family stood close by, Mitsuki and Masaru supporting a grieving bakugo, whose face reflected a mix of anger and sadness. He muttered his frustrations, wiping away his tears. Gran Torino, Bang and Bomb stood together, their expressions a mix of sorrow and respect. Gran Torino spoke of Izuku as if he were family, while Bang expressed his regret over not recognizing Izuku's potential sooner. Bomb tried to console him, urging him not to blame himself. All Might stepped forward, placing a hand on the casket. He expressed his sorrow and regret for not being able to save his son. As the casket was slowly lowered into the ground, everyone stood in heavy silence, paying their final respects to Izuku Yagi. The boy who had been lost to darkness was finally laid to rest, and the echoes of his life would remain in their hearts forever. After the funeral, small groups of people lingered, quietly sharing their memories and thoughts. The Todoroki family, still in shock from the recent events, offered their condolences to All Might and 𝐼𝐻𝐸. Endeavor, usually so stoic, appeared genuinely remorseful. He expressed his sympathy, acknowledging the loss they all felt. Rei offered her support, encouraging them to reach out if they needed anything. All Might nodded, appreciating their kindness, yet the weight of grief still hung heavily over him. He turned to 𝐼𝐻𝐸, who was being comforted by Tatsumaki and Fubuki. Their tears had slowed, but the sadness in their eyes remained evident. All Might suggested it was time to head home, noting how long the day had been. 𝐼𝐻𝐸 nodded weakly, allowing Tatsumaki and Fubuki to help her stand. She took one last look at Izuku's grave before turning away. Fubuki wished her to stay safe, while Tatsumaki bid farewell to Bang and the others with a neutral tone. Soon after, everyone began to leave one by one, and before long, only All Might, 𝐼𝐻𝐸, and Izumi remained. Izumi quietly wondered if Izuku was at peace. All Might looked down at his daughter, his eyes filled with sadness, and expressed his hope that Izuku was indeed at peace. The three of them walked away from the cemetery, leaving behind the grave of a boy who had once dreamed of becoming the greatest hero. A few hours later, a buff masked man questioned whether they had the right grave. Another masked man confirmed the name, insisting that their boss wouldn't make a mistake. The leader, dressed in white cloth, urged his assistants to start digging. They dug furiously, dirt flying in all directions as they worked to unearth the freshly buried coffin. One of the assistants expressed concern about the extremity of their task, but the leader reminded him that they were following orders. As they continued digging, one of them announced that he had found something. The leader instructed him to clear the dirt, revealing the coffin. With effort, they lifted the heavy coffin out of the grave. The leader warned them to be careful during transport, as they needed to avoid causing any damage. They worked in sync, prying open the coffin's lid to reveal Izuku's lifeless body, his face pale and still. The leader remarked on the severity of the situation, acknowledging the toll it had taken on Izuku. They moved swiftly, carrying Izuku to a black van parked discreetly nearby. The back doors opened, and they secured Izuku inside, ensuring he wouldn't move during transport. The leader expressed hope that their operation would go smoothly, as their boss had big plans for Izuku. He reminded the group to avoid mistakes, emphasizing the tight schedule they were on and the high expectations from their boss. The doors of the van closed with a heavy thud, sealing Izuku's body inside. The men climbed into the front seats, and the van roared to life, pulling away from the cemetery and merging onto a deserted road. Chapter 21. Shai Hasaikai Arc. Chapter begins. Izuku stood protectively in front of a younger boy who was being bullied, tears welling in his eyes. He shouted at the bullies, expressing his frustration and determination to protect the innocent. Izumi, with a smug grin, taunted him about his lack of a quirk, while Bakugo joined in, mocking him further. The two bullies, along with their friends, surrounded Izuku, overpowering him until he could barely stand. The current Izuku watched this painful memory unfold, reflecting on the harsh realities of life. He thought about how the quirkless and the weak often found themselves at the bottom of society. 𝗧𝗓 appeared beside him, questioning why he had aspired to be a hero. Izuku explained that he wanted to save people and make them feel safe, but 𝗧𝗓 pointed out the stark reality of his past. No one had come to save him during his time of need. As the scene faded to darkness, Izuku felt a sense of despair. Suddenly, he found himself in a cold, dimly lit room, bound to a metal chair. A man in a green jacket and a bird mask stood before him, greeting him with a mocking tone. Izuku struggled against his restraints, his heart racing as he demanded to know who the man was and what had happened to him. The man introduced himself as 𝗏𝗏𝗧𝗏, claiming to have brought Izuku back to life. Izuku expressed his anger and confusion, but 𝗏𝗏𝗧𝗏 dismissed his threats, asserting his power over him. 𝗏𝗏𝗧𝗏 revealed his intentions to break Izuku's spirit, explaining that he would experience pain beyond anything he had ever known. Izuku, filled with defiance, refused to submit, declaring that he would rather die than become 𝗏𝗏𝗧𝗏's pawn. 𝗏𝗏𝗧𝗏, however, made it clear that death was not an option for him. He used his quirk to demonstrate his control, causing Izuku immense pain as he manipulated his body. Just then, another man entered the room, bringing a suitcase to 𝗏𝗏𝗧𝗏. As 𝗏𝗏𝗧𝗏 opened it, he revealed a quirk erasing bullet, explaining its purpose. Izuku was shocked to learn about the bullet's capabilities. 𝗏𝗏𝗧𝗏 then introduced Eri, a young girl covered in bandages, whose quirk allowed her to rewind living beings to a prior state. Izuku's heart sank at the sight of her fear and suffering, and he confronted 𝗏𝗏𝗧𝗏 with anger, demanding to know how he could treat a child in such a way. 𝗏𝗏𝗧𝗏 coldly dismissed Izuku's outrage, claiming that the strong used the weak as part of the natural order. He ordered Eri to be taken back to her room, leaving him alone with Izuku. 𝗏𝗏𝗧𝗏 approached a table filled with instruments, selecting a scalpel and preparing to inflict pain. He plunged the scalpel into Izuku's thigh, twisting it cruelly. Izuku fought to remain silent, but a muffled groan escaped him as 𝗏𝗏𝗧𝗏 reveled in his suffering. The torment continued, with 𝗏𝗏𝗧𝗏 employing various methods to break Izuku's spirit. Each moment was designed to push him to his limits. Meanwhile, a flashback revealed 𝗬𝗏𝗬𝗏 and a group of monsters discussing the loss of Izuku, lamenting the potential he had possessed before his death. 𝗬𝗏𝗬𝗏 expressed concern over the situation, questioning whether they could revive him once more. 𝗏𝗏𝗧𝗏 explained that his quirk could reassemble living and non-living beings back to their original state, whether dead or alive, so there was nothing to worry about. He then inquired about the suitcase on the table. 𝗬𝗏𝗬𝗏 opened the suitcase using her psychic powers and described it as a monster serum. She noted that it functioned similarly to a monster cell but had two major differences. It took time for the user to fully transform, likely more than a month, and it made the person significantly stronger than consuming a monster cell. She revealed that they had managed to create 100 of these serums. 𝗬𝗏𝗬𝗏 instructed 𝗏𝗏𝗧𝗏 to inject all of them into the hero hunter, making him experience death multiple times. Despite her doubts about his ability to succeed, she assured him that once he injected the serums, his job would be complete. 𝗏𝗏𝗧𝗏 acknowledged the task, promising that the hero hunter would undergo the transformation but would not have an easy time of it, framing it as an extended test of his resilience. Hours passed, and 𝗏𝗏𝗧𝗏 stepped back, his hands and clothes stained. Izuku's body was a mess of cuts, burns, and bruises, barely recognizable from the harsh treatment he had endured. 𝗏𝗏𝗧𝗏 remarked to himself that it should suffice for now. Izuku slumped in the chair, breathing heavily, his body in agony. He glared at 𝗏𝗏𝗧𝗏, hatred burning in his eyes. 𝗏𝗏𝗧𝗏 noted that Izuku was tougher than he appeared, which made things more interesting. He turned to leave, signaling to 𝗏𝗏𝗏, who entered with a tray of food and water. 𝗏𝗏𝗏 placed it on a small table next to Izuku without a word, his expression neutral. 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 instructed 𝗏𝗏𝗏 to keep Izuku alive, stating that they were not finished yet, before exiting the room. 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 nodded and followed 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 out, leaving Izuku alone in silence, accompanied only by his rage and pain. Izuku sat lifelessly in the chair, staring at the pool of blood on the floor. Suddenly, a figure appeared beside him. 𝗧𝗓 observed that they had really put Izuku through a lot. Izuku muttered a question about Garu's presence. Garu expressed his anger at seeing people like Overhaul exploit the innocent and weak, questioning whether they should simply wish such individuals off the face of the earth. Izuku acknowledged this sentiment but then asked why Garu kept appearing. Garu explained that Izuku needed a reality check, reminding him that life was tough and that he had been aware of this since childhood. Despite the challenges, Izuku kept trying, even when it felt futile. Izuku questioned Garu's concern, expressing bitterness about his own life filled with pain. Garu dismissed Izuku's sob story, revealing that he had his own struggles but recognized something within Izuku that prevented him from giving up. He urged Izuku to save the girl and escape, then began to fade away. Izuku soon fell asleep. Meanwhile, in the dorms of UA High School, Class 1A gathered in the common area for dinner. Tsuyu gently tapped on Izumi's door, asking if she was all right. Izumi replied that she was fine, though her voice lacked energy. Uraraka expressed concern, noting that Izumi had been different since the fight at Kamino. Izumi sighed, realizing she could no longer hide her feelings and followed them downstairs to the dining area. The others noticed her pale face and low spirits, exchanging worried glances. Kaminari remarked that Izumi didn't look well, while Mina and Jiro asked if something was wrong. Izumi sat at the table, avoiding everyone's gaze. Bakugo, Todoroki, Ida, and surprisingly Kirishima and Yaoyorozu remained silent, aware of the situation. Izumi began to share a heavy secret about the hero hunter, revealing that he was her brother. The room fell silent as everyone listened intently. She recounted how, when she and her brother visited the quirk doctor, they were told he was quirkless, which devastated him. She and Bakugo had bullied him, believing they were protecting him by breaking his spirit to prevent him from getting hurt as a hero. Izumi continued, explaining that despite their bullying, Izuku did not give up. He trained under the S-class hero Silverfang without their knowledge, determined to prove them wrong and show that he could become a hero. As he trained harder, their bullying intensified, and his emotions grew colder. Bakugo admitted they had been foolish, thinking they were doing the right thing, but they had only made things worse. Taking a deep breath, Izumi revealed that when the UA entrance exam arrived, Izuku passed it, leading to even more turmoil. Their father, All Might, intended to use his influence to make Izuku abandon his dreams, believing it was for the best. The tension in the room escalated as she recounted how Izuku confronted their family, leading to a shocking revelation about their father. After a heated argument, Izuku ran away from home. Izumi explained that a few days later, Izuku returned to collect his belongings but was caught by the police and their father. He managed to escape again, leading to a rampage that resulted in his expulsion from Bang's dojo. The room filled with shock, confusion, and disbelief as the students processed the weight of her story. Shoji expressed disbelief that All Might would act in such a way, while Tokoyami noted that the hero hunter was indeed her brother. Izumi concluded that their father had thought he was protecting Izuku, but the consequences had been devastating. But all it did was push him further away. Izumi felt compelled to share her truth. Izuku was not a villain. He was simply someone who had been pushed too far, and she believed it was her fault. Denki observed the somber atmosphere, acknowledging the weight of her words. Izumi glanced around at her classmates, tears welling in her eyes, feeling the gravity of her confession. She lamented that he was now gone because of her. The room fell into a heavy silence, the impact of Izumi's revelation lingering in the air. Her classmates, still processing the shock, exchanged glances filled with confusion, sadness, and empathy. Kaminari recognized the difficulty of the situation and reminded her that blaming herself would not help. Mina, her eyes wide with concern, leaned forward and spoke gently, assuring Izumi that she did not have to bear the burden alone. They were her friends, and they were there to support her. Izumi looked up, tears brimming in her eyes, and saw the genuine concern and determination on her friends' faces. It provided her with a small sense of relief, though the pain still gnawed at her heart. She expressed her gratitude, and with that, everyone finished dinner and headed to their rooms, each of them reflecting on Izumi's heartfelt speech and the story of Izuku's life. Chapter 22, Shai Hasaikai Arc, chapter begins. Izuku cried out in despair and pain as Overhaul used a pair of pliers on him. Overhaul declared that this was just the beginning, intent on breaking Izuku. He picked up a small knife, its blade glinting in the dim light, and without hesitation he made a swift motion, causing Izuku to gasp as he felt the sharp sting at his side. The pain was overwhelming, and Izuku's vision began to blur. Overhaul taunted Izuku, questioning how much he could endure. He then began to reassemble the injured parts of Izuku's body, moving to a nearby table where he retrieved a centipede from a jar. Bringing it closer to Izuku's ear, he announced his intention to use it. Izuku begged him not to proceed, his voice filled with desperation as the creature crawled inside. The centipede began its work, and Izuku struggled against his restraints, his body moving uncontrollably. His cries echoed through the underground hideout as he pleaded for an end to his suffering. Overhaul, unfazed, remarked on Izuku's pathetic state, stating that they were just getting started. After removing the centipede, Overhaul injected Izuku with a serum that ignited a burning sensation in his veins. He coldly explained that this was Izuku's new reality, reducing him to a mere tool. Hours passed, and Overhaul's methods became increasingly brutal. He used a drill on Izuku's legs and twisted his fingers, applying acid to his wounds, watching with satisfaction as Izuku writhed in agony. Izuku whispered a weak plea for release, but Overhaul dismissed it, tightening a metal clamp around Izuku's wrist until it dug into his flesh. The sound of Izuku's scream was raw and desperate. Overhaul continued to push the limits of what a human body could endure, igniting a blowtorch and bringing the flame close to Izuku's arm. The heat was unbearable, and the smell of singed skin filled the air as Izuku thrashed helplessly. Overhaul proclaimed that pain was the best teacher, stripping away pride and leaving one begging for mercy. Izuku, barely able to speak, begged for it to stop, but Overhaul assured him they were far from finished. He extinguished the blowtorch and picked up a scalpel, methodically creating patterns of wounds on Izuku's arms and legs, blood staining the floor. Overhaul belittled Izuku, calling him a pathetic quirkless human. In a moment of rage, Izuku threatened Overhaul, vowing to retaliate. In response, Overhaul continued his torment, inflicting pain in new ways to keep Izuku conscious and aware of every moment. After what felt like an eternity of suffering, Overhaul finally declared he was done for the day, impressed by Izuku's endurance. As he left the room, one of his subordinates, 𝐻𝗏𝗏, entered and informed him that 𝐒𝐴ry had escaped. Overhaul, furious, ordered 𝐻𝗏𝗏 to clean the mess while he searched for her. 𝐻𝗏𝗏 glanced at Izuku, expressing a hint of pity, noting how fortunate he was to still be alive, as Overhaul usually left no one intact. Izuku remained silent, his consciousness fading. 𝐻𝗏𝗏 injected a mild sedative into Izuku's arm to numb the pain, a small mercy compared to what he had endured. He unstrapped Izuku from the chair, and his body collapsed onto the floor. 𝐻𝗏𝗏 urged him to rest, knowing he would need his strength for the next session. Izuku lay on the cold, hard floor, his body broken but his spirit still flickering. As the sedative took effect, he slipped into a restless sleep. Meanwhile, 𝐒𝐴ry was running through a dark alleyway, desperate to escape. As she emerged, she bumped into a green-haired hero and fell. Izumi, concerned, checked on her, surprised to see the girl trembling in fear. Offered to help her up, wondering why 𝐒𝐴ry was so scared. Suddenly, a man emerged from the shadows, and Izumi's expression shifted to one of anxiety and fear upon recognizing him as Overhaul, the target of the agency. Overhaul feigned concern for 𝐒𝐴ry, claiming she was just clumsy. Izumi, realizing who he was, felt a surge of panic. Mirio, trying to maintain the situation, adjusted Izumi's mask to hide her expression and apologized for the incident. Overhaul, maintaining his calm demeanor, asked about their agency, but Mirio explained they were just students gaining experience. As they prepared to leave, 𝐒𝐴ry clung tightly to Izumi, terrified. Izumi noted 𝐒𝐴ry's fear, and Overhaul coldly remarked that she was about to be scolded. Izumi, noticing the bandages on 𝐒𝐴ry, nervously inquired about them, sensing the tension in the air. Overhaul observed 𝐒𝐴ry, who was wrapped in bandages from head to toe, and noted how often she played and got hurt. Izumi, holding Eri tightly, expressed her concern about the situation. There was a brief silence before Overhaul spoke again, commenting on how sensitive heroes had become. He suggested they move to a quieter place to discuss matters, leading them into an alleyway, with Izumi and 𝐒𝐿𝐴 following closely behind. Overhaul shared his frustrations about Eri's defiance, admitting that understanding children was challenging. As he began to remove his glove, a menacing aura emanated from him, prompting Eri to instinctively run back to his side, leaving Izumi and 𝐒𝐿𝐴 confused. Overhaul calmly questioned Eri about her sudden compliance, to which she nodded in fear. Izumi, concerned for Eri, tried to approach them, but 𝐒𝐿𝐴 stopped her, explaining that Overhaul had used his intimidating presence to control Eri. He advised against pursuing them further, suggesting they consult Sir for guidance. Time passed, and Overhaul walked through the underground with 𝐒𝐻RO, who was carrying Eri. Overhaul remarked on the troubling nature of young people today and ordered 𝐒𝐻RO to prepare a bath. A subordinate, apologizing for losing sight of Eri, was abruptly silenced by Overhaul, who eliminated him for his failure. Eri, frightened, covered her ears at the sound of the incident. Overhaul instructed 𝐒𝐻RO to clean up the aftermath before they reached Izuku's cell. Upon entering, Overhaul pushed Eri inside and warned her not to disobey him, emphasizing her importance to his plans. He pointed to Izuku, who lay unconscious on the floor, and locked the door behind him. Eri trembled in the dim light, her fear evident as she looked at Izuku, whose body was battered and chained to the wall. She hesitantly called out to him, but Izuku, waking up, reminded her that he was just a teenager trying to survive, not a hero. Eri apologized, her eyes filling with tears, and Izuku urged her to stop trembling, explaining that fear wouldn't help them. He softened his tone slightly, asking for her name. When she introduced herself, Izuku acknowledged her but warned her about the harsh reality of their situation. He emphasized that both heroes and villains ultimately cared little for them, and the only person she could truly rely on was herself. Eri nodded, absorbing his words as a sense of hope began to form within her. Izuku encouraged her to be strong if she wanted to protect herself, reinforcing the idea that they needed to rely on their own strength to navigate the challenges ahead. Chapter 23, 𝐒𝐻𝐵𝐵 Arc. Chapter begins. 2 days had passed since Eri was placed with Izuku, and she looked up to him as her big brother. Although Izuku sometimes spoke harshly, Eri knew he cared for her deeply. During these 2 days, Overhaul had been extracting BLD from Eri and subjecting Izuku to relentless torment. To Overhaul's surprise, Izuku endured it all with remarkable resilience. However, the torment escalated as Overhaul devised new methods to break Izuku down. After the encounter between Togata, Izumi, Eri, and Overhaul, they reported back to Night Eye, who instructed them to return to the office, emphasizing that they were not strong enough to confront Overhaul. At the Night Eye agency, Night Eye stood at the head of the conference table, his usual stoic expression more intense than ever. A collection of pro-heroes and sidekicks surrounded the table, all attentive and ready for the briefing. Night Eye acknowledged the gathered heroes, expressing gratitude for their contributions to the investigation. He explained that they had convened to share intelligence regarding the Yakuza group 𝐒𝐻𝐵𝐵 and their potential plans. Bubble Girl began the briefing, outlining their investigation into 𝐒𝐻𝐵𝐵, a small but organized group of criminals. She explained that an incident involving a gang of thieves called the Reservoir Dogs had prompted their investigation. While the police initially deemed it an accident, several details did not add up, leading them to follow the group. 𝐶𝐵𝐵, a sidekick at Night Eye agency, shared his findings from following leads. He revealed that 𝐒𝐻𝐵𝐵 had increased contact with outside organizations, including other groups with dubious dealings. This was not the only concerning development. They had also made contact with the Monster Association, indicating an aim to expand their operations. Shortly after their investigation began, 𝐒𝐻𝐵𝐵 had connected with a member of the League of Villains, 𝐺𝐼𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵, known as Twice. Due to their caution, 𝐶𝐵𝐵𝐵 could not follow them, but with police assistance, he confirmed an altercation had occurred between the two groups. Night Eye noted that this interaction suggested a potential alliance or negotiation between the League of Villains and 𝐒𝐻𝐵𝐵, raising the stakes significantly. He reassured the group that they were not without allies themselves and encouraged Bubble Girl to continue. Bubble Girl explained that after the recent developments, they had posted a notice on the Hero Network requesting assistance. Uraraka, confused, asked what the 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐬𝐵 was. Hato clarified that it stood for Hero Network, an online service accessible only to pro heroes, where they could see what other heroes were doing and request help based on their quirks. Rock Lock expressed frustration at the presence of teenagers in the meeting, arguing that if they had to stop to explain everything, they would never reach the actual plan. Fat Gum defended their involvement, stating that they were just as engaged in the case. Night Eye cleared his throat, regaining everyone's attention. He announced that the Hero Association had responded to their request for assistance and invited a powerful ally into the room. As the doors opened, everyone looked on in shock and awe as the hero entered. The newcomer, Zombie Man, apologized for his tardiness as he approached the conference table. Kirishima, Tamaki, and Uraraka expressed their surprise at his presence, recognizing him as an S-class hero. Ryukyu questioned why an S-class hero had been called in, wondering if they should only respond to dragon-level threats. Night Eye prompted Bubble Girl to continue, and she explained that the 𝗧𝗜𝗧𝗟𝗘 had recently contacted the Monster Association, which had reinforced them with formidable monsters. They had called on the Hero Association because it was the primary organization capable of rivaling the Monster Association. Rock Lock raised a concern about the adequacy of their response, questioning why only one S-class hero had been sent. Zombie Man lit his cigar and, with a serious tone, remarked on the misconception that any hero could handle a dragon-level threat alone. He emphasized his unique capabilities and experience, asserting that he was more than capable of facing the challenge ahead. Ryukyu stepped in to diffuse the tension, reminding everyone to focus on the mission and trust in Zombie Man's abilities. Aizawa explained that his quirk could neutralize others without harming the quirk factor itself, but the quirk-canceling bullets caused significant damage. Night Eye added that the 𝗧𝗜𝗧𝗟𝗘 was involved in a major criminal network distributing drags, including quirk enhancers. Fat Gum revealed that the quirk-canceling bullets were made using BLD and cell samples from a human. Night Eye also mentioned that Izumi and Togata had encountered Overhaul's daughter, Eri, who had been wrapped in bandages. He planned to mobilize heroes from across Japan to investigate known 𝗧𝗜𝗧𝗟𝗘 properties, emphasizing the importance of locating Eri and gathering solid evidence before taking action, lest the Yakuza become aware of their investigation. After a serious discussion, the meeting concluded with all heroes agreeing to proceed with the investigation. Meanwhile, Izuku's body trembled as Overhaul's quirk tore through him once more, the pain a constant reminder of the challenges he faced. The villain's power manifested as a jagged, invasive force, causing Izuku immense pain that felt like shards of glass piercing through his muscles. Each pulse of agony left him gasping for breath, teetering on the edge of unconsciousness. Overhaul loomed over him, a cold, detached expression on his face as he manipulated his quirk. With each application, the pain intensified, his quirk's influence causing Izuku to feel as if his very being was unraveling. His clothes were drenched in a dark, sticky substance, the evidence of his suffering pooling on the cold concrete floor beneath him. Overhaul observed him with a twisted smile, noting Izuku's resilience. He remarked that such resilience would not save him from what was to come as he injected the last 10 monster serums one by one, igniting a fiery sensation within Izuku. In Overhaul's mind, he pondered why Izuku had not transformed yet. He recalled that it would take time and that Izuku needed to experience death, but each session of torment seemed to push him further into endurance. Overhaul decided he would need to send him to the Monster Association soon, but first had to focus on his next plans. Meanwhile, Izuku slowly sat up, leaning against the wall and cracking his neck. A voice broke the silence, questioning how long he would pretend to be in pain while being tortured. Izuku thought to himself that he would endure until he found a way out, smirking at the thought that Overhaul believed he was truly hurting him. He felt stronger for some reason, whether it was due to the serums or the presence of Garou, who he imagined beside him. Garou, in his usual blunt manner, asked when they would escape with the girl, reminding Izuku that while he may not feel pain, she certainly did. Izuku's smirk faded as he turned his head toward the shadowy figure beside him, acknowledging the truth of Garu's words. Garu joked that kids liked him despite his scumbag personality, to which Izuku responded with a sarcastic thanks. Garu then asked how long Izuku would continue talking to himself. Izuku reflected on his loneliness, admitting that he felt isolated without friends or family. Garu expressed confusion, recalling that Izuku had once claimed to enjoy solitude. Izuku clarified that while he appreciated his own company, having a friend or companion, someone who understood his struggles, would be welcome. He chuckled at the thought of Garu being that companion. However, as he looked to his side, he realized Garu was merely a hallucination. A tear fell from his eye as he whispered Garu's name, feeling the weight of his solitude. His voice echoed through the cell, confirming his deepest fears. He truly was alone. A few days had passed, and heroes from all across Japan continued to investigate properties connected to the 𝗧𝗜𝗧𝗟𝗘, trying to locate where 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐬𝐴 and the quirk erasing bullets were being held. Now it was time to take action, as they had finally found the location of both 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐬𝐴 and the bullets. Night Eye ordered the heroes to move out, and they responded with determination. Meanwhile, Izuku was in his cell, staring at the ceiling and waiting for the right moment to escape. He thought to himself that it had been long enough and that he had gathered information about their quirks and abilities, giving him an advantage. He stood up and approached his cell door, pressing his ear against the metal to listen for sounds outside. He knew he needed to find 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐬𝐴's room before anything went wrong. With a swift, powerful kick, Izuku struck the door, which creaked and groaned before crashing open, slamming against the wall with a loud bang that echoed through the corridors. A small man named Mimic, shorter than most, alerted Overhaul that someone had escaped from their cell. Overhaul ordered him to retrieve Izuku and to bring backup. Mimic complied and emerged into the hallway, feeling the cold air as he scanned the area. It was eerily quiet, with only the distant hum of machinery and faint footsteps. Izuku moved quickly, his senses heightened as he navigated the maze of corridors, avoiding detection and memorizing every possible escape route. As he approached a junction, he heard familiar voices discussing something in low tones. Pressing himself against the wall, he listened intently. The guards were dismissing the possibility of an escape, thinking it was just another incident caused by Rappa. Izuku smirked slightly, realizing they were underestimating him, which was exactly what he needed. Once the voices faded, he moved faster, feeling he was getting closer to 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐬𝐴. He spotted a reinforced door at the end of the hall, different from the others. It had to be 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐬𝐴's room. When he reached the door, he noticed a keypad on the side. Unfazed by the lock, he kicked the door, and it buckled under the force, groaning and cracking before giving way with a loud crash. 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐬𝐴 was there, trembling on her bed, but her fear quickly turned to relief when she saw him. Izuku urged her to follow him as they began to sprint out of the cell room. Suddenly, Mimic emerged from the ground in his small form, demanding they hand over 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐬𝐴. Izuku refused, determined to protect her. 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐬𝐴 stood behind him, looking scared, but Izuku reassured her that everything would be fine. Nemoto, one of Overhaul's men, questioned how Izuku thought he could win a 3-on-1 fight. Izuku stood tall, his eyes narrowed with resolve as he shielded 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐬𝐴 behind him, declaring that the hunt was on. Rikiya charged first, smashing his massive fist into the ground, but Izuku dodged to the side and delivered a sharp elbow to Rikiya's ribs, sending him stumbling. Without giving him a chance to recover, Izuku pivoted and slammed his fist into Rikiya's gut. Mimic reacted by twisting the walls into jagged spikes, but Izuku quickly grabbed 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐬𝐴 and rolled out of the way. As he came up, he spotted Nemoto lunging at him with a knife. Izuku deflected the blade with a quick strike to Nemoto's wrist, forcing him to drop the weapon. Without pausing, Izuku drove his knee into Nemoto's abdomen, sending him crashing to the floor. Turning his attention back to Mimic, who was warping the ground beneath them, Izuku leaped into the air, using the wall to springboard himself toward Mimic. Before Mimic could react, Izuku's fist connected with his face, slamming him into the wall and knocking him out cold. Rikiya, recovering from the earlier hits, charged again, but Izuku ducked under his swing and landed a powerful uppercut to Rikiya's chin, staggering him back. Following up with a spinning kick to Rikiya's temple, Izuku sent him crashing to the ground. Minamoto, still clutching his stomach, tried to rise, but Izuku was already there, delivering a quick series of punches to his torso. Each strike was accompanied by a blue water stream, and Minamoto crumpled under the assault, unconscious before he hit the floor. Breathing heavily, Izuku glanced around at the three fallen villains and turned to Eri, who was watching him with wide eyes. He urged her to follow him, and they began to sprint out of the hallway. Once they disappeared, Overhaul and Chrono found their unconscious allies on the ground. Overhaul placed his hands on each one, dismantling and fixing them one by one, and questioned who had escaped. Mimic informed him that it was the hero hunter who had taken Eri with him. Overhaul, frustrated, ordered Rikiya to deal with the heroes at the front door. Mimic ordered Minamoto to sabotage a part of the base if the heroes managed to get in. As they walked away, Izuku held a firm grip on Eri's hand, dashing through the narrow hallways. The dim lights overhead flickered with every tremor that shook the underground base. Eri pointed at Izuku's hair, noting its unexpected white color. Confused, Izuku examined a strand of his hair, realizing it had changed from green to white. There was no time to dwell on it, so he urged Eri to keep moving. As they ran, the dim lights distorted their sense of direction. They turned corner after corner, each hallway looking the same, each door leading to another confusing labyrinth. The sounds of their pursuers, heavy footsteps and harsh voices, echoed through the base, growing louder with each passing second. Izuku cursed under his breath, realizing the layout had changed. Eri, anxious, asked what they should do. Scanning the debris, Izuku spotted a narrow gap just wide enough for them to slip through. He encouraged Eri to follow him as they squeezed through the tight space, careful not to get stuck. On the other side, they emerged into a dimmer corridor filled with hanging wires and cables. The oppressive atmosphere weighed heavily on them. Suddenly, two figures appeared at the end of the corridor, silhouetted by the faint light, Overhaul and Chrono. Overhaul declared that they were lost and had nowhere left to run. Izuku, filled with determination, expressed his intent to confront Overhaul. Overhaul dismissed Izuku's bold claims, and just then, a figure surprised them by swiping at Overhaul, who barely dodged but received a small scratch on his cheek. The newcomer knocked Chrono out with a swift kick. Izuku muttered in confusion about the identity of this unexpected ally. The figure announced that it was over for Overhaul and that he would be taken to prison after a fight. Overhaul recognized the newcomer and expressed disdain, realizing he was outnumbered. He turned his attention back to Izuku and Eri, warning Eri that she was a curse and that he had to get his hands dirty because of her. Eri looked fearful, while Izuku's anger grew. Overhaul removed his gloves and activated his quirk, causing the cave floor to crumble. He quickly reformed it into a bed of spikes, aiming to trap Izuku and Eri. Izuku grabbed Eri and leaped high into the air, narrowly avoiding the spikes that erupted from below. The cold rush of air surrounded them as they soared above the chaos. 𝗲𝗏𝗄 landed next to Izuku and asked who he was. Izuku introduced himself as Garou and stated he was there to defeat Overhaul and save Eri, urging 𝗲𝗏𝗄 to either help or stay out of the way. 𝗲𝗏𝗄 nodded, ready to join the fight. Overhaul, realizing he faced a formidable duo, gritted his teeth in frustration, insisting he would crush them both. Without hesitation, 𝗲𝗏𝗄 charged at Overhaul, using his permeation quirk to phase through the ground and reappear in front of him. He threw a powerful punch, but Overhaul quickly raised a wall of jagged spikes. 𝗲𝗏𝗄 phased through them, landing a hit on Overhaul's side, causing him to stumble back. Meanwhile, Izuku circled around, looking for an opportunity to protect Eri while contributing to the fight. Spotting an opening, Izuku darted forward, his fists glowing with energy as he aimed a punch at Overhaul's ribs. However, Overhaul was quick to react, reforming the ground beneath him into sharp pillars that erupted, forcing Izuku to dodge. Overhaul thought to himself that he couldn't kill the hero hunter, as it would waste all his serums, so he decided to focus on 𝗲𝗏𝗄 instead. 𝗲𝗏𝗄 took advantage of the distraction, delivering a flurry of punches to Overhaul's upper body. Each hit was powerful, but Overhaul endured, bracing himself against the impacts. With a snarl, Overhaul slammed his hand onto the ground, causing debris to explode toward 𝗲𝗏𝗄. 𝗲𝗏𝗄, determined not to let Overhaul escape with Eri, phased through the attack, but the momentary distraction allowed Overhaul to refocus on Izuku. Overhaul shouted that he wouldn't let them take Eri away, claiming she was his. Izuku, filled with rage, charged at Overhaul with a powerful kick aimed at his head. Overhaul barely blocked the attack, but the force sent him skidding back. 𝗵𝐲 followed up, aiming for Overhaul's spine. Overhaul twisted just in time to avoid a direct hit, but 𝗵𝐲's fist grazed his side, causing him to wince. Now fully on the defensive, Overhaul reshaped the battlefield, creating trenches and barriers to keep the attackers at bay. He roared in frustration, slamming both hands into the ground, causing a massive wave of spikes and debris to erupt. Izuku grabbed Eri and leaped into the air, dodging the deadly wave, while 𝗵𝐲 phased through the onslaught, feeling the intensity of Overhaul's attacks grow. Just then, Chrono began to stir, waking up after being knocked out by 𝗵𝐲. Realizing that Overhaul was on the back foot, Chrono quickly assessed the situation. He knew he had to act fast if they were going to turn the tide. With grim determination, he activated his quirk, Time Shift, aiming to slow down the movements of 𝗵𝐲, who was phasing through Overhaul's defenses. Izuku, still holding Eri, noticed Chrono's movement out of the corner of his eye. He warned that the other opponent was back up. Before 𝗏𝗏𝗏 could react, Chrono's quirk took hold. The world around 𝗏𝗏𝗏 seemed to slow down as his body responded sluggishly, his once fluid movements now feeling like he was moving through molasses. Overhaul seized the opportunity, forming a massive wall of spikes aimed directly at 𝗏𝗏𝗏, hoping to catch him off guard. 𝗏𝗏𝗏 struggled to move quickly enough to evade the danger. Seeing 𝗏𝗏𝗏 in peril, Izuku gritted his teeth. He couldn't afford to lose this battle, not with Eri's life on the line. He gently placed Eri down behind a nearby barrier of debris, ensuring she was as safe as possible. He instructed her to stay put, promising he would return. Eri nodded, her eyes wide with fear but also with trust. She watched as Izuku turned and charged back into the fray, his body tense and ready for action. With 𝗏𝗏𝗏 slowed down, Overhaul focused all his attention on Izuku. He taunted that Izuku was just a kid playing hero, claiming he couldn't protect her from him. Izuku's fury boiled over as he clenched his fists, the blue energy around them intensifying. He declared that he wasn't playing around and that Overhaul wouldn't take Eri. He lunged at Overhaul, using the momentum to deliver a powerful punch to his chest. Overhaul attempted to block, but the force of the impact sent him staggering back, cracks spreading across the ground from where he landed. Before Overhaul could recover, Izuku was already on him, throwing a barrage of punches, each one faster and more ferocious than the last. Overhaul struggled to keep up with Izuku's relentless assault. His defenses crumbled under the pressure, and for the first time, doubt began to creep into his mind. He couldn't let these two take Eri, not after all the sacrifices he had made. Chrono, seeing Overhaul in trouble, attempted to shift his focus to Izuku. But 𝗵𝐲, even in his slowed state, managed to force his way through the time-altered field. With sheer willpower, he phased through Chrono's reach and landed a solid punch to his gut, knocking the wind out of him. As 𝗵𝐲's fist connected, the battlefield became a chaotic dance of crumbling stone, jagged spikes, and blinding bursts of energy. Izuku's relentless assault on Overhaul forced the villain to desperately reshape the terrain, but even his powerful quirk couldn't keep up with Izuku's speed and ferocity. Amid the chaos, a figure moved stealthily, unnoticed by the two heroes. Nemoto, one of Overhaul's most trusted subordinates, had been watching the battle from a distance, waiting for the right moment to strike. Through a small hole in the wall, created by Overhaul's earlier attacks, Nemoto peeked into the battlefield. His eyes narrowed as he spotted Eri hiding behind a barrier of spikes, a sense of urgency gripping him. This was their last chance to regain control. He quickly assessed the situation, seeing Overhaul struggling to fend off Izuku's barrage, and Chrono barely holding his own against 𝗵𝐲. They were on the verge of losing everything. But if they could just neutralize Eri, the tide might turn in their favor. Overhaul turned his attention to Nemoto as he took out a small case filled with bullets. He commanded Nemoto to shoot while continuing to fight Izuku. Nemoto's hand slipped into his coat, pulling out a pistol. He had no time to waste. With a swift motion, he loaded one of the bullets into his gun, his heart pounding with a mix of fear and determination. He muttered to himself that he needed to help feeling a sense of duty as he aimed the gun through the hole. Overhaul manipulated the spikes on the battlefield. The spikes around Ares suddenly retracted, leaving her vulnerable and exposed. The shield that had once protected her was gone in an instant. Ares, who had been curled up behind the barrier, suddenly felt the cold air around her as the spikes vanished. She looked up, her eyes wide with fear and confusion. She was completely exposed, and in the distance, she saw the glint of metal aimed directly at her. Minamoto pulled the trigger. The sound of the gunshot echoed through the cavern, cutting through the noise of the ongoing battle. The bullet flew straight toward Ares, its trajectory precise. Ares' eyes widened as she saw the bullet coming, but there was no time to react. The bullet struck her, causing her to stumble back as a sharp pain shot through her body. A small cry escaped her lips as she clutched her side. The quirk-erasing bullet had done its job, neutralizing the quirk that made her a target. Izuku, who had been focused entirely on Overhaul, suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. He heard the gunshot, and his heart dropped. His eyes darted to where Ares had been hiding, only to see her lying unconscious and exposed. Panic surged through him as he rushed to her side. After knocking out Chrono, Mirio joined Izuku but was horrified by the sight before him. Overhaul, seeing Ares in pain, allowed a twisted smile to form on his lips. He declared that it was over, taunting that they couldn't protect her now because she was his. Izuku's eyes went blank. His white hair began to spike upwards as the world around him turned dark. Garu placed a hand on Izuku's shoulder, offering to rip Overhaul apart for him. Izuku stood up and charged faster than the human eye could see. As he jumped toward Overhaul, his face was filled with nothing but rage, killer instinct, and wrath. It was a monstrous expression. Overhaul looked on with nothing but fear and regret, realizing he had just awakened a sleeping monster. Chapter 25. 𝐮𝐲𝗘 Hasaikai Arc Final. The chapter began with Overhaul screaming in pain as the silver-haired boy pinned him to the ground. Desperation filled Overhaul's voice as he pleaded for mercy, but the boy's cold, wrathful gaze showed no signs of compassion. With a swift motion, the boy seized Overhaul's remaining arm, pulling with a force that seemed to defy nature. Overhaul's body convulsed as the boy twisted the limb, a guttural sound escaping him, filled with raw pain that echoed through the chamber. The ground around them began to stain as Overhaul writhed, powerless to stop the onslaught. Overhaul sobbed, begging for mercy, but the boy leaned in, his voice low and menacing, promising that Overhaul would feel every second of his punishment. Without hesitation, he plunged his hand deep into Overhaul's abdomen, his expression twisted with rage. Overhaul gasped in horror, his body seizing from the excruciating pain. The boy's grip tightened, and with a final, forceful yank, he pulled away, leaving Overhaul trembling and lifeless on the ground. Mirio, who had stayed by Ares' side, was in shock at the brutality he had just witnessed. He covered Ares' ears, trying to shield her from the horrific sounds. Mirio questioned what had just happened, disbelief etched on his face. The boy remained silent for a moment before stating that he had done what was necessary for Ares' sake. Mirio, still in shock, demanded the boy not to come any closer, holding Ares protectively in his arms. The boy paused, his blood-stained hands tense at his sides, eyes sharp as they locked onto Mirio. The rage that had fueled his actions simmered down, but the intensity remained, a cold fire burning in his gaze. He explained that he had ensured Overhaul would never hurt anyone again, and Ares would no longer have to live in fear. Mirio took a step back, instinctively wanting to keep his distance. The blood on the boy's hands and the ruthlessness in his voice made Mirio realize he was facing someone who had changed. He muttered that the boy was no longer the same, calling him a monster. The boy remained silent for a moment before demanding Ares be handed over, his tone menacing. He began to walk towards Mirio, who stood firm, clutching Ares protectively. The boy warned Mirio not to make this harder than it needed to be. As the boy reached for Ares, Mirio stepped back, desperately trying to shield her. The boy grabbed Mirio's arm with an unyielding grip and wrenched Ares from his arms. Eri's frightened face looked up at the boy, and though fear was evident, she felt relief in being held by someone who had just eliminated her tormentor. Mirio, regaining his composure, attempted to charge at the boy, but he was already turning away, moving swiftly towards the exit. The boy warned Mirio to stay out of his way if he knew what was good for him. Mirio stood in silence, defeated, realizing the truth in the boy's words. He had not saved Eri when it mattered, and he couldn't save her now. He shouted, asking if the boy would keep her safe and protect her at all costs. The boy nodded firmly before dashing down the hallway, Eri securely in his arms. Izuku's pulse pounded as he sprinted down the corridor, every step fueled by the urgency of his escape. The building's corridors seemed endless, but his determination drove him forward. He thought to himself that Eri was safe, but he needed to get out before the heroes caught up. As he ran, he could hear their voices growing louder with every passing second. Suddenly, a sharp pain tore through his shoulder, causing him to stumble. He spun around, eyes narrowing as he spotted the source of the attack. A tall, imposing figure stepped out of the shadows, two smoking desert eagles in hand. Zombie Man, the S-class hero, confronted him, and Izuku gritted his teeth, recognizing the threat. He hadn't expected to encounter someone like Zombie Man, especially not in this moment. The boy tightened his grip on Eri, knowing he couldn't afford a prolonged fight. Zombie Man accused him of killing a man and kidnapping a child, leaving Izuku with no choice but to prepare for what was to come. Just give me the girl before things get out of hand. Izuku thought about the monster who had tortured the child, knowing he had done what was necessary. Zombie Man pet his gun, ensuring that his aim wouldn't hit Eri. The law didn't work that way, nor did heroes. Without hesitation, Zombie Man fired as soon as Izuku moved. The bullet struck Izuku's shoulder, causing him to spin around. He gritted his teeth, pushing through the pain as he continued to move. He had to escape. Another shot rang out, hitting Izuku in the side. The impact made him stumble, but he refused to fall. His vision blurred as he pressed on, the hallway stretching endlessly before him. Izuku couldn't believe that Zombie Man was firing at a child. Zombie Man was relentless, firing again. This time, the bullet struck Izuku's leg, bringing him down to one knee. He gasped, feeling the warmth of blood soaking through his clothes, his breath coming in ragged gasps, with Eri still asleep in his arms. He thought to himself that he couldn't stop. Zombie Man closed in, his gun raised for another shot. But before he could pull the trigger, Izuku forced himself to his feet, lunging forward with a burst of energy. He kicked the wall beside him, causing debris to fall and temporarily block Zombie Man's view. He knew he had to keep moving. Using the brief moment of cover, Izuku limped down the hallway, his body screaming in pain with every step. Blood dripped from his wounds, leaving a trail behind him, but he kept pushing forward. Zombie Man quickly cleared the debris, firing several more shots down the hallway. One bullet grazed Izuku's back, another nicked his side. He bit back a cry of pain, knowing he couldn't afford to slow down now. Despite the intense agony, Izuku forced himself to keep moving. He stumbled around a corner, blood staining his clothes and leaving a trail behind him. He spotted a fire escape at the end of the hallway and, despite the sharp pain, pushed himself toward it. Zombie Man shouted that he wouldn't get away as he fired again, the bullets slamming into the walls and debris around Izuku. One shot grazed his thigh, adding to the searing pain. Izuku gritted his teeth, his vision blurring with every step. As he reached the fire escape, he used his remaining strength to throw open the door. The light of the early afternoon sun flooded the narrow stairs, but Izuku barely registered it. He stumbled down the steps, his breaths coming in ragged gasps. Zombie Man shouted for him to stop, insisting he wouldn't make it far. The gunshots continued, each one hitting the metal railing or the concrete steps. Izuku winced as one shot struck his back once more, forcing him to almost collapse. He fought through the pain, pushing himself down the stairs and bursting through the door at the bottom. Outside, the sunlight hit him sharply, making his injuries feel a little more bearable. He marveled at the sky, realizing how long it had been since he had seen it. He spotted a nearby alley and limped toward it, seeking cover. 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐽𝐬𝐴n's voice grew distant as he stopped firing, the sound of his footsteps fading. Izuku dragged himself through the alley, each step a struggle against the intense pain and blood loss. He glanced back, confirming that Zombie Man had stopped pursuing him. The S-Class hero's footsteps and gunshots grew fainter as he moved further away. He thought he had to get to safety. Eri was still unconscious in his arms, her small form surprisingly calm despite the chaos. Izuku headed toward the outskirts of the city, moving as quickly as his injuries would allow. His destination was a remote area far from the 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐬𝐚𝐫𝐲 headquarters, his old hideout. Suddenly, while on a remote road, a truck stopped a few meters in front of him. The driver saw Izuku with Eri in his arms and asked what had happened. Izuku looked confused as the driver noted his bleeding and asked if he needed a ride. Izuku replied that he was fine and asked if the driver could really help him. The driver urged him to get in, and Izuku opened the passenger door, carefully placing Eri inside the truck. The driver inquired where they were heading, and Izuku stated firmly that they were going outside town, near the woods. The driver agreed. Meanwhile, other heroes managed to reach the scene. Izumi, Aizawa, Night Eye, and the police force entered from the hallway. Ryukyu, along with Nijire, Tsu, and Uraraka, arrived from above. Izumi surveyed the area, noting the destruction and questioning what had happened. Aizawa, narrowing his eyes, warned the group to stay alert, as the perpetrator might still be nearby. As they analyzed the scene, they discovered a body a few meters away, covered in a pool of blood. Night Eye approached and flipped the corpse to identify the person. He muttered in disbelief that Chisaki was dead and wondered who had done this. Ryukyu and Nijire found two unconscious bodies nearby. Ryukyu informed Night Eye about their discovery. Night Eye, Izumi, and Aizawa then saw Mirio, slumped against the wall, clutching his side. His normally vibrant face was pale, and his eyes reflected exhaustion and despair. Aizawa rushed to him, asking what had happened and if he was okay. Mirio coughed lightly before assuring them he was fine, just a little beat up. Izumi panicked, asking where Eri was. Mirio apologized, explaining that she had been taken. Izumi pressed for details, and Mirio struggled to sit up straighter, revealing that the kidnapper had called himself 𝗓𝗓. He described 𝗓𝗓 as strong and ruthless, having killed Overhaul and taken Eri. Izumi demanded to know more, while Aizawa urged her to calm down. Night Eye, intrigued by the unfamiliar name, asked Mirio to describe 𝗓𝗓 and his quirk. Mirio admitted he hadn't seen 𝗓𝗓 use a quirk during their fight with the Yakuza, noting that he relied on fighting styles and martial arts. A tense silence filled the room as the heroes processed the gravity of Mirio's words. Izumi clenched her fists, trembling with a mix of fear and anger. Aizawa kept his focus on Mirio, asking if 𝗓𝗓 had said anything else or provided clues about where he might be taking Eri. Mirio recalled that 𝗓𝗓 had mentioned he would protect her and that she was safe with him, but he hadn't revealed his destination. Night Eye concluded that if 𝗓𝗓 didn't have a quirk, he was an anomaly. To take down someone like Chisaki indicated that they were dealing with someone not only strong but incredibly skilled and ruthless. Ryukyu and Nijire rejoined the group, urgency clear in their expressions. Ryukyu insisted they needed to move quickly, noting that if 𝗓𝗓 was injured, he wouldn't get far. Just then, a figure approached the group. It was Zombie Man. He announced that he had managed to catch up to Izuku in the hallway. The tension in the air was palpable as Zombie Man recounted the encounter. He had taken a few shots, hitting the target several times while he was holding the child. His voice was low and serious, drawing the group's attention. Izumi, her shock and anger evident, couldn't contain herself. She expressed her disbelief that he would shoot at someone while they had Eri in their grasp, questioning the potential consequences of such reckless action. Zombie Man reassured her that he had a clear line of sight and had ensured that the shots wouldn't endanger the child. However, he noted that the target showed no signs of slowing down, as if the pain inflicted upon him was inconsequential. He held Izumi's gaze, remaining unfazed by her emotional outburst. Aizawa's expression darkened as he processed the information. The realization that their adversary had managed to escape despite being shot multiple times weighed heavily on him. Ryukyu interjected, highlighting that the target was likely injured and possibly bleeding out. She emphasized that while he might be strong, he was not invincible. There was still a chance to catch him if they acted quickly. Zombie Man shook his head, expressing his belief that the target was already long gone. The bullets had barely slowed him down, and he likely found a means of escape. Izumi stood in silence, feeling defeated. Her gaze shifted to Overhaul's lifeless body, which lay covered in his own blood. In that moment, she couldn't help but wonder what kind of monster they were truly dealing with. Chapter 26. Aftermath. The outcome of the operation was a failure. The heroes had not only failed to save Eri and secure the bullets, but many heroes and police officers were injured, and a new villain named 𝗧𝗓 had emerged. According to one of the work-study students, 𝗧𝗓 had killed Overhaul in a brutal manner that would shock anyone who witnessed it. The heroes involved in the operation returned to their agencies, instructed to keep the incident from the public. It was evident that this new villain posed a significant threat, capable of instilling fear among the public, much like the hero hunter. Currently, Izuku was walking through the forest where the driver had dropped them off, Eri still asleep in his arms. He was bleeding from multiple wounds. Frustration filled his thoughts as he trudged on, wondering when he would reach safety. It had been almost an hour since they were left in the secluded forest, a place typically visited only for hunting or camping. Eri's eyes slowly opened, her confusion evident as she looked around. She asked where they were, her voice trembling. Izuku, despite his pain, assured her that they were heading somewhere safe and asked if she could walk. Eri nodded, and he gently set her down. She managed to walk normally, and they continued toward Izuku's old hut. After a few minutes, they arrived at the clearing where the hut stood, an abandoned small building surrounded by open space. Izuku slid the metal door open, but as soon as they entered, he collapsed, unconscious. Later that night at UA dormitory, Izumi, Uraraka, Tsu, and Kirishima had been discharged from the hospital, their study work concluded. Uraraka remarked how it felt like a long time since they had been back. Kirishima, filled with excitement, urged them to go inside. As they opened the door, they were greeted by the sight of their classmates preparing dinner and helping one another. Mineta exclaimed their arrival, while Yaoyorozu expressed her concern for them. Kaminari noted how terrifying the news had been, and Mina echoed his sentiment. Shiro asked if they were okay, and Sata presented a double chocolate cake he had made for them. Amidst the chatter and worry, Ida stepped in to calm everyone down, reminding them to give their friends space after everything they had been through. Izumi sat on a couch, lost in thought about the new villain 𝗓𝗓 had spoken of. She reflected on how 𝗓𝗓 had described him, feeling a sense of dread. Bakugo, sitting nearby, noticed her demeanor and asked if she was okay, acknowledging that she hadn't been herself lately. Izumi admitted she missed someone important to her. Bakugo shared that he regretted his past actions, realizing they hadn't helped. Todoroki joined them, expressing his own feelings of loss, recalling the last time he had seen the person they all missed. Izumi felt a tear fall down her cheek, burdened by guilt. Bakugo and Todoroki sat in silence, knowing they couldn't ease her pain. When Bakugo announced that dinner was ready, the three of them stood up to join the others. Meanwhile, Izuku woke up after a long sleep, his eyes adjusting to the dark room. Eri was sitting on a torn couch, staring at a picture on the wall marked with red crosses. He quietly asked if she was okay, relieved when she nodded. However, he noticed he was still bleeding and needed bandages. Frustration built within him as he searched through his belongings, finding nothing. Eri, concerned, pointed out his bleeding, but Izuku insisted he was fine, despite coughing. As he continued to search, Eri quietly tried to get his attention. When he finally turned to her, he saw her holding a bunch of used bandages. His heart sank as he realized she had removed her own bandages to help him. He thanked her and embraced her, feeling a mix of sadness and gratitude. After a moment, he carefully removed the bullets from his wounds and wrapped the bandages around his arms and legs, using torn pieces of his clothes to secure his back. He told Eri to get some rest and promised to find food the next day. Noticing she had no blanket, he searched his belongings and found a small, dirty blanket to cover her with. He wished her good night, and she quietly returned the sentiment as her eyes slowly closed. 2 days later, Night Eye stood in front of a house and knocked on the door. It was opened by a weary-looking All Might, who asked what brought Night Eye to his home. Night Eye questioned why he looked so worn down and inquired about 𝐒𝐮𝐽𝐫𝐲's whereabouts. All Might replied that she was on a mission as he settled onto the couch. Night Eye sat on the opposite couch, observing Toshinori. He mentioned that Izawa had likely informed him about the mission during his daughter's apprenticeship at Night Eye's agency. Toshinori nodded, acknowledging that he had heard about it. Night Eye confirmed that they had indeed been unable to locate the girl, but it was not as straightforward as it seemed. She had been taken by someone else. Toshinori expressed his confusion, questioning who would do such a thing and why. Night Eye revealed that the individual responsible had killed Overhaul in a brutal manner. This new villain, 𝐒𝐮𝐽𝐫𝐲, had emerged during the raid. Toshinori admitted he had never heard of 𝐒𝐮𝐽𝐫𝐲 before. Night Eye explained that 𝐒𝐮𝐽𝐫𝐲 had actually assisted 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐽 in fighting Overhaul and his associates, and surprisingly he had not even used his quirk, relying solely on martial arts. Night Eye shared that 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐽 had mentioned 𝐒𝐮𝐽𝐫𝐲's movements resembled a blue stream of water, which left him pondering for days. Toshinori speculated that perhaps Bang had another disciple. Night Eye decided he would ask Bang about it and requested Toshinori to visit Overhaul's grave to check if his body was still there. Toshinori's eyes widened in disbelief, questioning Night Eye's suggestion. Night Eye insisted, his frustration evident, and Toshinori reluctantly agreed, promising to call if he found anything unusual before leaving. Meanwhile, Izuku was running through the forest, eager to reach town. After waking up and seeing Eri still asleep, he decided it was the perfect time to gather supplies like bandages and food. Spotting a corner store with only one person inside, who was distracted by a football game, Izuku entered without drawing attention. He quickly gathered 2 first aid kits and a variety of bandages, feeling pleased with how easy it was. As he filled his sack with fruits, drinks, and snacks, he thought about how he would pay with his hard-earned money, chuckling to himself. Suddenly, the shopkeeper noticed him, prompting Izuku to sprint out of the store. After a few minutes of running, he found refuge in an alleyway, realizing he was bleeding again and needed to return before Eri woke up. An hour later, Izuku regained consciousness amidst broken debris inside a building. Confused, he wondered what had happened. As he tried to piece things together, he felt completely drained. He heard a voice suggesting a playful challenge, and another voice, filled with anger, declared a longing for revenge. At that moment, Izuku was walking with his sack on his back when he spotted 2 figures ahead. Recognizing one of them, he felt a surge of determination, believing that defeating this opponent would send a message to the public that he was back and stronger than ever. He tossed the sack aside to protect it from the impending confrontation and launched himself toward the S-class hero. Just as he prepared for the first move, he was unexpectedly kicked by someone he hadn't noticed, sending him crashing into a nearby building. The other person remarked on Izuku's attempt to attack, while the S-class hero claimed not to know him. Later, Izuku resolved to return to the hideout, realizing Eri would likely be awake by now. He remembered the sack he had left behind and moved toward the trash can to retrieve it. As he picked it up, he glanced through the alleyway and spotted another hero approaching. Recognizing Death Gatling, he quickly hid behind the wall, feeling the pain from his earlier encounter. He decided it was best to head back to Eri, unaware that Death Gatling was watching him with suspicion. Meanwhile, Night Eye stood at the top of a mountain outside a dojo, knocking on the door until it was opened by Bang. Night Eye greeted him and requested to ask a few questions. Bang welcomed him inside, and they both sat down on the mat with a small table between them. Night Eye inquired if Bang had a disciple named 𝐒𝐮𝐽𝐫𝐲. Bang thought for a moment but did not recognize the name and asked why it mattered. Night Eye explained the failed mission during the 𝐒𝐮𝐽𝐫𝐲 raid and how 𝐒𝐮𝐽𝐫𝐲 had demonstrated a technique resembling Bang's flowing water-crushing rock fist. Bang was surprised by this revelation and asked if Night Eye had witnessed it himself. Night Eye clarified that it was one of his apprentices who had seen it, acknowledging that it could have been a mistake or something more significant. After thanking Bang for his time, Night Eye left the dojo. Later, Night Eye received a phone call from Toshinori, who sounded distressed. Night Eye asked if he had found anything, to which Toshinori replied that Izuku's body was gone. Night Eye was taken aback, demanding to know what he meant. Toshinori explained that the grave had been dug up, and there was no sign of Izuku anywhere. The weight of Toshinori's words sank in, leaving Night Eye in disbelief as he ran a hand through his hair in frustration. "Are you certain it was his grave? No mistakes?" Toshinori expressed his confidence, stating that the name was on the stone, but the coffin was empty. Night Eye's frustration was palpable as he slammed his fist on the nearest surface, his eyes narrowing as he tried to piece together the implications. If the body wasn't there, then the possibilities were unsettling. Toshinori hesitantly suggested that it might mean the person was alive. Night Eye agreed, albeit cautiously, emphasizing the need for more information. If the individual was indeed out there, then Garou could be their only lead. Toshinori, filled with desperation, asked what their next step should be. Night Eye replied firmly that they needed to find Garou quickly, as he might hold the key to unraveling the mystery. Toshinori urged him to keep him updated if he found anything. Night Eye assured him he would. In a flashback, a young Izuku expressed his excitement to Night Eye, marveling at his ability to see the future. Night Eye, however, cautioned him that seeing the future wasn't as thrilling as it seemed. Izuku, undeterred, insisted that it had to be awesome, hugging Night Eye's leg, which made him chuckle. The memory faded, and Night Eye muttered a hopeful wish for Izuku's safety. Meanwhile, in the forest, Izuku struggled through the underbrush, carrying a heavy sack of supplies. Each step was painful, but he pressed on, determined to return to Eri without revealing the extent of his injuries. He reassured himself that he was almost there. Upon reaching the hut, a small, abandoned structure in the clearing, he slid open the metal door and stepped inside. Eri was still asleep on the broken couch, wrapped in a dirty blanket he had found. He set the sack down and took a deep breath, trying to steady himself as he realized his wounds were worse than he had let on. He greeted Eri, who woke up and noticed his injuries with concern. Izuku forced a smile, downplaying his condition by claiming it was just a scratch. He reassured her that he had brought food and bandages, insisting they would be fine. Eri nodded, though her worry was evident. He handed her an apple from the sack, encouraging her to eat and stay strong. As Eri began to eat, Izuku sank down to the floor, leaning against the wall. He took some bandages and wrapped them around his wounds. Eri softly asked if he was going to eat, to which he replied that he would in a moment. Once he finished tending to himself, he prepared some sandwiches with the fruits, ham, bread, and cheese he had gathered. With a chuckle, he told Eri that it was all he could manage with his cooking skills and encouraged her to eat up. Eri nodded and took a small bite, sharing a moment of quiet companionship as they both focused on their meal. Bonus chapter. Chapter begins. Izuku stood in confusion, gazing at the structure before him. It was an endless staircase that seemed to stretch up into the clouds, with no visible end in sight. A man chuckled from behind him, commenting on Izuku's predicament. He noted that Izuku had barely taken any steps and was already in a dire situation, mocking him with a casual tone. Turning around, Izuku demanded to know who the man was and what he wanted. The man replied that he desired what Izuku wanted. When Izuku pressed for clarification, the man revealed that it was absolute evil. Izuku questioned the meaning of absolute evil, to which the man explained that it represented absolute strength. Achieving it would transform Izuku into something that others would fear. Curious, Izuku asked what it was that people feared. The man answered simply, a monster. When Izuku inquired further about the man's identity, he revealed that he was a part of Izuku himself, the only one who could truly help him. He introduced himself with a name that echoed with a strange power,